Everybody to take their seats. We're ready to begin in 1 minute. Good morning. Thanks for coming this morning. Before I open the 60-second GEF Council meeting, unfortunately, I have to begin sharing some, unfortunately, bad news with all the council members, alternates, agencies, representatives, CSO networks, and dear friends. Our council member from West Africa, Mr. Delphi G, passed away this weekend. I'm very sorry to share this very bad news with you all. I would like to ask you if we can stand up and give a minute of silence in the memory of Delphi, please. Thank you so much. Delphi, as I said, was the council member representative from the West Africa. He represented Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Guinea, Liberia, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and Togo. I would like to ask the alternate member from the West African, Alimata Kone, to address the floor. Alimata, please.
Merci, Président. Monsieur le PDG du FEM, chers collègues administrateurs et collègues administrateurs suppléants du Conseil du FEM, en effet, comme vient de l'annoncer le PDG, notre circonscription des 8 pays côtiers de l'Afrique de l'Ouest vient d'être frappée par une mauvaise nouvelle, celui de la perte de M. Haïdji Delphine, du ministère du cadre de vie de la République du Bénin. Il fut l'ex-directeur du projet et de la programmation et ex-secrétaire général adjoint du ministère du cadre de vie. Nous avons connu Delphine depuis de longues années, depuis le FEM 5. C'était un monsieur très courtois, très gentil, très patient, malgré quelques incompréhensions dans notre circonscription. C'était un grand défenseur de la cause environnementale. C'est l'Afrique de l'Ouest et surtout la circonscription des pays côtiers qui perd un de ses vaillants combattants pour la cause environnementale. Je voudrais transmettre la gratitude de tous nos mandants avec le Nigeria présent, au PDG du FEM et à l'ensemble des membres du Conseil pour cette compassion. Nous transmettons nos sincères condoléances au gouvernement béninois, à toute la famille du ministère du cadre de vie du Bénin et à sa famille biologique. Que l'âme de notre regretté Haïdji Delphin repose en paix. Sincères condoléances. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much, Alimata. peace to his soul, condolences to his family. On behalf of the GEF partnership, the Secretariat will send the condolences to his government and to his family. Thank you so much. With this and having quorum, I formally open the 62nd consult meeting of the GEF. As CEO and chairperson of this council, I'm extremely happy that we're here. I want to thank everybody for the personal effort to joining us in person. Exactly 2 years ago, I was appointed by this same council, and it is not until now that I had the pleasure and the joy to be able to chair this the 62nd council meeting in person. Those who has been unable to join us and are joining us in the virtual setting, I want to send my regards to all of them. Of course, I feel very honored and very happy. Nevertheless, I don't feel 100% comfortable because one of our most important staff members, and even I can say a mentor to many of us, Ambassador William Elher, is not with us, helping us, guiding us, supporting us through the whole process. He's not able to be with us in person. He tested positive a couple of days ago. So William is joining us virtually, and he will be supporting us throughout the whole week. Of course, my big thanks to William and his team for doing the extra effort in putting together this our first in-person council meeting. And yes, of course, we will miss him because we won't have him in person. I hope that everything goes well with him. And I want to publicly thank him for that. Additionally, I want to also express my honor, my happiness to be joined here as chair with Ambassador Fituri, who's going to be our co-chair, will be my co-chair in this council meeting and the next council meeting that we will be having in the next December. I'm honored, not just because of the long experience, the diplomatic experience of Ambassador Fituri, that for many years has been in the front line of international negotiations, particularly on topics associated to the court business of the GEF, but also because he's a fabulous human being. His experience as representative of AC is important, and I will probably, this will be the last time I will say the word seeds, because I will be into the future saying LO seeds. These are large oceanic, small island development states. We tend to believe and call them seeds because they are tiny in terms of their terrestrial space, but these are large oceanic nations. And I hope that I can be supported by you all so we can recognize that these nations are large oceanic nations, LO seeds. So we got a representative of the LO seeds with us, and I'm very honored to be to work together through the whole week with Ambassador Fituri as our co-chair. So I want to give him a big round of applause as our co-chair during this week. Of course, I've been waiting for this moment for the last 2 years. Officially moved to DC, and this is my home nowadays. We have an ongoing process to reopen the GEF sector office here in Washington, DC, and I want to thank the whole staff of the Secretariat for their effort in the reopening of the office. It hasn't been an easy process, but I'm happy that we're moving towards this new reality where we will be proposing to the council a few ideas on how we should be able to operate and work based on the fact that we learned quite a few good lessons out of the virtual reality due to the pandemic. Also, before I dive into the busy agenda that we got for this week, I want to take a moment to recognize the hardships and all the challenges that all of us, our families, colleagues, and friends has been through this pandemic. Of course, the pandemic is not over, but I extend my sincere best wishes to everyone who's still dealing with the consequences of COVID-19 and the impacts of the pandemic. As we finish this week with the GEF-7 and look into the future of GEF-8, I want to underline once more what we brought to the attention of all of you during the replenishment with regards to the need for the GEF to play a critical role in the building back better. I mean, this is not an empty slogan. This is something that we need to take very seriously, because all the evidence tells us that the building back better is not necessarily a green, a blue, a resilient, and a clean one. It is up to us in the context of GEF-8 to be able to engage with all stakeholders, particularly with recipient countries in this effort. Also, it is important to recognize, as I'm able to have more exchanges and interaction with recipient countries about their own institutional and financial realities. There is no single developing country that hasn't been struck, economically speaking, in terms of the pandemic. There's a recession, there's the fiscal deficit, and there is debt. All of those elements are playing against our aspiration of having a very successful implementation of GEF-7 and a very successful process of project design for GEF-8. So I strongly believe that the implementation of GEF-7, the approaches and objectives for GEF-8 are very well situated, and we need to be a source of inspiration and hope in the context of this very challenging moment where business as usual becomes an option to the economic recession and to the human aspiration for the jobs, prosperity, and growth. I also want to recognize the work that this council has done in supporting the Secretariat. I also want to recognize at the same time the work of the Secretariat, the agencies, the operational focal points in dealing with the multiple, and yes, of course, without any doubt, the work that the CSO network does with us in dealing with the multiple impacts that were generating throughout GEF-7 with regards to the pandemics and the many different challenges and situations that all countries have gone through. This has been exceptional times, and I think that the GEF partnership has been able to cope with these exceptional circumstances. This week, we will be presenting the last work program for GEF-7, and I feel very happy, and I'm very grateful with all of you for your added flexibility, guidance, and wisdom with all the decisions that we're taking to be able to finish a GEF-7 in the context of a huge global pandemic without much consequences in terms of our portfolio, without much consequences in terms of maximizing and optimizing the limited resources that we have in the GEF. So I think that we delivered very well in terms of the pandemic and GEF-7. But yeah, also I want to publicly recognize that we need to feel proud of what we did in GEF-7, but also very importantly what we were able to accomplish during the replenishment. It's a record-setting replenishment in moments of political and human crisis in the world. The GEF is becoming the beacon of the hill in terms of hope, aspiration, in terms of long-term vision. And is truly something that we need to be all proud of very proud of. In the last 2 months, I've been able to travel, attending different international events, different COPs. I've been able to visit some projects, and definitely we have become a source of inspiration in terms of generating convergence, generating consensus on such challenging topics like sustainability, climate change, chemicals and waste, conservation of nature, and how do we go through a real recovery that is based on the wise use of our natural capital, that is respect the rights of minorities, and that aspires to comply with the many very ambitious goals and targets of the multilateral environmental mechanisms. But still, there is a lot to be done. Many people will think that $5.3 billion is a large sum of money, but at the end of the day, it isn't in terms of the global challenges. We know very well the global financial gaps in terms of climate actions, in terms of nature conservation, and people in a very simplistic manner may say that $5.3 billion is just a small drop in the ocean. But let me assure you all, and let me tell you all, that the small drop of water of the GEF is very powerful, very powerful. It's very powerful. And we need to feel proud that we have created this powerful drop of water that will have impacts by the end of this decade. Remember that many of the things that we have done throughout the GEF 8 process is because we had a very clear vision of where we need to be by the end of this decade, meaning by the end of the GEF 9. So there's this renewed confidence put to the GEF, which is a testament of the ideas around integration, impact program, and system change under the previous, under the supervision and guidance of the previous CEO of the GEF, Ms. Naoko Ishii. I want to publicly recognize the work that she did in the GEF. I think that we're concluding a period that look for impact, system change, and more integration in GEF 8. And now we look into a process of GEF 8 and GEF 9, where I strongly believe that by the end of GEF 9, we will be able to achieve progress in the ultimate political objective of sustainability, which is the need for the GEF to be supporting countries in creating the right policies and the right frameworks whereby all private and public investments, by the end of this decade, all private and public investments are 100% aligned with the Paris Agreement, with the new CBD framework, and with the multilateral environmental agreements. That's our ultimate goal. We're beginning this process in GEF 8, and I feel confident that we have an opportunity to change the driver of environmental degradation and to help address the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. This can only be done if we work with governments, private sector, and CSOs. And that is why the important emphasis that GEF 8 is doing in civil society organizations, not just in the work that we do with our CSO network, it's not just the work that we do with the small grant program, but it's recognizing, fully recognizing in everything that the GEF does, the role of non-state actors. If we do this by the end of the decade, we can make an enormous difference in the way future generations will live. I would like to conclude my introductory remarks showing you a few images. Let me begin with this simple image. This is me a couple of months ago And in my back, I got 3 refrigerators, freezers. You know, normally we got one in every of our homes. But this is the first time, and I was in the middle of the Sahel, central Senegal, in a village called Susan. But there is no energy. There is no refrigeration. There is no light. And the GEF came with a project based on climate adaptation, improving livelihood of people, and brought energy for the first time to this community. This was the first time that the kids of this community were able to eat ice cream in their lives, ice cream. This is the first time that the community had the possibility to have medicines and to plan in terms of their own development. We were able, through a GEF project, to work this and other 25 communities working on climate resilience. This is the front line of dry lands. This is the front line of the desert. In the Sahel, on an annual basis, the desert expands 4 kilometers per year. And these are the communities which are in the front line of climate change. The GEF, with this initiative, has brought solar energy, has brought new practices for cattle ranching, has brought agroforestry, has been investing in the water security. But one of the most important elements that I saw in this community is that we did most of the work through the women of this community. These are the people that works and operates the solar systems in the community. And by doing this, we were not only able to achieve our goals and aspirations in terms of climate adaptation, we were empowering the women through GEF investment. And these are some of the places that we visit. These are some cattle in Indonesia, and these are some cattle in Senegal. I grew up with cattle and coffee in the highlands of Costa Rica. I know a lot of things about cattle. And I was very struck by many things that I saw that we're doing. These cows in Indonesia, they don't have a purpose, or the owner of these cows, they don't have a purpose to milk them or to extract the meat out of them. They use the cow waste, the manure, for fertilizing the fields and for using them as a source of clean energy. So we are really having impact at the village level. Unfortunately, we're not having an impact at the landscape level. And this is the challenge that we're confronted with in GEF 8 and GEF 9. I feel confident that we are in the right track, in the right decisions. I'm super impressed by the wisdom and commitment of the countries and the technical abilities of our partnering GEF agencies. And just at the end of the day, these are the kids of Senegal, these are the kids of Ivory Coast, and these are the kids from Indonesia. There's hope. We are a source of hope to them. I would like to begin the GEF 8 as we finish this week and the GEF 7 period with a positive note and reinforcing our commitment to those kids of the planet. We are the ones who are called to step in and deliver. I thank you so much for your attention today. I will finalize by saying that during the last month, 2 months, I've been able to attend different COPs, Minamata COP, the BRS COP, the UNCCD COP. So I want to personally thank Rolf, Monica, Andrea, and Ibrahim for the great job that they have done in those COPs. It was clearly and evident to me that more integration is being asked by all parties. And I think that we, during the replenishment process, we were ahead of the curve in terms of our aspiration of more integration across the different conventions. And I welcome so much the very positive outcomes from Minamata and BRS. This extremely encourages because we need to address the planetary crisis in an integrated, comprehensive manner. With this, I finish here my introductory remarks. I want to welcome everybody once more, and let me pass the floor to my co-chair, Ambassador Fituri. Ambassador Fituri, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, for your generous and gracious introductory remarks. I hope that I'm able to do justice to your vote of confidence. But they say that for everything there is a season and a time for every activity under heaven, a time to plant and a time to harvest, a time to celebrate and a time of thanksgiving. And I believe the time for thanksgiving is now. Mr. Chair, Council members and alternates, executive secretaries of the conventions that GEF serve as the financial mechanism, representatives of agencies and the CSO network, secretariat staff, those with us in the room in person, and those joining us virtually. They say that if the heart bleeds, it bleeds because it fears the truth. And that is exactly how I feel now. It would be remiss of me if I don't place on record my sincere gratitude and that of my government to the vote of confidence of my Asia-Pacific constituency of 14 Pacific Island countries, plus Indonesia, Philippines, and Timor-Leste, without which I would not be co-chairing this council meeting. Thank you also to the 61st Council for endorsing me to serve in this role on behalf of our 32-member council. Truth be told, I only found out early this morning that Samoa had previously co-chaired the GEF Council on 2 separate occasions, 26 years ago in 1996 and 6 years later in 2002. Now, 2 decades later, in 2022, call it 3 times lucky, or things have come full circle for Samoa. But importantly, our Asia Pacific constituency through Fiji in 2014 and Federated States of Micronesia in 2017 also serve in this same co-chairmanship role, a rare honor and privilege for our Pacific region and our wider constituency. Mr. Chair and Council members, I know we have a long and complex agenda before us, hence the need to economize on our interventions. But unique opportunities like this are rare to come by, and when they do, we have to utilize them optimally. Towards that goal, I want to share aloud with you two personal reflections from the perspective of a very proud Pacific Islander whose region are stewards of the world's largest oceanic continent. We have just concluded an extremely successful GEF 8 replenishment process beyond our wildest dreams and expectations. For SIDS, it was the first time ever in the history of the replenishment process that they had a dedicated seat at the table as an observer. Thanks in no small measure to my co-chair, Carlos Manuel, for facilitating a SIDS virtual presence in the meeting rooms throughout the whole process. And it makes good sense. After all, isn't it the foot that wears the shoe that knows best whether the shoe fits or not? Not necessarily the salesperson or the shopkeeper or those who sometimes claim to speak on your behalf. Being in the room to hear firsthand the discussions and be able to contribute modestly from a SIDS perspective to the decision-making process and the search for durable and tailored solutions was not only priceless, but eye-opening, elevating, and empowering. Secondly, notwithstanding the unprecedented times the world had been exposed to and continues to face due to the COVID-19 pandemic, global geostrategic happenings, the ceaseless negative impacts of climate change and other pressing environmental problems, the abundance of genuine goodwill shown by the GEF donors who wanted to lead and not be led, countries who wanted to walk the talk and not talk the walk, countries who not only listened, but clearly heard and recognized the concerns of the group of vulnerable countries like small island developing states, and importantly, those who not only sympathize, but emphasize with our challenges, opportunities, and potential pathways for a sustainable future. All I can say with sincerity and humility is thank you, Fa'afetai Lava, and may God reward your countries abundantly. The GEF 8 replenishment is a matter of history now. It resulted in developed and developing countries alike jointly pledging record support to the GEF, where no contribution is inferior or subservient to another, no matter the amount, as everything in life is relative, and every financial resource pledged counts and is greatly valued and welcome. Now, Mr. Chair and CEO, that's in my book. It's a huge vote of confidence in GEF, the conventions it serves, its partners, and circle of donors, and all stakeholders alike in their collective work to address urgent global environmental issues facing our planet, with you at the helm of our GEF. Congratulations, therefore, is the order of the day. And thank you again, Chair, for giving me the floor. Fa'afetai tele lava, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Fituri. And before I close our first agenda item that has to do with the opening of the meeting, I forgot to share some good news, which is we got a new member to this partnership. The government of Qatar has formally indicated their commitment to be part of this GEF partnership. We will be informing on the details of this new member in this council meeting, but I just wanted to bring the good news that Qatar is a new member of the GEF partnership. Highly interested on climate adaptation issues. So I want to publicly recognize and congratulate the government of Qatar that formally joining us in this partnership. Thank you so much. With this, we go over to agenda item number 2, which is the adoption of the agenda of the council. I hereby ask my co-chair to lead in this agenda item. Ambassador Fituri, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Now that we have dispensed with the opening of the meeting, so let's move on to agenda item 2, the adoption of the agenda. Are there any comments and/or items to add under other business? The floor is open.
Yes, Ambassador Fituri. May I have the floor, please?
Yes, please.
Muchas gracias, embajador Fituri, por la palabra. Aprovecho la oportunidad para felicitarlo por su designación. Voy a empezar de nuevo, perdón. Muchas gracias, embajador Fituri, por la palabra. Aprovecho la oportunidad para felicitarlo por su designación y es un gusto volver a verlo. Muchas gracias, Carlos Manuel, por las palabras de bienvenida y muy buenos días a todos los colegas. En primer lugar, y en representación de la circunscripción Cono Sur, me gustaría acompañar las sentidas palabras pronunciadas por Carlos Manuel respecto del fallecimiento del señor Delfin Aichi y desde ya compartir y enviar nuestras sentidas condolencias a su familia. Asimismo, mandarle un gran saludo a nuestro querido William Ehlers y esperamos que se recupere pronto. Dicho esto, y respecto a este ítem de agenda, la circunscripción Cono Sur apoya la aprobación de la agenda para el 62 Consejo. Sin embargo, nos gustaría hacer las siguientes observaciones. En la primera versión de la agenda, circulada el 18 de abril de 2022, se había incluido para consideración del Consejo como asunto 7 los arreglos de implementación para la estrategia de involucramiento de los países, el cual fue suprimido en las agendas circuladas posteriormente, publicándose el documento GEF/6.62/INF11. La circunscripción Cono Sur agradece la elaboración de dicho documento, si bien observa que ha sido publicado con carácter informativo, no incluyéndose un proyecto de decisión para que sea considerado y aprobado por el Consejo. En cuanto al contenido del documento sobre los arreglos de implementación para la estrategia de involucramiento de los países y el capítulo pertinente a la estrategia de involucramiento de los países, en el documento sobre el resumen de las negociaciones del 8º periodo de reposición de fondos, la circunscripción Cono Sur nota las siguientes diferencias. En primer lugar, se ha modificado la denominación de los componentes de implementación. Mientras que en el documento resumen de las negociaciones del 8º proceso de reposición de fondos se enumeran los componentes 1. Upstream Technical Dialogues, 2. The Renew CSP y 3. Knowledge and Learning Strategy. En el documento informativo sobre los arreglos de implementación para la estrategia de involucramiento de los países, los componentes son modificados por 1. Upstream Programming Support, 2. Country Support Program, 3. Knowledge Exchange and Learning. 2. Asimismo, la circunscripción Cono Sur observa otras diferencias. La actividad Upstream Technical and National Dialogues, anunciada en el documento sobre el resumen de las negociaciones de la 8ª reposición de fondos, está ubicado bajo el componente 2, de Renew CSP, siendo reubicada en el documento informativo sobre los arreglos de implementación para la estrategia de involucramiento de los países bajo el componente 1, Upstream Programming Support. En tercer y último lugar, prometo terminar mi, mi declaración, la circunscripción Cono Sur nota que se incorporan en el documento informativo sobre los arreglos de implementación para la estrategia de involucramiento de los países, los Regional GEF 8 Rollout Workshops y la actividad Project Design Review and Support, que no están contempladas en el documento sobre la negociación de reposición del GEF 8. Por todo lo mencionado, la circunscripción Cono Sur solicita a la Secretaría que elabore un documento que se encuentre en línea con lo decidido en las negociaciones bajo el GEF 8 y que además incluya en dicho documento un proyecto de decisión para aprobar el presupuesto asignado a la estrategia de involucramiento de los países, identificándose cada actividad con un presupuesto específico para que sea considerado y aprobado en el 63 reunión de este Consejo. Esta solicitud se basa en el hecho de que la Secretaría debe proponer un proyecto de decisión al Consejo para que luego solicite al trustee la entrega de los fondos para ejecutar las actividades comprendidas bajo la estrategia de involucramiento a los países. Muchas gracias.
I'd like to thank the representative of the South and Cone constituency for that intervention. The Secretariat is faithfully taking note of the issues that were raised. And hopefully when we discuss other matters, we'll be able to raise this because we have quite a list of people who have asked for the floor. So I'll give the floor to Gabriela of Switzerland. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Futuri, co-chair. Good to see you up there together with Carlos Manuel. Interestingly, we have a similar point, so I guess it's about the country engagement strategy. And we also wanted to ask, there's a bunch of information documents that speak to very important strategic elements of the GEF, also the SGP 2.0 and the country engagement strategy and other documents. And we were wondering why they were passed through as information documents and not as particular agenda items, and what the expectation is of the council with regards to these documents, if we just silently approve them because they're an information document, or what exactly the status is of the information that's in these documents. Because we also have a point specifically to the country engagement strategy. You may recall from the GEF replenishment negotiations, we were quite critical of the GEF facilitators in specific regions. And we remember there was also from other members in the replenishment committee quite a strong criticism towards these. And we don't believe this is an operational decision. This is actually quite a strategic point to make. And therefore, we would not feel comfortable with kind of approving this as it is still in the document. And so we would have to see a conversation about this before, the understanding is that we approve the document as it is. And from what I understand from my colleague from Argentina, they have some other concerns in the document and also wouldn't feel comfortable with just passing it through. So a clarification on the status of the document would be very helpful. Thank you.
Observation noted, and we'll come back to that. So I give the floor now to Replicator of the USA, to be followed by Senat of Bosnia. USA, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador Futuri, and thank you to Carlos Manuel. It's very good to see all of you, although I must say this room is so large, I'm missing the Zoom screen in front of me, but it is very good to be with all of you today. I think I just wanted to say that under any other business, we would like to make a statement condemning Russia's unprovoked war on Ukraine, and I think we'll be joined by a few other council members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker, for that. So now is Senat of Bosnia, to be followed by Renato of Brazil. Senator, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador Futuri. Thank you, Carlos Manuel. I am representative of Central and East Europe countries in the GEF Council, and we had a meeting, constituency meeting a few days ago, discussing about the material. We have to adopt here in council meetings and in this 62nd council meeting. And also we get requests from Ukraine to address to this council meeting. And I propose in this agenda item 18, any other businesses, to have a statement of Ukraine regarding the war in Ukraine and environment. I think it could be worth that we discuss and agree with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senat. Your intervention is noted. And now I give the floor to Renato of Brazil, to be followed by Oda of Egypt. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Faturi. I would like just to begin congratulating you for your appointment as a co-chair, and also congratulate Carlos Manuel for this great introduction. And good morning, everyone. On behalf of my constituency, I would like to just support what has been said by our colleague from Argentina on the concern regarding the country engagement strategy. During GEF 8 negotiations, while we welcome the new CES, we have always requested a budgetary breakdown of the new components of CES, including what is being planned for the country support program, in order to define as soon as possible the GEF 8 portfolio at national level. So in this regard, we request the Secretariat to fully publish the assigned budget for each of the 3 implementation components of the CES. We also noticed that in previous version of the agenda, there was an item on the implementation of CES, but this item is no longer available under the new revised agenda, just as our colleague from Argentina said. For the sake of transparency, we would like to know the reason for this change. We understand that in order to CES to be fully operational, a decision from the Council should be made. And finally, as mentioned by our colleague from the constituents from Argentina, we also noticed that the information document on CES, which is the information document 11, presents divergent information on the components of this strategy compared to the document that was approved on the GEF 8. So we would like to ask clarification on this. Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Renato, for that. Give the floor to Oda of Egypt, to be followed by Julio of Angola. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Ambassador Fertini, for giving me the floor. There is only one issue that I would like to highlight today. It's concerning the global project. I kindly ask, if possible, to take this opportunity to highlight that it's important to notify the country's operational focal points about those projects, especially those projects are not requested to have an endorsement. By the end of the day, we are requested either in the midterm review or the closure of the project to give statements. And at the same time, as countries, it's on us as countries that we are having those projects implemented. So we would like to have this opportunity to ask the importance of the agency before the implementation, to inform the operational focal point and to put them aligned. Thank you.
Thank you, Hoda. I give the floor to Julio of Angola, to be followed by Jian Wei of China. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Carlos Rodriguez and the co-chair. I would like to congratulate in presence Carlos Rodriguez for his election and for the guidance that Carlos Rodriguez and his team of GEF Secretariat has been giving us through the virtual meeting during the COVID time. And also would like to congratulate the hard work that has been done by the programs, country support programs that had helped a lot the country at the national level to keep the speed up of the project implementations. And for the agenda, I would like to support the suggestions that my colleagues already done, and to say that my constituency supports the agenda items with all the contribution that has been done by my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Julio. So I give the floor to Xian Wei of China. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador, and congratulations on your appointment. And I will be very quick. First, we can go along with the proposals and comments made by our Argentina colleagues, and in line with the consensus we reached during the negotiation of GEF 8. And the other point is that I like to remind that this is GEF is not a political forum, so our discussion should follow strictly our mandate, our rules and procedures, and just avoid any, disruptions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Xian Wei, for those comments. I don't see anyone asking for the floor. I think there has been a lot of observations. There are also been some issues and suggestions. So it is not the intention of the co-chair to have an elaborate discussion on the issue. We will consider this when we come to the other business agenda item. But in the meantime, there were some observations made. So I'll give the floor to Gustavo, and so that they can respond to some of those, especially those that have to do with observations and things like that.
Thank you, Ambassador. I hope you can hear me well from what I said here. Yes, so just very briefly, the clarification about the two information documents on SGP 2.0 and country engagement strategy. The entire objective behind posting these as information documents was that the Secretariat didn't feel that we had enough time and all the elements in our hand to put before you a fully developed and fully fledged decision paper that contain all the elements. And we didn't want not to say anything about these documents because they were very important, a very important part of the replenishment. However, we would like your indulgence to allow us to continue to work on these papers, and our intention at this point in time is to present in the December council meeting, the November or December, now we don't know exactly where it will fall, but the next council meeting decision papers that will detail operational issues regarding both items, and hopefully we have more material to discuss at that point. But we didn't want to be mute about it because work is underway, but it's not ready yet.
Well, thank you for that clarification. I guess it's important for us to adopt a revised agenda. So given that I think there were issues that were raised, so I wonder if I can ask the Secretariat in terms of other business, how will these items be considered? Because we need to approve a full revised agenda. So
Yes, Mr. Chair, we were able to take note of those countries who ask for an intervention in the agenda item other businesses, and we will be addressing the different issues that were brought by other council members with regards to the documents that were presented for information. I want to underline what Gustavo just mentioned. These are very, very important decisions that came out of the replenishment process. And even though we've been working around the clock on all of them, there was not enough time to be able to present a decision document for council. Just let me give you an example of SGP 2.0. We just had 2 or 3 conversations with UNDP, who is the implementing agency on this, and we need further discussions and further analysis on how the SGP 2.0 operational should look like. We were able to work a lot on the new governance structure, on the guidelines that we need to have in terms of the many different components. And nevertheless, that was not enough time, and we need to do further consultation, not just with UNDP, but also with some very major stakeholders at the country level. So we wanted to brief you through these information documents on where we are in terms of all the many different fronts. And in December, we will be able to finalize the whole process. And just Renato, we're working very much on being able to provide the specific details on how the budget will look in terms of the CSP and the CES in the overall objectives that we're taking under the replenishment process. This week, we will be presenting the GEF corporate budget, but it doesn't include these specific details that you asked for. We will be providing the final proposal in December, but in the meantime, we can be able to share any information as we continue working and elaborating the formal documents that are needed for a council decision. So 2 points, we want to keep council very well informed about the different processes with regards to these very important topics that came out of the replenishment. We're not ready to present them as a decision for council. These are very complex matters. But as I said, we will be presenting them through in the next council meeting. Of course, any council member that is interested to be updated on a weekly, monthly basis, if there's any council member who's interested to have conversations and working sessions with us, we'll be, as always, very open for those discussions. So we will address one way or another some of these issues throughout the week. And yes, Mr. Co-Chair, we took note of those council members that would like to address the floor when we get to the agenda item related to other businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for that clarification. So based on that explanation, can I invite the council to adopt the agenda for the meeting as presented in document GEF/C.62/01/Rev03? I see no objection. The agenda is adopted. Our next agenda item is agenda item 3, summary of negotiations of the 8th replenishment of the GEF Trust Fund. I will now yield the floor to my co-chair, who will be chairing this particular session of our discussion.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Fituri. And as you mentioned, we got our agenda item number 3, summary of the negotiation of the 8th replenishment of the GEF Trust Fund. I will open this agenda item by asking our dear friend Aki, co-chair of the replenishment and vice president for development finance at the World Bank, to send us a message. Unfortunately, Aki is not here at the country, will not be able to join us in person, but he sent us a video message. So please put the video.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the council members and participants in the 62nd GEF Council meeting. As I'm on mission in the East Asia region, I'm unable to attend and see you in person in Washington, D.C. this time. Let me start by congratulating the GEF community on historic GEF 8 replenishment with a record-breaking envelope of $5.33 billion. This represents an increase of 31% compared with the previous replenishment. Please note that the final replenishment envelope is higher than the previously announced envelope of $5.25 billion at the conclusion of the pledging session in April. I would like to express my sincere thanks to contributing participants who communicated further increases in their GEF 8 pledges after the pledging session. Despite several unprecedented challenges and constraints posed by the COVID-19 pandemic, ongoing geopolitical conflicts, and the ensuing global food crisis, this highly successful replenishment is reflective of the strong collective commitment of all participants towards achieving the GEF's ambitious environmental goals. These goals are critical to the future of our planet. I truly thank each one of you for your unwavering support throughout the negotiations and your firm belief in GEF's ability to accomplish its mandate. My special appreciation goes to Carlos Manuel and his team for the great collaboration, professionalism, and commitment throughout the replenishment process. The seamless collaboration with participants in the spirit of multilateralism directly led to this remarkable result, as detailed in the summary of negotiations of the 8th replenishment of the GEF Trust Fund. We encourage all contributing participants to work closely with the trustee and formalize your pledges in a timely manner so that GEF 8 becomes effective as soon as possible. Thank you once again for the tremendous support for a robust and historic GEF 8 replenishment. I look forward to meeting you in person next time. Stay safe and healthy.
Thank you so much, Aki, to you and to your team. And also, I would like to extend this gratitude to the Praveen and the whole trustee team that were able to help us throughout the whole process. Thank you to both. With this, I would like to invite Gustavo Fonseca and then Francois Claude from the GEF Secretariat to introduce a document, GEF/C62/03 summary of the negotiations of the 8th replenishment of the GEF Trust Fund. Gustavo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Carlos Manuel. It's my pleasure to introduce the summary note of the replenishment package under agenda item number 3. First, the replenishment process. At the December 2020 meeting, the GEF Council requested the trustee of the GEF, in cooperation with the GEF CEO, to initiate discussions on the 8th replenishment of resources of the GEF Trust Fund to fund activities during the 4-year period from July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2026. Since then, 5 virtual replenishment meetings have been held. First meeting took place in April of 2021, the second in September of 2021, the third in February of 2022. We also added an interim meeting in March of 2022 and a fourth and final meeting in April of 2022. The summary of the negotiations documents highlights to the main items that were considered to be important during the replenishment negotiations. And the replenishment package includes the GEF 8 programming directions and the resource allocation table under Annex 1. It also has the GEF 8 policy recommendation under Annex 2 and the draft replenishment resolution under Annex 3. More details from the specific replenishment meetings can be found in the co-chair's summaries of the respective replenishment meetings. On the GEF 8 programming directions, the proposed document outlines GEF operations and activities to cover 4 years from FY 23 to FY 26. The document describes the priorities and approaches for enhancing the GEF's value for money through its 5 focal area strategies and other programming areas. The approach of integrated programming will be further harnessed as a means to scale up investments for global environmental benefits during the GEF 8 period and beyond, and will be supported through 11 integrated programs. Integrated programs also offer a rich set of entry points for governments to match critical environmental conservation and restoration objectives with urgently needed economic activity to stimulate economic recovery post COVID-19, as described in the section on delivery pathways of integrated programs to blue and green recovery. Throughout the replenishment process, participants have emphasized the importance of the GEF in helping to catalyze private sector action and financing. Building on the successful two past replenishments, meaning GEF 6 and GEF 7, regarding blended finance investments, GEF 8 further expanded the dedicated non-grant instruments window to help unlock private sector finance for the environment. In addition, the approval of the private sector engagement strategy will create additional opportunities for greater and more focused involvement of private actors in GEF-funded projects and programs. The program directions present a strengthened strategy for the small grants program, the SGP 2.0, which has been welcomed by the participants. The country engagement strategy has also been expanded and includes a more robust country support program. Finally, a new dedicated window on innovation has been introduced as part of the final scenario, financial scenario, to keep the GEF at the leading edge of innovation and to become much better prepared to continue to be a trailblazer in identifying solutions for the global environment. The replenishment package also contains the GEF 8 resource allocation table. As you recall, during the replenishment negotiations and resource allocation, replenishment participants have reiterated support for an ambitious and robust replenishment. Significant efforts were made to achieve the highest possible GEF 8 replenishment level, despite challenging national circumstances. The financial framework for the GEF 8, which has been agreed during the course of the replenishment meetings, has resulted in a replenishment level for programming to the amount of $5.33 billion US, or SDR 3771.21 million. This corresponds to a 31 increase in funding from the GEF 7 replenishment period. The indicative distribution of resources among the GEF focal areas, among corporate programs and other activities, is set out to ensure a sufficient share of resources to each of the 5 focal areas embraced by the GEF. As a result, and based on discussions with participants, the biodiversity focal area will be receiving 36% of the total nominal funding under focal areas. Climate change, we receive 16%, land degradation close to 12%, chemicals and waste 15%, and international waters nearly 11%. The global programs are receiving further support in GEF 8 with significant increases in the absolute amount of funding for the non-grant instrument, the small grants program, and the country engagement support compared to GEF 7 levels. The resource allocation table is attached in Annex 2 of the programming directions in the summary of negotiations. The summary of negotiations finally also acknowledge OPS 7 prepared by the Independent Evaluation Office, which has provided an important context for the discussions. Throughout the replenishment process, participants have noted its finding and recommendations to the GEF, and the IEO continues to play an important role as a financial mechanism of important environmental conventions. Early findings of OPS 7 suggest that impact programs and integrated programs are relevant in addressing drivers of environmental degradation, with clear improvements in the design between GEF 6 and GEF 7. With this, I'm going to turn over to my colleague, Francois Clot, for the remainder of this presentation.
Thank you very much, Gustavo, and good morning to all of you. In addition to a set of programming and financing decisions, the GEF 8 replenishment participant deliberated on policy recommendations. These are included in the replenishment document presented to Council. The objective of these policy actions during GEF 8 is to facilitate the implementation of the replenishment by agency, the Secretariat, and Council, and particularly achievements of the overall objectives set out by participants. the policy recommendation build on the agenda of GEF7 and go further in a few key areas, particularly with respect to STAR, to concentration, to result management, and an agenda for future work leading to GEF9. There was also an overarching interest in extending the GEF work on streamlining and efficiency and on collaboration and alignment with other funds. A more detailed document entitled Policy Directions contains more background and analysis that help to inform the negotiations and the ultimate recommendations contained in the replenishment summary documents. This document is posted on the GEF8 replenishment website. There is an ambitious work plan agreed and pending over the first half of the GEF8 period. Let me briefly highlight some of the key areas of importance and the negotiated outcomes. So first, the GEF8 policy recommendation include measures intending to foster an appropriate balance in the share of GEF resources implemented by different GEF agencies to avoid excessive concentration. Second, there is further refining of results measurement and portfolio management approaches. Third, there's a continued commitment to enhancing the sustainability and inclusiveness of GEF programming. Fourth, there are updates to the country allocation methodology of STAR. Fifth, there are recommendations which also mandate cross-cutting efforts to streamline and to implement further efficiency measures throughout GEF operation, as well as a continued focus on implementation of the policy upgrades introduced in GEF7. So first on STAR, and I'll go a bit quickly because the next session looks at the proposed STAR policy. The changes are as agreed. First, there's a decision to move to full flexibility, meaning that countries can move allocated funding from one focal area to another. Second, after extensive discussions among recipient and non-recipient contributors on the question of vulnerability, it was decided that a new index would not be added, but that the Secretariat would be requested to continue work on this concept for consideration in GEF9 and beyond. The minimum amount of floors for seeds and LDCs has been increased to USD 8 million, providing a significant boost in allocation for many of these countries. Third, and as a consequence of not adding a vulnerability index, the GDP index was retained in the model and its weight increased. Lastly, there is now a competitive window that applies to a portion of the STAR allocation available to the 5 largest STAR recipient countries. Activities to be funded would be country-driven, would reflect the national policy landscape while focusing on increased policy coherence and align with other national GEF programming. Another subject discussed and agreed concerns the different roles of agency and the concentration of GEF funding among a relatively small number of agencies. To address this, participants have recommended a series of measures to be undertaken by the Secretariat. There was broad agreement not to recommend binding hard caps or limits for agencies. Yet the participants want the Secretariat to monitor and report on the achievement of an aspirational target for the regional multilateral development banks and IFAD, as well as an aspirational ceiling for any one agencies to engage in GEF. These amounts are respectively 10% and 30%. The Secretariat will track and report on these figures and numbers so that further actions may be considered by Council should they be needed. This would be accompanied by other measures that provide more information to countries, empower OFPs further, streamline, reduce cost, and improve access to funding. Finally, the Secretariat has been asked to continue to report on these measures and to undertake analysis on further ones, including reviewing the optimal numbers of agencies. On results, the 11 integrated core indicators set out in GEF7 will continue to be used. with expanded use of the Rio markers in biodiversity and in land degradation. Further options are also to be developed by end 2023 on reflecting human and socioeconomic well-being, as well as climate change adaptation co-benefits better into our framework. Participants requested the Secretariat to report in the GEF annual monitoring report on results achieved in cross-cutting areas, including on private sector engagement. Finally, further analysis on inclusion and work on promoting sustainability of GEF investment has been requested, along with measures to strengthen integrated programming and maximize its results. This research agenda also includes areas such as private capital flows and options for non-concessional support, areas that will require careful analysis and consideration, and underscore that the policy agenda for the next few years leading to GEF 9 will continue to be both ambitious and exciting. So we look forward to supporting Council in the implementation of this agenda that will require active engagement across the whole partnership. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Gustavo and Francois, for your introductions to the document. Before I formally open the floor for the intervention, comments, and questions from council members, I know that Denmark and Norway would like to address the floor. So, Emil, please, the floor is yours. No, so.
Okay, now it's working. Okay, thank you very much, Carlos Manuel and the Secretariat for allowing us to announce our contributions. On behalf of our constituency, I'm pleased to announce that Norway will be contributing with 780 million Norwegian kroners, which is equivalent to $89 million US. And this is an increase of 50% from the GEF 7 level in Norwegian kroners. And on behalf of Denmark, I'm also very pleased to announce that we will be contributing with 800 million Danish kroners, which is equivalent to $125 million US. And this is almost an 80% increase from our GEF 7 level in Danish kroners. So thank you very much to the Secretariat, to the trustees, and all the participants for this historical outcome in the GEF 8 replenishment.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Emil, to you and to Laura for the great effort and support in having these record-setting GEF 8 replenishment. Thanks to both. So with this, I would like to open the floor for any interventions of any council member with regards to this agenda item. Canada, please, you got the floor.
I just wanted to take the floor to say thank you, Carlos Manuel and everybody else, for this, as you call it, historic process and historic replenishment. So that's point one. And as Ambassador Futuri said, the voice of SIDS was at the table every step of the way. That is really, really something that is good. And Gabriela reminded me a few months ago, maybe for GEF 9, the voice of LDCs could also be at the table. And so all I can say is that thank you so much for one of the most historic and effective processes I've ever been involved in over the course of 20 years. And I hope that it is a strong foundation upon which we can build for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom, for your kind words and for your support and leadership throughout the whole process. I think we got We got Spain. Ramon, please.
Thank you very much. Let me first of all express my appreciation to the Secretariat and the trustee for leading the negotiations of this aid replacement. Spain would like to congratulate everybody in the GEF partnership for the way in which the replacement process has been carried out, the time frame, the useful briefing sessions, and the constructive iteration between all actors involved. We appreciate the Secretariat's effort to generate several scenarios with successive iterations to accommodate different demands. In addition, we are grateful for the valuable insights of the Independent Evaluation Office conducting the 7th overall performance study of the GEF. I am pleased to inform you that Spain's commitment is firm as it has already been approved by the Council of Ministers. Thereby, Spain recovers its ambition and supplies the contribution made at GEF 7. I'm also happy to inform you that Ireland's commitment, reflecting a significant increase from previous replacement periods, have been approved by government. We commend the increase in resources supporting the new global biodiversity framework to guide action up to 2030, while increasing climate-related funding, as well as the alignment of the replenishment with the priorities set by the different multilateral environmental agreements, fostering transparency, enabling activities and capacity building. We welcome the full flexibility of countries to allocate their resources to different focal areas and the push for national strategies that reflect the sensibilities of several ministerial departments in the recipient countries, as well as the effort to address the problem of concentration by setting aspirational thresholds for the participation of different agencies. Spain appreciates the broadening of the integrated programs because we think it's the way to solve environmental challenges in a more comprehensive manner, working with multi-stakeholder platforms and maximizing private sector engagement. We have high expectation for the outcome of the new IPs, especially we'd like to mention the renamed Net Zero Nature Positive program, which emphasizes the synergies between climate equality and biodiversity and reinforces the need for holistic and integrated approaches. We support the concept Build Back Greener. And finally, we are hopeful that the new GEF period starting July 2022 and the recovery from the current pandemic represent an opportunity to build long-term resilience. We strongly believe that the future of the GEFs, supported by the knowledge management and learning strategy to be presented to the Council in December, represents a great opportunity to strengthen environmental governance, support initiatives with scaling up potential, and achieve large-scale transformation. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, España, y muchas gracias a vos, Ramón, y a Marta por todo el apoyo que hemos recibido. Now, please let me give the floor to Brazil, followed by China. Renato, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. On behalf of the constituency of Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador, I would like to make some comments on some key aspects that characterize GEF 8 negotiations. First, on the STAR formula, we have been able to negotiate until last minute options to make STAR more impactful and effective to recipient countries and to Latin American countries in particular. We thank all parties for reaching an agreeable STAR formula, which refrain from severely punishing some developing countries as well as mega diverse countries in GEF 8. In this regard, we commend the maintenance of the GDP per capita as one of the components of the STAR formula, replacing the so-called vulnerability index as was originally proposed. We also understand that GDP index is better positioned to fully capture the significant consequences that COVID-19 pandemic has brought to all developing countries, particularly Latin American countries. Second, on vulnerability, we continue to be not supportive of any measure that introduce new categories of countries or provide for differentiations or graduation among developing countries for accessing financial resources or financial terms in GEF. We do not favor any initiative that intends to define vulnerability or vulnerable countries here, a definition that does not exist under any of the environmental agreements that GEF acts as a financial mechanism. This has been our main concern during GEF 8 negotiation, and I believe this concern is shared by other recipient constituencies here. Third, as we celebrate the record volume of resources achieved by this replenishment, we recall that we would like to have seen in this regard a more pronounced increase in climate change focal area, and not merely the maintenance of current GEF7 resources level. Countries from my constituency still depend on GEF for numerous climate change transparency projects, including the preparation of national communication, BUR, and BTRs. We believe GEF should continue to play a pivotal role on the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement. And finally, we understand that the integrated programs shall be in full articulations with objectives of the conventions, as well as the star and non-star focal areas. We also reiterate the importance of GEF8 decision to establish a 3-to-1 ratio of star to matching incentives, regardless of recipient countries involved and each country's allocated star resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Renato. The floor is China, followed by Switzerland.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, I'd like to welcome and congratulate our Norway colleagues for her commitment to this GEF8. And I think it really adds up to our very successful replenishment in history, which is a great achievement by all the members. We think it really reflects a strong commitment and determination to protect our planet and our shared future. We also commend you, Mr. Chair, and the Secretariat colleagues for the excellent work in supporting the replenishment. We expect the escalated GEF resource, with its updated policy framework, could support and catalyze more actions in the recipient countries for greater global environmental benefits. And as you said, to build back better. In this regard, we can endorse the summary of the negotiation and with a few points. First, we expect the resource of GEF8 could be better managed and fully utilized. So in this regard, a robust pipeline consisting of innovative projects with high environmental impact will be key. We will call on the Secretariat and the implementing agencies to take action early and get an early engagement with the recipient countries in terms of project design and preparation. So we will appreciate the Secretariat to provide more information on the forward-looking manner of the pipeline of GEF8. And second, we think partnership is also crucial to fulfill our mandate at this challenging context. So we encourage the GEF to further strengthen its collaboration with all partners, including the MDBs, GCF, and Kunming Biodiversity Fund. We need to align our strategic actions, create more synergy, and complement each other in our operations. So we also expect GEF to further contribute to the second phase of COP15 on biodiversity and play a key role in supporting the post-2020 biodiversity framework. And lastly, China will continue to cooperate with all parties and members to achieve the harmony of people and nature. I'll stop here. Thank you, and back to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sand. Now I will give the floor to Switzerland, followed by Cote d'Ivoire. Gabriela, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Carlos. Well, first, we would like to thank the Secretariat and the trustee for the preparation of the documents and congratulate the teams from the GEF Secretariat and the trustee on the successful conclusion of this 8th replenishment of the GEF. A lot of very hard work has gone into this replenishment, and the fact that it was conducted virtually added to its complexity. We would like to thank you and all contributors for the collaborative spirit throughout the replenishment process. With an overall volume of $5.33 billion, this replenishment is the largest in size and the most ambitious with regards to foreseen impacts since the inauguration of the GEF, and we welcome and endorse this replenishment package with great appreciation. We further welcome the increased programming for results and the enhanced integration between the various focal areas, while ensuring that the GEF continues to stay true to its mandate as institution entrusted with the operationalization of the financial mechanism for the various MEAs. The package is ambitious, and the implementation of the several policy recommendations and the programming directions will keep us, the secretariats and the agencies, the various actors in the recipient countries, and all other stakeholders within the GEF family very busy over the next years. And we look forward to work with all of you. Let's make GEF 8 happen.
Thank you so much, Gabriela. Côte d'Ivoire, followed by Nicaragua.
Okay. Merci, Président. Je voudrais féliciter l'ambassadeur Fituri pour son élection en tant que coprésident. Je voudrais également féliciter le secrétariat du FEM pour l'élaboration de cet important document sur les négociations. J'ai parcouru le document et été en ma qualité de point focal opérationnel, ravi de voir enfin que le FEM va enfin apporter une aide pour le renforcement des capacités directement des points focaux du FEM. J'apprécie également l'aide pour la reconstitution des bases de données, surtout dans nos pays où très souvent il y a des changements continuels au niveau du poste ministériel, ce qui généralement conduit au changement des points focaux opérationnels désignés. Notre modèle de création de la structure autonome qui s'occupe uniquement du FEM, je parle de la Côte d'Ivoire, nous a permis d'être plus stable, et cela au bénéfice de notre pays et de la sous-région. Concernant le nouveau programme du FEM, nous approuvons l'intervention de l'économie circulaire dans la gestion des déchets plastiques qui constitue un mal important dans la destruction de l'environnement dans nos pays. Nous remercions sincèrement le FEM qui va rendre flexible toutes les ressources STAR, ce qui nous permettra de faire face à nos priorités majeures. Venant à la COP 15 sur la dégradation des sols qui a eu lieu récemment en Côte d'Ivoire, nous sollicitons de la part des membres du Conseil un support pour le programme relatif à la dégradation des sols qui est né d'Abidjan, appelé Abidjan Legacy Programme ou l'initiative d'Abidjan, qui est un programme qui partira d'Abidjan mais qui devrait s'étendre sur les autres pays du monde. Concernant la reconstitution des ressources, comme vous le savez, la Côte d'Ivoire et le Nigeria présents sont des pays donateurs au FEM en Afrique de l'Ouest. Cependant, nous avons été souvent confrontés à des situations d'arrêt de paiement de nos contributions à cause des instabilités politiques. Nous voudrions solliciter ici, auprès de vous, la considération de nos arriérés par le système d'échange d'aide nature. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention.
Thank you so much, Côte d'Ivoire. So we got Nicaragua and Mexico. Is that correct, Vanessa?
Sí, así mismo.
So,
Bueno, buenos días, señor presidente, copresidente. Los felicito por su nombramiento. Miembros del Consejo y demás colegas presentes de manera virtual y presencial. Mi nombre es Vanessa Molina de Nicaragua. Tomo la palabra en representación de la circunscripción de México, Guatemala, Honduras, Salvador, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Panamá y Venezuela. Mi colega Laura Aguirre de México no pudo asistir presencialmente, pero en esta ocasión, en su representación estará la colega Noemí Rodríguez, que es punto focal operativo en México y quien participó durante las negociaciones de la 8ª reposición. Agradecer primeramente por el resumen de las negociaciones de la 8ª reposición del fondo y solo enfatizar en algunos temas. así como también reforzar las consideraciones que presentó Brasil en relación a participar activamente en las negociaciones de los futuros replacement y no diferenciar entre países en desarrollo, además de garantizar la equidad y flexibilidad de los fondos de STAR para estos países. Pero para más detalle me gustaría cederle la palabra a mi colega Noemí Rodríguez, quien está presente de manera virtual.
Mucho gusto, Vanessa. Adelante, Noemi. Un gusto de tenerte.
Muchas gracias, Vanessa, y un gusto poder acompañarlos a todos el día de hoy. Bueno, también sumarnos desde nuestra circunscripción, como ya se mencionó, constituida por Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, México, Nicaragua, Panamá y Venezuela, en aplaudir los grandes esfuerzos del GEF y de todos los países en las históricas negociaciones de esta octava reposición. Y en particular, en esta ocasión, agradecer también el reporte presentado que resume dichas negociaciones. Estamos seguros de que el trabajo realizado y el consenso de los diferentes países, de la mano con el secretariado, garantizará una asignación justa, equitativa y lo más importante, y como ya lo mencionó Brasil y Nicaragua, sin distinción entre los países en desarrollo, que sin duda avanza de la mano con los mecanismos internacionales a los que sirve el GEF. En cuanto a los cambios establecidos, al igual que España, celebramos la flexibilidad total en el uso de recursos STAR, en tanto que nos permitirá a los diferentes países tener impactos mucho más significativos, así como una asignación de recursos mucho más eficiente. No obstante, es importante garantizar también un seguimiento y asegurar la distribución de los recursos a través de todas las áreas focales. Asimismo, estaremos dando seguimiento a la operación de los programas integrados, la ventanilla competitiva y demás cambios que tendrán un impacto en nuestras carteras de proyectos futuros. En cuanto a la ventanilla competitiva, mucho agradeceremos que se pueda compartir a la brevedad los lineamientos. En tanto que al tratarse de un nuevo mecanismo, los diferentes países nos beneficiaremos de contar con todos los detalles con el fin de preparar con tiempo nuestras propuestas a consideración de todos. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Noemi. Un gusto de verte y gracias por tu intervención y muchas gracias, Vanessa, a nombre de la circunscripción de Mesoamérica, México y Venezuela. And now we'll give the floor to St. Kitts and Nevis, Laverne, followed by Argentina. Laverne, the floor is yours.
Good day, colleagues. We do wish we were with you in person, myself and my alternate, Samantha Justin, but things don't always go as planned, particularly in this new environment in which we are working. We would also like to extend our condolences to, in regards to our colleague from Benin, to his family, his friends, and to his government. The Caribbean constituency uses this opportunity to extend its profound gratitude to our esteemed chairperson and CEO, Carlos Manuel, for his advocacy and commitment in having the large ocean states position represented during the GEF 8 negotiation process. And we also would like to recognize the strong support provided by our co-chair for this council session, Ambassador Faturi, who joined us as part of the advisory team. We agree fully with the chair that what is viewed by some as small in the greater environment in regards to financing for environmental matters are indeed powerful and impactful. We would also like to thank all the donors and others that continue to recognize and appreciate the inherent vulnerabilities faced by large ocean states and have expressed their commitment to assist. As we are aware, these vulnerabilities can serve to exacerbate environmental degradation, undermining the achievements and progress towards achieving global environmental benefits in the smallest members of the GEF family. We also want to again recognize and thank Ms. Caroline Eugene, our large ocean states negotiator. Caroline accepted this huge responsibility without hesitation and showed why she was an effective advocate in her previous roles as an operational and political focal point and a senior officer in the area of sustainable development in St. Lucia. Those of us who form part of her support team felt privileged to have such knowledgeable leadership and representation throughout the process. The Caribbean constituency is also proud that the first large ocean state negotiator came from our constituency and provided representation that encompassed the concerns of all large ocean states, regardless of region. The constituency will continue to actively engage on the issues that are pertinent to our region and to utilize the increased resources and opportunities provided by the GEF to continue to build environmental and by extension, socioeconomic resilience as we continue to face prevailing and emerging challenges, which include COVID-19 and the most recent emergence of the poorly named monkeypox. It is ironic or symbolic that the co-chair mentioned the importance that emanates from the heart. The scripture reading that I read for the day, Proverbs 4, verse 23 says, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." Simply, all things flow not from what we call the mind, but from our hearts. Be assured that the heart of the large ocean states of the Caribbean region remain clearly and profoundly with the GEF and its objectives and to achieve its goals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laverne. Now I will give the floor to Argentina, followed by France. María Antonella, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, Carlos Manuel, por la palabra. En primer lugar, me gustaría agradecer a la Secretaría y al Trustee por la elaboración de este documento que resume claramente los debates mantenidos bajo el GEF 8 y asimismo me gustaría agradecer que en estas negociaciones bajo el GEF 8 se invitó a varios países receptores bajo la figura de asesores a participar de este proceso, así que muchas gracias Carlos Manuel por esta invitación que en su momento fue compartida a todos nosotros. Dicho esto, y en representación de la perdón, en representación de la circunscripción Cono Sur, en primer lugar me gustaría indicar que apoya la aprobación del proyecto de decisión bajo este asunto, celebra los resultados del GEF 8 y agradece a los donantes por sus contribuciones, lo cual ha permitido aumentar la ambición para el próximo ciclo que comenzará el 1 de julio de 2022. En tercer lugar, acoge con beneplácito el mantenimiento del sistema de asignación transparentes de recursos y que se haya establecido como principio la total flexibilidad de traspaso de fondo entre áreas focales, lo cual contribuye a la apropiación de los países y a una adecuada preparación e implementación de los proyectos y programas para el logro de beneficios ambientales globales. En cuarto lugar, la circunscripción Cono Sur considera primordial que durante el GEF 8, mediante acciones, proyectos y programas, el GEF siga trabajando y colaborando estrechamente con los pueblos indígenas, las comunidades locales, los y las jóvenes y las mujeres. Es por ello que la circunscripción Cono Sur celebra el mantenimiento y el fortalecimiento del programa Pequeñas Donaciones, que apoya iniciativas comunitarias. En quinto lugar, también nos alegramos por el refuerzo del programa de apoyo a los países, ahora denominado Estrategia de Apoyo a los Países, iniciativa que para países receptores de financiamiento es fundamental para apoyar y fortalecernos, particularmente a los puntos focales para implementar proyectos y programas para lograr beneficios ambientales globales. En particular, la circunscripción Cono Sur considera fundamental que los países receptores cuenten con financiamiento para desarrollar actividades para fomentar la creación de capacidades a fin de gestionar de una manera más eficiente los recursos provistos por el GEF, así como desarrollar un diálogo más fuerte, coordinado e inclusivo con todos los miembros que integran la alianza del GEF. Especialmente la circunscripción Cono Sur agradece el mantenimiento de la fórmula STAR en los términos acordados bajo el GEF 8, lo cual incorpora elementos de vulnerabilidad como el peso del PBI per cápita y los pisos de asignación por área focal, que históricamente se han ajustado para abordar las deficiencias y brindar un mayor impacto. En este sentido, la circunscripción Cono Sur entiende que el índice del PBI está mejor posicionado para capturar integralmente las consecuencias de la pandemia del COVID-19 que ha azotado a los países en desarrollo en general, pero principalmente a la región de América Latina. En línea con ello, la circunscripción Cono Sur considera que el GEF deberá continuar tratando a todos los países en desarrollo por igual y en este sentido no debe introducir nuevas categorías de países ni prever ninguna diferenciación o graduación entre los países en desarrollo para acceder a sus recursos financieros. Conceptos como países de bajos, medios y altos ingresos o países vulnerables no forman parte de ningún acuerdo multilateral sobre el medio ambiente por el cual el GEF actúa como mecanismo financiero. Las únicas diferenciaciones previstas en este tipo de acuerdos son países desarrollados y en desarrollo sin diferencia a sus ingresos o su vulnerabilidad. Por ello, y en línea con lo mencionado por la colega de Nicaragua, México y la circunscripción integrada por Brasil, Colombia y Ecuador, no apoyamos ninguna propuesta que busque definir la vulnerabilidad o países vulnerables, una definición que no existe bajo ningún acuerdo ambiental en los cuales el GEF actúa como mecanismo financiero. Como señalan los colegas, esta ha sido una preocupación durante las negociaciones del GEF 8 y principalmente una preocupación compartida por varios países receptores de financiamiento. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, María Antonella. Now I give the floor to France, followed by the CSO network. Alain, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, Carlos Manuel. Nous souhaiterions féliciter très chaleureusement le FEM, toutes les équipes du secrétariat, le bureau de l'évaluation indépendante, le trustee, pour cette reconstitution très réussie qui a permis de dépasser la barre des 5 milliards pour la première fois. Nous avons aussi beaucoup apprécié les efforts qui ont été faits pour pouvoir pousser les priorités qui étaient importantes pour la France, et notamment les priorités géographiques, pour se focaliser davantage sur les pays les plus vulnérables, des priorités en termes de renforcement de l'action sur la biodiversité et aussi les priorités en termes d'avancée sur la question de la concentration des agences, avec notamment un renforcement de la place des banques multilatérales de développement. Nous suivrons évidemment avec beaucoup d'intérêt et d'attention la mise en œuvre de ce programme et nous suivrons également la poursuite des travaux engagés sur l'indice de vulnérabilité dans le cadre du FEM 9. Enfin, je voudrais juste finir par une note logistique. Comme vous le savez, plusieurs réunions ont lieu en parallèle cette semaine. Et du coup, Clémence Bourset représentera la France au conseil du GEF, Stéphanie n'ayant malheureusement pas pu nous rejoindre. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, Alan. And now I give the floor to the SANO CSO network, followed by Colleen Solomon Islands. Sano, you got the floor. Okay, just We'll come back to you, Sanu, in a second as we've fixed the microphone on your side. So let me go to the Solomon Islands, followed by the CSO network. Colleen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Let me begin by joining others in congratulating the two co-chairs in managing our meeting so far. Certainly, I would like to, on behalf of our, as an alternative council member, would like to align myself with what have been already been said by co-chair Ambassador Fituri. Co-chairs, I think the comments I just want to say is just not only to thank the Secretariat for the paper, which more or less binds us together. We would like to take this opportunity really to acknowledge the goodwill of our partners in putting money and in trying to heal the health of our planet. And I thank all partners and would like to acknowledge the recent announcement by Norway and Denmark. We certainly look forward to working with everyone and would like to acknowledge a number of windows that are fairly new, especially the innovative window. Certainly we are dealing with old problems that need new solution, and we certainly would like to welcome that. We would like also to thank and acknowledge the outcome of the discussion in terms of ensuring the large ocean states, SIDS and LDCs replenished. They are basically in some of our hotspots, in some of our on the front line or in terms of dealing with climate change. We would like to thank the approach of the next cycle of GEF 8, which more or less we look forward to keep working with everyone. Let me just want to maybe finally close by just stating conveying our condolence to Benin and to the constituency of Benin as well on the passing away of the council members. With that, co-chair, thank you very much once again for giving me the floor. I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Solomon Islands. Thank you, Colleen. And now we go over to with the CSO network. Sano, the floor is yours.
Very good morning. On behalf of the GEF CSO network, I would like to thank and appreciate all the efforts that GEF family made to come here today. We remember we are here after December 2019. Due to COVID, we lost many souls and still millions of people are suffering. Our condolences for them, and we pray for the people who are still suffering. Thanks for all these efforts the scientists made that made us to adapt it to this COVID virus. Going back to this agenda item, on behalf of the GEF CSO network, I appreciate the way it has come up. It made a really tremendous success. It is an example of successful refreshment meetings. We had the opportunity to sit from the beginning up to the end of these 8 refreshments. Building back better, engaging all stakeholders, women, children, youth, elderly people, people with disabilities, indigenous peoples group, making an impact for a system change, ensuring sustainability. These are some key elements of the GEF 8 that will make a real visibility of the contribution of the GEF. And engagement of the non-state actors like CSOs, private sectors, that is another milestone for the GEF 8. We thanks for all this, what happened and what is going to happen. The GEF 8 is becoming the center of discussion at the country level. The visibility of the CSOs, participation at the global level and at the regional level, it is really tremendous. It is an example. In the ECWs, the CSO representatives can sit with the governments of the country. That makes them more visible, and they can help them to understand the CSOs work with in the GEF system to complement and to add value. And that is the key motto of the GEF CSO network and all the CSOs in this GEF, to the GEF family. So our time is now time for action. What's into action? A lot of things have been doing and a lot of things have to be done. Coming back to the GEF 8, there are huge policy architectures. We recommend first, for every policy, there should have a very clear policy implementation guidelines with concrete mechanism. We know there are several policies, there are guidelines. So every policy should have it. There should have concrete scorecards so that we know where we are, where we want to go. And we can quantify, we can qualify, we can measure. And at the end of GEF 8, we know from where the GEF 9 should start. GEF CSO network committed to contribute to this architecture. As a part of that commitment, GEF CSO network established its global steering committee. GEF CSO network has been operating, governing by its global coordination committee. And now we are in a process establishing the country level, country focal points. From the CSOs, we will have country focal points, biodiversity focal points, climate change focal points, international water focal points, land degradation, waste and chemicals, indigenous peoples groups, youth, women, focal points. All those focal points, this around 10 representatives in each country, they will be contributing to the efforts of the GEF and to the efforts of the governments. As I told you, our key objective is to add value and is to complement. We have no other objective. To make it all, everything as a process, we are also preparing the GEF CSO network should have its legal entity, because without legal entity, it will not be a process. Currently, we are so grateful to the GEF Council members, GEF CEO, that we are getting opportunities and we are getting the scope of actioning. But the time may come in future, the changes will come, new CEO will come, and then new mindset will come. That time again, the opportunity for the CSO network and CSOs, indigenous peoples, may go down. To ensure this one, we want to get the legal position. And then we also request to have like 19th agency status of the GEF CSO network so that we can work as a process. Our commitment to support you, our commitment to contribute, our commitment is the commitment of the GEF, our commitment to save the people at risk at the country level. So once we can do this one, then that would be easy for the GEF and for the GEF family. If we are allowed to do this, I am sure we can contribute for making the net zero GHG emission goals. CSO have stronger participation, stronger contribution globally, not only in one country, one community. We can make to help land, forest, and ecosystem restoration. And to this one, we strongly recommend that GEF should follow systematic approaches in management, use the technology. As for example, what is now, example, if there is one protected area, what is the status today? What was the status 1 year before? What was the status 5 years before? What was the status 10 years before? That should be visible. And today we are so lucky, we are fortunate, we have this type of technology. And the GEF is in a very important position. GEF can use this technology for all countries. If GEF cannot do, there is no other facility, there is no other institution can have this level of hands, because GEF hands reaching from Washington to the every village of the world, not country, every village, every community. So we have to do this one. And then we have to have very much integrated approaches. We talked about GEF 8 integrated approaches. It is an excellent program. We appreciate, we thank for that, but we also want to again raise our voice that integrated approach, it should be complete integrated approach. As for example, if a table with 4 legs, and then if one leg is broken, it is not a strong table. Similarly, at the country level, the presence of the projects and programs, it stands on the government with the CSOs, with the private sectors and the communities. And if the CSOs are not there, then that is not a strong integrated approach. It doesn't mean that we have a strong visibility of the HGP, and we, thanks to the GEF family that made the double of the HGP allocation, but it is not enough because when we talk about integrated approach, it should be everywhere. It is not only one part. Non-state actors should be equally valued so that we can make the target happen. At last, we want to flag up the private sector engagement advisory group. We recommended earlier that there should be a representative, at least 1 or 2 representatives from the GEF CSO network with this advisory group so that we can contribute there. And if we can contribute there, then this big session audience, what we can do at the smaller session that we don't need to bring into the big session, that can add higher value, save time and save everything. So at last, we want to make sure that GEF CSO network with indigenous peoples group, with other CSOs, we are committed to contribute to add value in the efforts of the GEF and to add value to make this transformational change. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Sano, for your statement. Now, let me go with Australia, followed by Belgium. Richard, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. It's a pleasure to be here today with colleagues, and it's good to see you all in person and everyone online as well. I'm speaking on behalf of Australia and the constituency with New Zealand and the Republic of Korea today. I would like to echo the earlier comments that have been made to thank Carlos Manuel, Ambassador Fatuli and the Secretariat for the success of the negotiations and the summary negotiations. I think, as already have been mentioned by many, this is a historic success. 5.33 billion was a massive achievement in the face of expectations of a good outcome. I think it was a very solid outcome. This provides an opportunity to build on the success of the GEF historically, but often offers an opportunity to demonstrate the ongoing central role of the GEF moving forward. And that's what we need to really focus on, is how do we actually demonstrate and solidify that success going forward. It is very essential in a range of environmental issues. And for example, looking at the COP15 later this year, there's the UN Oceans Conference next week. There's Montreal Protocol discussions and the negotiations of the Plastic Treaty. All of these is very central to the GEF, and these are key environmental challenges. I'd just like to also express gratitude for the recognition of SIDS in the process. As Carlos Manuel said earlier on, the large oceanic states. So I'll have to change my terminology around that. And finally, just to support the decision, proposed decision, and approve the summary negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Richard. Let me now go to Belgium, Corentin, followed by Niger. Corentin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I'm also very excited to meet you again in person. First of all, I would like to briefly introduce myself, as it is the first time I take the floor in front of you. I'm Corentin Janin, political focal point of Belgium, and I'll be a council member for 2 years, representing a constituency of 8 countries, which are Austria, Belgium, Czech Republic, Hungary, Luxembourg, Slovenia, Slovak Republic, and Turkey. So I'm the successor of Victoria Schreiter from Austria. I'm sure you remember her. And concerning the summary of the negotiations, we of course welcome this huge document And we really want to congratulate the Secretariat and the trustee for this successful replenishment. We are convinced that the integrated approach and the new strategies for the focal areas are very promising. Concerning the process as such, we would like to echo and support the Canada's proposal to have also the LDCs on board for the GEF 9 replenishment process. As you know, we have high expectations concerning some integrated programs like the sustainable cities and its impact on sustainable mobility and urban planning, and the 3 IPs that will address particularly the land degradation and drought issues. Finally, we also appreciate to see that the improvement of the policy coherence is a key attention point of the GEF 8, and that it will be an essential component to maximize the benefits of the GEF 8 investments. Yeah, that's all for the moment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Corentin, so much for your statements. And our final speaker in our list is Dan from Niger. Dan, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci aux collègues membres du Conseil. Je voudrais d'abord féliciter l'ambassadeur pour la présidence de notre session et saluer les efforts du citoyen du FEM avec toutes les autres parties qui ont travaillé dans le cadre du processus de la reconstitution du FEM 8. Nous avons des résultats très excellents. Alors, je voudrais, au nom de la circonscription du Sahel que je représente ici, faire ce plaidoyer. Et pour rendre nos communautés plus fortes et prospères, nos pays se sont engagés à élaborer des politiques et stratégies qui lient intimement les questions environnementales à celles du développement tout court. Et par exemple, pour intégrer le climat et le développement, cela nous appelle à dépenser les ressources du FEM et d'autres mécanismes sur le climat plus intelligemment. Cela nous appelle les gouvernements, plus les agences, le monde scientifique, tous les acteurs, la société civile, le secteur privé, en tout cas à travailler pour identifier des lignes vertes, des lignes d'investissement verts, des mesures d'incitation du secteur privé en faveur de l'adaptation. Je voudrais souligner l'importance aussi de l'adaptation de la résilience pour nos pays. Et comme vous le savez, le contexte international de guerre que vous connaissez a mis en exergue l'importance de la sécurité alimentaire. C'est dire qu'on ne peut pas envisager les questions du climat ou de la dégradation des terres séparément du processus de développement de nos pays. Il faut que nous nous engagions pour une intégration plus forte entre les secteurs et les objectifs opérationnels du FEM. J'appelle encore les agences à œuvrer de concert avec nos gouvernements pour concrétiser cette bonne volonté exprimée du FEM 8 à renforcer les capacités des pays, concrétiser les engagements et créer un climat prospère pour l'incitation des acteurs privés, la société civile et le monde de la recherche. Pour finir, je voudrais saisir cette occasion aussi pour adresser toutes mes condoléances au nom de mes collègues points focaux de la circonscription du Sahel à la circonscription sœur côtière de l'Afrique ouest, de l'Ouest Afrique, pour le décès de notre collègue, notre camarade Delphine Eji, et je souhaite que son âme repose en paix. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup, Dan. Now let me give the floor to the Netherlands. René, the floor is yours.
Yes, Chairman. Of course, also a big congratulations. And as you said, it's historical what we've been able to achieve in terms of funding. At the same time, the challenges are also historical or dramatic. So yeah, I think it's a call for action for all of us around the table to work with you in concert and also try to make sure that we really coordinate our efforts with all the other relevant organizations, because there's very little time to lose to have an impact on ordinary people, but also to achieve goals in the context of the Conference of Parties for Biodiversity and Climate Change. Time is running out, so we have to speed up. And I know that we are supported by a great secretariat and an excellent CEO. So good luck.
Thank you so much, Rene. With this, we have completed the list of speakers for this agenda item number 3, summary of the negotiations of the aid replenishment of the GEF Trust Fund. So I would like to invite the Council to adopt the decision that is included in document GEF/C62/03. I see no objections. Decisions adopted. Let me congratulate everybody for this great decision. Congratulations to you all. And once more, I would like to make extensive these congratulations to Aki and his team, the trustee and his team as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, let me move over to our next agenda item, which is agenda item number 7, which is the work program for the GEF Trust Fund. I would like to invite Gustavo Fonseca to introduce us document GEF/C62/07. Gustavo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. We wait for the presentation to come up. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to introduce this agenda item. During this presentation, I will try to do 2 things. The first is to present the work program as we usually do, but also use a few minutes to also provide Council with an overview of the major accomplishments over the 7th replenishment cycle, since this is the last work program in the cycle that we have. The 8th work program, as you see, we have continued to work diligently with the agencies, with the countries over the past 2.5 years of the pandemic to overcome some of the limitations that this has brought, but working to produce quality work program and be able to reach the end of this cycle with a very high level of replenishment overall. The work program is requesting to Council the approval of $151.9 million, accompanied by $13.9 million in associated fees, for a total of $165.8 million. This represents 4% of the GEF 7 replenishment. The work program brings some significant advancements and milestones for GEF 7, and in fact, it closes the 7th replenishment cycle, as I mentioned. At this time, we have successfully programmed over 95% of all GEF 7 resources, which is a significant programming result, given the many uncertainties that were provoked by the pandemic. And we congratulations again to the countries, to the agencies, and to the partners responsible for this outcome. I should note that significant resources will be directed at vulnerable countries in Africa, in Asia, and across SIDS and LDCs, while also bringing forward or enhancing priority programs. Finally, the work program includes a new proposal on the NGI instrument for blended finance, and also other strategic projects that are at the core of the replenishment in GEF 7. We also very encouraged by the co-financing levels of this work program. We can see here how much it has been able to leverage. Over 754 million in total co-financing is expected to be associated with 19 projects and programs, of which almost 80% or $578 million is represented by investments mobilized. For the work program, these expected co-financing ratios amount to 1:5, with investment mobilized for mix and new mix. They are not LDCs or SIDS or large ocean states, if we prefer, standing at the 1 to 5.8. For GEF 7 to date, the co-financing has achieved 1 to 8.2, and investment mobilized is 1 to 6. Both figures, as you notice, exceed the overall co-financing aspiration that you all have set for this GEF 7 cycle. 8 of the 18 agencies are represented in this work program. And UNEP has the highest percentage, followed by UNDP and WWF, each with 16% and 15% respectively. Don't know what's happening here. Okay, sorry. So again, 8 of the 18 agencies represented in the June work program. UNEP has the highest proportion with 30%, 30.5%, followed by UNDP and WWF, each with 16 and 15% respectively. The remaining 39% was split amongst the remaining 5 agencies with projects in this work program. Okay. Climate change and biodiversity are the focal areas of the highest proportion of resources being programmed for the work program, with 32 and 27% respectively. This is followed by international waters and chemicals and waste with 15% and 12% respectively. And finally, resources programmed for land degradation is slightly over 8%, and the NGI project that represents 7% of this work program. The distribution of GEF financing in the proposed work program is shown here. In all, 48% recipient countries will benefit from the work program, including 20 LDCs and 6 SIDS. Africa leads programming in this work program with 55.2 million, followed by Latin America and Europe and Central Asia with 37.2 and 17.5% respectively. Finally, Asia and SIDS followed with amounts programmed with 9.3 million and 2.8 million respectively. The remaining resources programmed are for global projects with 43.8 and for the NGI with 10.9 million. The NGI is submitting 1 project to the council for this work program. This project was selected during the 5th competitive call for proposals, in which the GEF Secretariat evaluated 2 new proposals requesting financing for close to $26 million. However, the proposed NGI project will finance bioeconomy activities, forest-based products and commodities, value chains across SMEs in the Amazon region, leveraging on the deliverables of partnerships for markets and also for partnerships for forest. The fund is being designed to be part of a highly innovative SDG bond program that will mobilize additional private sector finance through capital markets for 6 blended finance funds, including the Silva Fund. This brings the total NGI resources program to GEF 7 to over 90%. While we have presented to Council and approved projects that program 100% of the available funding in GEF 7, 2 projects, unfortunately, were canceled by the agencies because of challenges presented by market and financial conditions due to the pandemic. As we know, this has affected capital markets quite dramatically, and we're very happy that we only had, in this case, 2 projects that were affected to the level of cancellation. the work program will deliver an impactful set of results across 9 of the 10 core indicators, and it is projected to benefit a significant number of people in countries where the GEF resources will be invested. Overall, the work program will deliver significant results on indicators linked to terrestrial and marine protected areas, greenhouse gas emissions, and sustainable fisheries. At the close of GEF 7, 8 out of the 10 indicators that we have set for this cycle have now reached 90 to 100% or more of the GEF 7 cycles. You can see the line on 100% on this graph here. As you can see, some of these have been greatly exceeded, and most others have reached 100% or close to 100%. The 2 indicators on terrestrial protected areas and areas under improved landscape management that achieved 73 and 67% of the targets. The reasons being multiple. Most importantly, it's because the countries that managed STAR decided to prioritize other areas of investment, and sometimes we have no control over that prioritization. But at the end of the day, this is an exceptional result for GEF 7. We've greatly exceeded targets for achievement of global environmental benefits. So let's move quickly to the summing up of GEF 7 in terms of what we have collectively achieved. So in GEF 7, we advanced 5 integrated programs, or impact programs as we call them, that are now on their way to full implementation. These programs are transformative in nature and global in scope or regional in scope. The FOLUR program, the Food Land Use and Restoration Program, includes 26 countries and a global platform that supports the efforts to transform food systems to more biodiversity friendly and climate smart food systems. The Cities Impact Program is active in 9 countries and will place these priority cities on sustainable trajectories for the future. Most of these programs are garnering huge interest from GEF countries who participated, using their STAR resources complemented with incentive funding. The 3 impact programs developed under the common banner of sustainable forest management covered the 2 remaining intact or largely intact tropical forest biomes. The first is the Amazon and the other is the Congo Basin, as well as the dryland forests in Africa and Central Asia. A total of 24 countries are participating in these 3 impact programs with significant STAR resources. Global or regional platforms are included in these programs to ensure the goal of maintaining the integrity of these biomes, not only the biodiversity, but also the maintenance of the ecosystem services that they provide regionally and globally. In June of 2019, the Council approved the 2nd phase of the Global Wildlife Program with a $98 million grant across 17 additional projects, expanding the program by 13 countries. Phase 2 now includes a $99 million global coordination grant that's being led by the World Bank. Following the expansion during the GEF 7 replenishment cycle of this program, the GWP, or the Global Wildlife Program, comprises 37 national projects across 32 countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, and the Caribbean, with a total investment of $230 million in GEF financing that has been accompanied by $1.3 billion in co-financing. And this is one of the largest programmatic investments in the history of the GEF, and also the single largest investment in global wildlife conservation by any institution globally. So you should all be very proud of this. The projects cover very significant ecosystems and major biomes, and collectively aim to improve management of 55 million hectares, including over 150 protected areas, conserving a range of species, including many flagship species threatened by illegal wildlife trade. This includes African elephants, rhinos, pangolins, jaguars, snow leopards, great apes, and several other endemic species that are not as well known or charismatic, but they're important as well. Finally, the Inclusive Conservation Initiative, which is the dedicated program that we started benefiting indigenous communities directly, is providing funds to these organizations run by indigenous peoples to support their own efforts to protect biodiversity. The initiative has been designed with and directed by indigenous peoples, building their capacity and representation of indigenous peoples' desires at different levels. We have now, this pilot initiatives received $25 million from the GEF and is supporting indigenous organizations on the ground in 14 countries, resulting in the protection and improved management over 8 million hectares of lands and seas. All right. The GEF 7 period also coincided with a key phase in the implementation of the Paris Agreement, with countries having to submit new and revised NDCs and to start implementing policies and investments that are needed to meet their NDC ambitions. As part of the financial mechanism of UNFCCC, the GEF provided financial support to countries to assist them in their efforts to shift to low carbon and resilient economies. In addition, responding to COP guidance on the operationalization of the Paris Agreement, transparency framework, the climate change focal area provided financial support to developing countries for the first generation of BTRs, or biennial transparency reports, and scaled up global supports to CVIT projects. These activities are particularly timely considering the strong focus on transparency that we have observed, not only coming from Paris, but also in Glasgow at COP26. Finally, during GEF 7, we have completed the process of mainstreaming climate risk assessment across the entire GEF portfolio in all new projects, and the consistent use of real markers for climate mitigation and adaptation. On land degradation, the GEF 7 strategy is fully aligned to UNCCD's land degradation neutrality concept, and allowed countries to utilize star allocation towards projects implementing voluntary LDN targets that have now been set in 98 countries. They are now designing projects and seeking implementation of LDN targets, including 22 national, 1 region, and 2 global projects fully dedicated to LDN implementation through land degradation focal area resources. In addition, 122 multifocal area projects are including LDN components in their approaches. These projects have contributed significantly to the achievement of GEF 7 corporate targets on restoration, degraded lands. And so this is a very important achievement as well. On chemicals and waste focal area, we have designed it to maximize global environmental benefits for Stockholm and Minamata conventions, at the same time meeting the needs for the most vulnerable countries, particularly SIDS and LDCs. This twofold objective was met by ensuring that targets that were set were achieved, and that maximum number of LDCs and SIDS received funding to meet their obligations. The Islands program, for example, has brought together 33 SIDS to phase out and eliminate the use of hazardous POPs and mercury in key economic sectors, including tourism. Similarly, in Africa, LDCs, we're bringing together 12 LDCs to build their capacity to scale up investments for the implementation of the conventions. The chemicals and waste focal area has produced its targeted results for core indicator, as well as contribute to 6 core indicators across biodiversity, land degradation, international waters, and climate change mitigation. Now moving on to sorry for the hiccup here. For international waters, the GEF has a unique mandate on international waters to support transboundary cooperation and shared marine resources and freshwater ecosystem, which has proven to be quite successful in achieving long-term objectives, particularly through the investments now on GEF 7. I would highlight the Blue Nature Alliance, which was launched as a global initiative that will protect and is protecting already and conserving 18 million square kilometers of ocean with the goal of achieving this target by 2025. And this, if you add it all, it equates to 5% of the global oceans, an expanse twice the size of the continental United States and greater in size than the landmass of South America. The Blue Nature Alliance, which is well on the way to meet its target, represents a powerful alliance with major philanthropies, including the Pew Charitable Trust, Minderoo Foundation from Australia, the Rob and Melanie Walton Foundation, Conservation International, and hopefully new partners coming on board. And now on NGI, which is another very important achievement in GEF 7, the non-grant instruments has been a great success. We've almost programming almost all available resources that GEF 7 had, particularly if you count the very challenging market conditions that the program faced to bring private capital into the mix. Blended finance is proving to be a powerful tool for resource mobilization for the GEF. During the GEF 7 cycle, the co-financing ratio of all projects has been 1 to 20, with private sector co-financing being 3 times as higher than the rest of the GEF 7 portfolio. We are very proud of the very innovative investments that we have made in this cycle with projects that include the wildlife bond, the COVID recovery platform, the green hotel revitalization investment, and many others. Finally, the implementation of the private sector engagement started has benefited from the introduction of the integrated approaches that have more closely matched concrete private sector interests. And the NGI program, as I mentioned earlier, allocated most of its resources already. Finally, Carlos Manuel, I think, already mentioned this in his opening introduction. We have been following the development of the expected global biodiversity framework that should be approved in the next COP, CBD COP, now scheduled to take place in December in Montreal, Canada. Thanks, Canada, for hosting this now, and is expected to be approved in the upcoming COP15. As we know, successful implementation of the future global biodiversity framework is entirely dependent on how governments align their policies and budgets to incorporate the value of biodiversity and natural capital. Anticipating these needs, the GEF has been accelerating this process by providing, in this current cycle, $42 million to 139 countries for this process, in addition to $4 million for a technical assistance facility to get countries up to speed on this. This can help to increase the impact of GEF 8 projects and program investments, and our anticipated GEF 8 support that will continue to enable activities will entail further revision of NBSAPs and reporting to the CBD for further transparency and on the use of resources. I don't know where I should point this. Okay, so in close of the GEF 7 cycle, 17 of the 18 agencies have been receiving resources. UNDP, the World Bank, FAO, and UNEP have received the highest proportion, varying from 15% to slightly over 30%. And with this, I thank you very much for your attention, and apologies for a little mishaps on the technical aspects of this presentation, but I hope it covered well what we have for the work program as well as what we all have achieved together in GEF 7. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gustavo, for your presentation. And with this, I will open the floor for any questions or comments from any council members. Switzerland, you got the floor.
Thank you, Carlos. And thanks to Gustavo for the presentation, highlighting all the results we are aiming to achieve with the GEF 7 projects as they're being implemented. We will provide some written comments on several projects. Appreciate if you could tell us by when we should submit those at the end of the Q&A session. Just let me start with some overarching work program comments. So you reference to that yourself, Gustavo, that we see a certain overperformance on some indicators, but then an underperformance, especially on the terrestrial biodiversity indicators. And you were referring to that's primarily due to the country drivenness in the program. And we recognize that, but what can we learn from that moving into GEF 8, knowing that we have full flexibility and several countries raised concerns that we will not match the indicators that we have foreseen for GEF 8 precisely because of that. So can you maybe, based on what we've seen in GEF 7, on what you've learned from that, make a statement about how you foresee to handle this moving into GEF 8, and whether the overshoot you have seen on primarily the marine biodiversity indicators kind of compensate for what you've seen in the underperformance in the terrestrial ones. Greatly appreciate that. And then another general comment, which is focused on risk mitigation associated with forced labor related to the production of solar panels in the various projects and programs in this program, but also in the portfolio at large, focusing on PV systems. How will you address this challenge, which has popped up in several implementing agencies with the procurement at large? And are you working with the MDB working group that has been formed to address this? Just as a general comment as well. And then a particular comment on the Selva Fund project. We have some concerns and questions related to that. We have seen indigenous peoples and local communities have not been consulted in the design phase of the Selva Fund, and wanted to know how you will ensure adequate involvement of indigenous peoples and local communities in the project moving forward. And then the impact of the project is measured on a very high level, and it's not indicated how the area targets will be measured, technology, frequency criteria, etc. And concrete criteria to test the ecological and social impact of the project on SME level are not yet defined, or standards to be used are not mentioned. So do the implementing and or executing agencies plan on using international recognized standards for that to deal with the issue? And then on the integrated persistent organic pollutants management project, we're generally supportive of the project, as the elimination of the targeted pollutants is an important step for Iraq to comply with the Stockholm Convention. However, we note that important information regarding the project components, outputs, and outcomes are missing, and we wanted to know when you and the World Bank provide the missing information and how you will inform the GEF Council members and the focal point on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gabriela. I got Miguel from Chile, followed by Tiana from China. Miguel, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, Carlos Manuel. La circunscripción del Cono Sur celebra y aprueba el programa de trabajo que nos ha sido presentado por Gustavo y felicita a los países receptores de los fondos. Nos complace mencionar que la región de América Latina ha reunido el 22,4% del financiamiento asignado bajo el presente programa de trabajo. Queremos destacar que el programa de trabajo incluye 3 proyectos de nuestra circunscripción: un proyecto de Argentina en la ventana de degradación de la tierra, un proyecto regional de Argentina y Bolivia en la ventana de aguas internacionales, y un tercer proyecto de Perú en la ventana de los proyectos Non-Grant Instruments. Con relación a la ventana de los Non-Grant Instruments y el involucramiento con el sector privado, nuestra circunscripción reitera la importancia de la plena y activa participación de los puntos focales operativos
es decir, del país y sus autoridades durante todo el ciclo de vida de los proyectos que se realizan con el sector privado. La plena participación de los puntos focales incluye las etapas de formulación, aprobación, implementación y cierre. Su participación permite además la adecuada coordinación entre los distintos proyectos de la cartera del país y está en línea con la función de los puntos focales operativos en la gestión de los proyectos en las otras áreas y ventanas del GEF. Muchas gracias. Thank you. Muchas gracias, Miguel. Now I'll give the floor to China, followed by the US. China.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the team for the presentation, and we also could support the proposed work program and the pipelines of projects. And I have two general brief comments with one question. First, as always, we request the One China principle to be strictly abided by in the implementation of this project. And second, we would request a speedy implementation of the last batch of the GEF 7 projects and accelerating the disbursement to countries. As global environment also suffers a lot from the ongoing multiple crisis, we expect strengthened coordination between GEF, receiving countries, and implementing agencies to deliver concrete results with quality. And it is also important to strengthen the monitoring and management of the ongoing portfolio projects. As the pandemic continues to put constraints on our operational capacity, we would urge the Secretariat to provide assistance to client countries to ensure those projects could deliver the expected outcomes. And lastly, one question on the focal area of climate change. We know that during GEF 7, the program resource in the focal area of climate change accounts for roughly 85% of the total allocation, which makes it the most underutilized focal area. So I would encourage the Secretary to make improvement in GEF 8 and will appreciate your comments in this aspect. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now let me give the floor to the US, Rob, followed by Renato from Brazil.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. And thank you, Gustavo, for that really excellent presentation. I really didn't notice any hiccups. So really appreciate all of the work that went into that and all of the information you provided. Thank you to the GEF Secretariat, the implementing agencies, and the countries for this work program. I'm just gonna have some specific comments on this particular work program, the current work program. In light of the conversations last week at the Basel, Rotterdam, Stockholm Conference of the Parties in Geneva, we are pleased to see the project in Iraq, which will support the elimination of PCBs in their country. In our review, we noted with appreciation that many projects indicated engagement with indigenous and local communities. However, not all the engagement plans included robust engagement with those communities. We strongly encourage all GEF agencies to meaningfully engage with local and indigenous communities and not simply treat it as a box ticking exercise. Our review of this work program also raised questions about project co-financing, the associated policies and verification of sources. Co-financing is necessary to magnify the impact of the GEF's catalytic funding. We would like to ask the GEF Secretariat to review the co-financing policy and the minimum fiduciary standards for potential gaps and develop methodologies to validate co-financing to ensure money leveraged is not double counted. Finally, we reiterate our request from the past council meetings that the Secretariat send all UNDP projects for a second council review and approval prior to CEO endorsement, while many of the policies in the independent third party review are operationalized. Now I'll have a few talking points on this. On the second review, we would like to request a second review of the project in Venezuela. We have serious concerns related to implementation of the project and the safety of the project implementors. It's project GEF ID 10971. We would like to have a second review of the project in Burkina Faso, GEF ID 11003. In addition, the United States requests the following statements be reflected in the written record of the council meeting. The United States, in light of its policies related to development projects in Zimbabwe, opposes and therefore does not join a council decision that would support GEF project 10973 in Zimbabwe. The United States, in light of its concerns related to project implementation risks, opposes and therefore does not join a council decision that would support GEF project 10971 in Venezuela. The United States, in light of its policies for certain development projects in countries whose governments are, one, not addressing trafficking in persons, two, have engaged in a pattern of gross violation of internationally recognized human rights, or three, do not have in place a functioning system for reporting to civilian authorities, audits of receipts and expenditures that fund activities of the armed forces and security, opposes the following project and therefore does not join a council decision that would support GEF project 10996 in Turkmenistan. We express our appreciation again for this final work program of GEF 7 and will submit further detailed written comments on the work program by email in advance of the July 21st deadline. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rob. Now Renato, Brazil, followed by Alpha from Norway.
Thank you, Carlos, and thank you, Gustavo, for the presentation. On behalf of the constituency of Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador, we would like to commend the Secretariat for bringing together this work plan that include prioritized projects for our countries. We also like to highlight the inclusion of important regional projects that include countries from our constituency. So in this regard, I would like to reiterate the importance of strengthening the role of operational focal points on this project, from formulation to execution phase, just like said our colleague from Chile. For example, under the NGI project, our countries are involved in our operational focal point, only received a letter from its implementing agency, Salva Fund. Once again, we request that our operational focal points would like to be fully involved in this project, as well as in future similar NGI projects. Additionally, we expect concrete articulation among projects from different sources, especially projects from GEF and GCF. I also like to second our colleague from China on the climate change area. That we understand that the GEF is the most appropriate mechanism to support developing countries to prepare their reports to meet their commitments under the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement, and commend GEF's effort to support the new transparency framework on the Paris Agreements. Considering that the ETF, which is the new transparency framework, impose new technical methodological challenges, we would like to ask GEF to evaluate the possibility of creating a continuing program on this, ensuring adequate support in a timely manner, given that the approval process of enabling projects takes considerable time. So in a similar fashion and in line with the document information note for finance BTRs, which is the information document number 15, we would like to propose that the GEF could put in place a strategy to engage with implementing agencies to speed up the implementation and execution of enabling activities in order to comply with the requirements of UNFCCC. In the case of Brazil, for example, we submitted the 5th National Communication Bureau or BTRs last year on the 6th GEF Council, but the project has been cleared by the agencies to the GEF only last month. For us to comply with FCCC schedule, we need to submit our next BUR in the next GEF Council later this year, and we risk being non-compliance before the UNFCCC due to this delay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias, Renato. Thanks for your observation. We took note of them and we'll react to all of them. Now let me give the floor to Norway, followed by Japan. Alf.
Thank you. First of all, our constituent would like to thank the GEF Secretariat for the overview provided and a very excellent and useful presentation. and for the project documents. Like Switzerland, we've taken note that only 93% of the funding programmed in GEF 7. We know that only 93% of the funding is programmed in GEF 7, and that not all target allocations have been reached for the period, especially for climate change and for biodiversity. GEF 6 was at 100%. So we're wondering how you would ensure that this does not reoccur again in GEF 8, and especially given the full flexibility of the star allocations. In the presentation, was also addressed the indicators, and we've noticed that 2 out of the 10 indicators are just above 50% in terms of completion. And the Secretariat noted that and had some explanation for that. But it would be useful to hear a little bit more detail on why those 2 indicators were so low. Also, in terms of the co-financing ratio of 1 to 5, that also seems to be a bit low, and we agree with the US that the co-financing is a very important element. So the question is, how is it possible to bring this this co-financing ratio up to a higher level? We will also be providing some comments concerning some of the projects in the work program, and we will send the additional comments in writing follow the council meeting. But 2 points: one regarding the Selva Fund, like Switzerland. We would like to make sure that this NGI takes due regard to indigenous peoples. And although the proposal argues a differentiation from IDB GCF's Amazon Bioeconomy Fund, so how is this NGI linked to the GCF supported fund? And then regarding the energy efficiency project in Colombia, we appreciate the collaboration with the private sector, but note that no co-financing is planned from the private sector. And so we would be interested in why this is the case. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Norway. And even though I know that Gustavo will go in detail with what you just mentioned, it's very hard to compare GEF 7 with GEF 6 in terms of the overall performance due to the pandemic and the impact that the pandemic had in most of the countries. I remember when I came into the GEF, one of the first things that I was very much engaged was in the effort of the COVID task force team that the GEF already had in place, because it was evident that we were going through all kind of different challenges. I strongly believe that that the task force and the effort that the Secretariat did with the countries and the agencies help us be where we are, but most probably that is the main reason why we're not at the same level in terms of percentages performance with GEF 6. But I know that Gustavo would elaborate even more on this one. So I got Japan.
Thank you for giving me the floor. We'd like to thank the Secretariat for this work program. Before we go into details on the program up front, we'd like to express our surprise or alarm that the work program projects cited in this report appear on the GEF project website as already being council approved as of June 2022, even before the council has actually discussed, reviewed, and approved these projects. So we hope that this will be corrected in due course and not be repeated in the future, as I believe the council is a little bit more than a rubber stamp. We have the following points of clarity. I'd like to understand whether there are any structural reasons behind the recent growing share of projects implemented by UNEP. We have been seeing this over several semesters in a row now, so it would be a good time to understand if there are any structural reasons behind that. We also like to understand the reason behind the exceptionally low level of co-financing share of this work program, as others have mentioned. Does this have more to do with recent evolutions in the macro environment? We understand that there are higher risk premiums being applied in the market through higher rates, and that this will likely stick for some time. So how do you expect this backdrop to play out in the future? We understand that there is a report introduced on risk appetite as an INF document, but it'd be interesting to reflect some of these recent developments and potential impact on ability of entities to absorb risk and impacts on risk mitigations, especially in programs such as NGI. We also would like to understand, therefore, the reason behind the cancellation of the NGI project that had already been council approved, and whether non-bank agencies that do not have a financial expertise and ability to understand capital market risk can avoid similar fates or risk-induced potential disasters, including for GEF ID 10937. So in that regard, we'd like to understand whether sufficient due diligence and risk-absorbing capacity is indeed available at the so-called Solver Fund, Bamboo Capital, and ability to manage these risks. We highlight this because we can't really underestimate these risks, as pioneering ideas can fail to propagate on mishandling of risk, as financiers are generally risk sensitive during periods of interest rate expansion. And these can serve not as models for pilots of the future, but it can be served as negative examples. And we don't want that kind of reputation risk. Well, we'll submit some of these comments on specific projects in writing, but wanted to highlight in particular that GEF ID 10937 and 10913 on tropical forests, that these fit right into the CBD ITTO partnership program. We're quite delighted about the content. The only program mentioned in the CBD COP decision that references tropical forests, and we hope to see the explicit involvement of intergovernmental organizations like these to perhaps facilitate the relevant network government officials that can really help the operational focal point, substantive involvement. So we'd like to see the success of these programs. And we also hope that these can also serve as synergies with some of the project investments that Japan has made through the CBD ITTO programs. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Yoshiko, Japan. So ladies and gentlemen, I have 10 more people who has asked for the floor. I think the right thing to do as co-chair is to stop here so we can go to lunch. Coming in an hour, 2 p.m. We will come back with Gustavo responding to the questions, and we will continue in a second leg with the rest of the 10 questions. So otherwise, I think that will be relatively late with the agenda. If you agree with me on this, we can do a break here. Okay. I see nodding heads. So we can stop here. We'll come in an hour, 2 p.m., and we'll continue with Gustavo responding to the questions and comments that were asked. And after that, we will continue with the other 10 speakers. So thank you so much. See you all in an hour.
Me say what must be, must be. As for me, I'm on try to walk in my integrity. So Lord, have sweet mercy on me. Set me free and redeem me, no matter what must be. But surely He has for me. I try to walk in my integrity. So Lord, be merciful unto me. Set me free. I'm on the son of the tribe and of the leader as a right scribe. I trust in the Lord, therefore I don't slide, I don't slither. When I deliver the good vibe, Jaja opens every door when access is denied. Rasta not disqualified. A mighty God has never died. And Jah know that the space is deeper than the riverbed. And if you're weak in your big head, you run like a piece of lead. So wise up, dread up, rise instead of kicking it with the wicked workers of iniquity. It's sick to see the way the forces of trickery be disrespecting human dignity, trying to get rid of me. But we reason critically and merit and our victory, no dignity. One love conquers misery, we chant the psalm a day against ignorance and hate. We demonstrate the power of the seventh state, perfection of the faith, climbing over heaven's gates. No matter what must be within. Salam. Lord, 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 have sweet mercy on me. Set me free. Yes, it's right about now, not later, cause we can wait. Said sail, I hate the dream ship navigators, like Jonah in the way with the soul investigators. Both sides of the equator, back and forth like smooth store, the force operators. We don't waver, we got to get it on like funky body shoppers. Now guess who is coming to something? Not the dreadlocks, the fly bomb deluxe on the up and ups. Yes, yes, the non-stoppers with the steady flux, traveling more miles than migratory ducks. You bet it's not the bucks that make us run amok. We can never get stuck whining life sucks and our shucks. We don't give a hard place in the run. Our houses in our pockets and no doors locked, and if you're not, there's an answer. So don't you just stand there, come in and let us rock. Want ya from the top to the last living rock. Yes, yes, them on their own come, but they can't test them. We blow them down like Lester Young. See, y'all bless them on with mad explosive spontaneity. A bubbling up constantly like a mile a minute. This minute's the way and we take it to the limit, hyperactive. We hold the world captive by the spirit, the soul flow. We going all up and stepping out from the dust and the dirt. Love is the urge and we know what it's worth. Meanwhile, we keep warm, wearing 7 shirts with the smell of fresh sweat from the flesh of the earth. So where do we go from here? Let's get it on beyond man-made frontiers and persevere for years like space station near, with knowledge of self-determination to pierce interior horizons and cosmic spheres. We draw the future near like black hole pioneers, make the dark soul matter appear out of the unknown. Full scale, full blown, and strip it to the bone like a lone haul patrolling uncharted zones. I guess today I take a different way home, pass by the rainbow throne like a rolling stone. Wherever I lay my hat, yeah, you know where it's at. Forward on, back on the road, jack like Kerouac. I hit the track with the soul clap, and I don't backpedal, and you know that. Selassie got my back on the level, that's the cold facts. Yes, we got it like that. Got to make sure we flip the next score. Pushing on till we vex or. And still wanna get more flavors to blend, more experiments with them sonic signals to send if there is danger imminent, if there are borders to transcend, but we still represent, inventing crazy shit like a trip never ending, bending. New corner. Let's light it up, burn it up, hotter than hot, hotter than hot. Take a sip from the cup, they don't fake it, we melt the snow off the mountaintop. Fire, fire, soul fire. Friendly flames of fire lift us up and take us higher, higher than the Himalaya, way up to Mount Sinai. You see the smoke, the cloud of Kaya. Night and day, it don't expire like a sacrificial pyre. Scorching hot, man, not touch the wire. I got the torchlight, let me guide it through big deserts and quagmires, and even in the darkest times. Like Marcus Messiah, we smite the vicious vipers, the cunning connivers shall get burned like paper tigers by this your friendly fire. Shining bright through and lucid. That's why we got to introduce it to the world and distribute it for free. You're free to boost it, turn up the sound and don't reduce it. Keep it toasted till the roof's lit. Yes, we don't need no water, let that bomb cloud burn. Catch a fire, it's your turn and let it burn, burn, burn. Live, love, and learn. Let that soul fire burn. Hotter than hot, higher than
Red pants and the sugar man, the tempo street blue. Drinking chivas, regaling a border road. Just another dead soul in a powder blue night. Sugar man, stick baby, everything's alright. Going downtown, downtown, town. Going downtown. Montclair de Haven, doing the St. Vitus dance, looking for someone to chop the lumber in his pants. How am I gonna unload all this ice and all this meat? All the traffic in the streets, but it's a hard thing. Going downtown, downtown, down. I'm on downtown. Rankin wearing lipstick, dear God, down. I swear to God, I see him holding hands with Jimmy Bond. Sally's high on crank and hungry for some sweets. Them in the sheets, but she butch on the streets. Going It's the cool of the evening, sun is going down. When I hold you in my arms, when I push you all around, I wanna break your bottle, baby, spill out all your charms. Come on now, set off all the burglar alarms. Going down, 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 town, town. We're going down, town, down. The sugar man in the Temple Street gloom. I'm drinking Chivas Regal in a further room. Just another dead soldier in a powder blue night. Red pants turns to sugar man and says, everything's alright. Going downtown, downtown, town. Going downtown.
the meeting. So as I indicated before lunch, and I hope everybody had a nice lunch, good conversation. Before I continue with the list of speakers, I'll pass it over to my colleague, Gustavo Fonseca, that will be responding and reacting to the first set of interventions that we had at the end of the morning. Gustavo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Carlos Manuel, and thanks to all of you who have advanced suggestions and comments to the work program, to individual projects, and more general questions related to target setting, etc. So several of you brought up issues related to the core indicators. And what I would like to say about them, what we try to do is to model forward what we might expect to generate in terms of global environmental benefits across the 10 indicators. And we use data that has been generated in the prior cycle. And this is the first time that we have a full cycle to draw upon to do the GEF 8 indicators going forward. But at the end of the day, it's exceedingly difficult to precisely generate targets that at the end of the day will be entirely the result of what the model shows, because a lot of this has to do with country prioritization. You know, we at the Secretariat, we abide by the concept of country ownership in defining priorities. And over time, there have been shifts in how countries have seen certain priorities. For example, a lot of what the GEF did in, let's say, between 2010 and 2015, 16, was on protected areas, terrestrial protected areas, and not a lot, to be frank, on the marine side. The issue of marine conservation took a tremendous boost in attention over the past few years. And a lot of activity that you can see now is on the marine protected area side. And therefore, we have greatly exceeded the targets, and but we didn't have a particular reason to anticipate that. And that, of course, comes at the expense of resources that are used for that activity and not to others. And having said that, it's still quite a significant achievement that we had, exceeded expectations in over half of all the core indicators by much. And only in these two that we talked about, it wasn't fully realized. But again, there's some things that are within our control and others which are not. Another point that we have been noticing is that during the project design phase, during what we call the PPG phase, the projects that come with some expectations in terms of global environmental benefits across these indicators, they increase the level of ambition during the preparation phase because they have better information. So on terrestrial protected areas, for example, or under improved management, over 2/3 of the targets have been confirmed at the CEO endorsement stage, and then they are higher than you, for example, noticed in the scorecard. The scorecard only takes note of the expected deliverables in terms of the targets at the PIF approval stage. So there are several variables involved in that. But overall, we think that we are doing very well in generating more than expected in terms of the targets. So there's good value for money overall. On the question from Gabriela on the issue of forced labor in the PV industry, the GEF, we have indeed, Gabriela, engaged in discussions on this topic of forced labor in the PV industry with other multilateral organizations in the context of the GEF work, particularly on the off-grid projects in Africa. And we are also part of something called the Mini Grids Funders Group, in which this issue has taken some prominence. And we have discussed this framework and added due diligence in the solar PV value chain and introduced safeguards to that effect. So in general, we try to avoid solar PV technology in certain projects because of this. But overall, I think we have a good grasp, and the agencies in particular have a good grasp of what's happening and how to mitigate the risks from these supply chains to end up in GEF-funded projects. There were a lot of questions on the Selva Fund, on the NGI aspect, and some of them were more related to how to address standards on indigenous populations and local communities. And I would say that in addition to the GEF standards that we always abide on indigenous populations, there is a stakeholder engagement plan that includes consultations with the MSMEs, but also includes specific engagements with indigenous communities ahead of the CEO endorsement. So this is just at the concept stage where we are. And on the social ecological impacts of SMEs, we have indicators for a number of MSMEs beneficiaries of GEF projects, which are currently being discussed at GEFSEC for all projects. So for this fund specifically, the socioeconomic indicators include increase the amount of resources available for the bioeconomy activities and for equity generation in terms of benefits across the communities that are part of the project. All agencies use their safeguard systems. They have to meet the GEF standards that require the application of FPIC, the free and prior informed consent, and all projects that in one form or another will impact indigenous peoples, and therefore FPIC will be required for this project, and it will happen at different stages of project development based on the activities, the timing, and what best suits the projects and the different communities that will be involved. So this is not the recognition that FPIC is just a box to be checked, but at the beginning of the project, but rather it's an ongoing process, and we take it very seriously. There's a question still on the Selva Fund, I think from Norway, on the complementarity with the GCF bioeconomy project. The PIF that we have before you does include information on this aspect regarding the financial instruments used by Selva Fund, as opposed to other funds, including but not limited to the GCF Bioeconomy Fund. And secondly, the types of beneficiaries that are targeted by the fund are also highly complementary. The PIF tried to explain also that additional information on this complementarity with existing initiatives will then be refined and be better articulated during the project preparation phase as the situation gets a little clearer. On the question of consultation with FPs, the agency well ahead of bringing this concept here to you, sent letters to the OFPs for the countries where the Selva Fund would likely be investing, informing them of the nature of the project, and also informing that the project had a chance of being approved and during this council meeting. And then we also let them know that they would be connecting again during the PPG phase to share more information and involve them in collaboration opportunities as the project started to materialize. And in the meantime, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask us. We received letters of FPs acknowledging the communication and all of that. So we think that we are in a good stage there. I think this goes back to Gabriela on on the POPs project in Iraq and missing information. Some of you may know that may have noted the difference between how we handle projects that come from every agency except for the World Bank, in which we agreed many years ago to introduce a harmonization process in which the bank provides more information inside their systems that sometimes are not necessarily fully visible to outside parties. But sometimes, the information that we have is not necessarily matches the one that you have. But the components that are missing are in the documents that are attached to the portal, and they will be further clarified during the PPG phase. So that's that process, this harmonization process was introduced to facilitate the synergy and the opportunities to use the World Bank operation more streamlined with the GEF project cycle. I forgot exactly who brought up the question of Venezuela, and also we took note of all the comments in the text that the U.S. has provided on mandates across several projects in several countries. But on specifically the Venezuela project, this is a project that is occurring in a very, very important high priority area for biodiversity globally. It's arguably one of the most biodiversity rich forests in everywhere. And so it's extremely important. And the project aims to support improved biodiversity conservation, sustainable use, and provision of ecosystem services to close to 8 million hectares, spanning 5 protected areas, and also the restoration of 14,000 hectares of forests, and potentially benefiting some 62,000 indigenous peoples and local communities. So the Secretariat is working and will continue to work with FAO, which is the agency for this project, to address any concerns around the project's institutional arrangements and develop an execution plan that's viable and that address the concerns that some of you that have brought to us. And the project, of course, will be circulated for the 4-week review period. On the question of the amount of resources programmed or not programmed, there was a question on why only 85% of the CC money has been programmed. And the answer to this is that some of the countries did not program their resources, their STAR allocations, and for some of these, climate change was the dominant focal area within their STAR allocation. That counts for a significant fraction of the quote unquote unprogrammed resources for GEF 7. Secondly, the focal area that had more usage of the flexibility, the relative flexibility is not the same as we have now for GEF 8, was on climate. So that also added a little bit more. But if we look across the entirety of GEF 7, climate-related financing still exceeds 80% of the entire portfolio. So it's a significant contribution. We also should note that in the case of enabling activities and CBIT, the climate change mitigation focal area has actually over-programmed to respond the convention obligations and requests from countries relative to the implementation of the Paris Agreement transparency framework. See what else? Yes, another question about why GEF 6 programmed 100% of the resources, and this time we programmed 95%. Well, the 95% is actually due to what I just said, that some countries did not program resources, and we are country driven, and in some cases that's not forthcoming. But in GEF 6, and it's hard to push us back to that time, because during that cycle we had a significant shortfall in the pledges. So the shortfall, because of currency fluctuations, we lost close to 30% of the entire funding that was projected for GEF 6. And the end result of that is that midway into the replenishment cycle, we had to shave off star locations from countries that hadn't used their resources yet. And therefore, if you look at the end, we are programming a much larger fraction of the pledges than in GEF 6. On the question, I think from Brazil and perhaps a couple of others on the ability of the expediency with which we are programming resources for enabling activities and BTRs going forward. And what we have to say is that we are really aware of the time-sensitive nature of these processes and these products and reports. And we have made available and communicated with the countries on the modalities to apply for BTRs. And this was done back in February of 2021. And this was done at that time to allow for enough time for the countries to prepare and submit the first BTRs to UNFCCC by December 2024, which is the established date. So we did go very early on in this process, anticipating the timeline. We have received and continue to receive requests for BTR support, and we are processing them without delay using the expedited procedure for enabling activities that we have. In the specific case of the climate change enabling activity request submitted by Brazil that Renato mentioned, we'd like to comment that the country, we commend the country for submitting enabling activities, and we suggest that others do the same by bundling a total of 4 reports. It's 1 national communication, 1 biannual update report, and 2 BTRs. And this helps us and helps the country to jumpstart that process. And then, it's a much better proposition. But unfortunately, when you do that, you exceed, and this is something that we might want to revise in GEF 8 going forward in terms of the processes for funding enabling activities. If the project reaches a certain level above $2 million, it ceases to be an expedited enabling activity under our current project cycle. So it has to go through this 2-step process with a full-size project, etc. So that takes some time as well. In the case of Brazil, it was Renato, I think it was about $7.5 million the request, and that's why it took a little longer. Japan, I would like to apologize to Yoshiko about what you brought up in the website. But just to clarify, what the website has is a list. Every time that we clear a project for submission to a work program, that information is updated for transparency so that every country and the agency know what's the status of that project. It doesn't mean that's been approved by council. It's not council approved. It's just a terminology that might be a little confusing. But what we have on the website is just showing that the project has been cleared for possible work program introduction, which of course would then be submitted to council. So we're not really expecting any rubber stamping of the work program at all. But thanks for clarifying that, and that might be confusing, and we can think about ways to clarify that. Who asked about by when work program comments? I think it was Gabriela again. We would love to have all your comments arrive at the GEF Secretariat by July 21st, if at all possible. And we make an extra plea that you abide by these targets, because it's complicated enough and to bring this to the discussion with the agencies. But we hope that by a month's time, this will be sufficient for us to compile this information. Carlos Manuel, I think I've gone through the ones that I've.
Yes, about the comment from Alpha Norway about the GEF 6 and GEF 7 ending and the impact of the pandemic. You are going to comment on the Norway's comment on the how we perform GEF 7.
Oh, yes. Okay, of course, the pandemic has slowed down things, particularly on the preparation phase. It hasn't slowed down the ability of agencies and the countries to produce concepts and bring them to your scrutiny and possible approval. But once the preparation starts, things can get complicated. But I would say that even with these complications, the agencies and the countries have been extremely creative in operating through alternative means, be them like ourselves, virtual means, or by relying more on local consultants and local contractors as opposed to international ones that sometimes are needed ideally. But at the end of the day, there is some impact in the activities, and therefore we had to extend cancellation deadlines to allow for countries to not lose their allocations for projects that had been approved and had hit the wall or would be hitting the wall on the cancellation deadline of 12 and 18 months, so that it hasn't happened for a large fraction of the portfolio, but it's something for some countries it was complicated. But we have been working very closely with the agencies, and I must say that this has been a Herculean effort by everybody's, on everybody's part, and we noticed that now that we have some relief coming up from the pandemic that we hope will be long lasting, all this effort will pay off, and we will have these projects hitting the implementation stage fairly soon. If we had conversely stopped this effort, we would be pushed way back from where we are now.
Thank you so much, Gustavo, for your intervention, and allow me to continue with the list of speakers. I got Côte d'Ivoire, followed by Sweden. Alimata, the floor is yours.
Bien, merci, Président. Je voudrais remercier le secrétariat du FEM pour cet important portefeuille de projet et remercier pour la grande part qui est faite en Afrique. Ceci dit, nous avons constaté le changement climatique et la biodiversité en tête, mais nous souhaitons une plus grande implication dans le futur pour la dégradation des sols qui impacte non seulement la biodiversité, mais le changement climatique. Concernant les ressources hors don, les non-grant instruments, notre secteur privé a été intéressé et nous avons reçu le 6e appel à projet, mais nous n'avons pas compris en tant que point focal opérationnel que nous soyons encore impliqués avec le secteur privé parce qu'on leur demande de choisir une agence d'exécution et qu'ils souhaiteraient avoir un support du point focal. Je pose la question parce que je ne sais pas si c'est nous qui n'avons pas bien compris les procédures. Il faut que le secrétariat nous éclaire afin que nous puissions permettre d'orienter les porteurs de projets du secteur privé de nos pays respectifs. Nous voudrions enfin remercier le FEM pour les programmes de renforcement des capacités CBIT, BRT, dont certains de nos pays ont bénéficié, leur permettant ainsi de répondre aux engagements de l'accord de Paris. Hormis ces quelques observations, nous supportons ces derniers programmes de travail du FEM7. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much, Alimata. Karin, Sweden, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation of the work program, really interesting, and also thank you for the responses to questions already posed by others. Sweden welcomes the work program as presented. So we have just some more general comments on results, as was mentioned also by Gustavo and explained. We note that 2 of the 10 indicators have not achieved the targets. So that is something to continue to follow. On concentration, this is still a very important aspect for Sweden, and we know that continued efforts will be made to find an even better balance going into GEF 8. As regards gender mainstreaming, we'd like to underline that it's absolutely vital that this is manifested in all, not most, projects. We also expect gender disaggregated data and gender sensitive indicators to be developed in all, not most, project plans, and we will continue to follow that closely. And finally, I want to support the comment made by US on the importance of genuine engagement with local communities in projects. That's really important for us. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen. Now I got the Netherlands followed by Mexico. Rene, the floor is yours.
Yes, Chair, thank you so much. First, I think we can all compliment ourselves with what we have achieved. And I was also very inspired to learn what you said about the marine protected areas and the major international waters program. A thing that I would like to raise your attention for, and actually everybody around the room, is that on the one hand, we're able as a global community to raise $5 billion for the replenishment of the GEF. On the other hand, on our watch, an imminent catastrophic oil spill is going to happen. The UNDP has a plan to solve it, but somehow as a global community, we don't seem to be able to raise enough money to stop that. The oil spill that is going to happen is related to a tanker that is moored off the coast of Yemen. And because of the civil war, no one owns that tanker. And after very lengthy negotiations in which the US played an important role as well, the UNDP was able to broker a plan. And the plan, if it's enacted, it will cost between the total costs are 100 to 45 million dollars. So it's a lot of money. But if it will be implemented, we're able to avoid an oil spill that is 4 times the size of what happened in 1989. There's 1.1 million barrels of crude light oil in that tanker. And the construction of the tanker is unstable because it hasn't been maintained. Because of the civil war, no one owns the tanker. So there is a plan, the UNDP has the plan, but we need to bring up the money. And it would really be painful if at the same time, all our capitals and probably also our ministers are going at the end of this month to the UN Ocean Conference and say beautiful things about how we're going to save the oceans and the seas. And at the same time, we're not able to avoid an oil catastrophe that is going to happen, and that will have an impact of probably $20 billion on the region. And on top of that, it will of course probably also impact the trade that goes through the Suez Canal because it's in the Red Sea. So of course, it's not directly related to what we're discussing, although for the context of what we're doing, I thought it was very important to mention this because we're working on structural improvements, but we also, as a global community, we also have to be able to deal with these disasters that are going to happen, and that will have an incredible impact on biodiversity. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Rene. Noemi, Mexico, you're online. Will be followed by
Thank you.
From Bosnia. Over to you.
Thank you. I will speak in Spanish. Desde la circunscripción de Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, México, Nicaragua, Panamá y Venezuela, aprobamos y aplaudimos el último programa de trabajo de GEF 7, que a su vez incluye 2 programas nacionales dentro de nuestra circunscripción. Por otro lado, y con el fin de contar con un mayor número de proyectos en los próximos programas de trabajo, ponemos sobre la mesa las siguientes dos consideraciones. La primera es disminuir las condiciones de cofinanciamiento y los requerimientos burocráticos, en tanto que en muchas ocasiones representan una barrera en el desarrollo de proyectos. Y el segundo punto es la creación de una ventanilla para preparar la propuesta de proyectos en aras de mejorar el aprovechamiento de los recursos. Asimismo, invitamos a todos los presentes a continuar impulsando proyectos que tengan sinergias con otros mecanismos internacionales, tales como, por ejemplo, el Fondo Verde para el Clima, pues ello aumentará el impacto de los recursos obtenidos por el GEF. Por último, agradecemos también al GEF por sus consideraciones respecto al impacto del COVID-19 en el desarrollo de los proyectos. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a vos, Noemi. Now let me give the floor to Bosnia, followed by France. Senat, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I would like to thank to the GEF Secretariat for all support you provide to Bosnia and to other countries that I am representing now in this as a council member in front of our constituency. And so it is really important that I raise the thankful for Mr. Gustavo for excellent presentation and explanation and answers on the questions I heard from them. Even I didn't ask for the question, I heard excellent answers that will just limited me on some question that I will now tell to you. This is a question on co-funding or contribution. In presentation, Mr. Gustavo mentioned the ratio of the contribution is 1:8, which is excellent from many opinions. But for our countries, recipient countries, sometimes we are a little bit in the so-called in doubt. What does it mean? Not only what does it mean in the sense of the contribution, but we are seeking for the explanation how calculate that contribution. For example, we have some project. This is a program project, which is for the GEF funding $42.5 million US, but contribution is $750 million US for each country, 7 countries in the Mediterranean that are participating. So I think that $800 million US is too much for some country like Bosnia and Herzegovina, which has only 12 square kilometers of the Adriatic Sea. So I would like that you maybe raise that we discuss about that question and find the best solution for our countries regarding contributions. Thank you very much.
Thanks to you, Senat. I will now to France, followed by Germany. Alain, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, Carlos Manuel. Nous remercions le secrétariat et particulièrement Gustavo pour la présentation du work programme. Quand on regarde en fait la cartographie du portefeuille du FEM7, on a plusieurs points d'attention que nous souhaiterions soulever et j'en citerai notamment 3. Évidemment, il y a le sujet de la relation avec les agences, celui de la concentration. Et nous regrettons un petit peu que, encore une fois, 4 agences seulement concentrent la plupart des projets engagés par le GEF, dont le PNUD, qui représente plus de 30% du portefeuille. Et ça souligne encore le besoin de travailler davantage avec d'autres agences, notamment avec les banques multilatérales de développement. Et plus particulièrement sur le PNUD, la France soutient toujours le maintien d'une revue de chaque projet présenté par le PNUD, par le Conseil, avant la validation par le CEO, évidemment. Le deuxième point que j'aimerais mentionner est le point qui concerne la biodiversité. Alors, on observe un retrait sur 2 indicateurs importants, notamment dans le cadre mondial pour la biodiversité. Alors, le premier, c'est sur le Terrestrial Protected Areas created or under improved management for conservation and sustainable use.
Et le second indicateur est celui qui est lié à Area of Landscapes under Improved Practices. Évidemment, ça soulève quelques questions de notre part. Et ça m'amène évidemment à la question de la biodiversité et de renforcement de l'engagement du GEF. Comme vous savez, c'est un sujet sur lequel la France est très engagée. Et à ce titre-là, on apprécie beaucoup le projet Undering Earth, qui pourrait conduire à de nouveaux modèles de mobilisation de ressources financières autour de la biodiversité, ce qui est un point très positif. Enfin, je terminerai avec une remarque sur, troisième et dernier point, sur la sécurité alimentaire. Nous savons que le GEF est très bien positionné sur ce secteur. Et vous savez que c'est un des sujets qui, à très court terme et à moyen terme, va mobiliser beaucoup d'attention, à la fois financière, à la fois politique. Et nous aurions évidemment souhaité renforcer la visibilité du fonds sur ce sujet-là. Et nous vous encourageons à apporter plus de projets auprès du Conseil et à continuer le financement sur la sécurité alimentaire. Merci beaucoup.
Thanks so much, Alain, for your words. And now I will give the floor to Germany, followed by UK. Sylvia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Germany welcomes the overall quality of the work program. The projects are generally well aligned with national circumstances and focal area objectives. We also welcome the strong focus on SIDS and LDCs in African countries. Further, Germany appreciates the work program's focus on climate change and biodiversity. Yet, besides those being very important areas, we should not lose sight of pollution, the third big crisis. This requires in-depth implementation of sound chemicals and waste management at the national level. Germany further welcomes the non-grant instrument project that will finance bioeconomy activities, forest-based products, and commodity value chains of SMEs in the Amazon region. With regards to these topics, Germany has established an extensive cooperation network in the region, and we're therefore very happy to enter into a fruitful dialogue with the NGI project. Yet, moreover, we would also like to join our colleagues from Norway and Switzerland with their concerns regarding the inclusion of indigenous peoples and civil society. Further, I would also like to echo the comment just made by Karen on, with regards to gender mainstreaming. Regarding the indicators reached until the end of the GEF 7 cycle, we applaud that most indicators have surpassed the expected levels, but yet again would like to join other colleagues in their concerns about the targeted achievements under full flexibility. And we look forward to how the GEF Secretariat will steer this in the future. We also encourage the Secretariat to see to full programming of the NGI funds under GEF 8 and are happy to see future projects in this regard. Finally, Germany has technical concerns about 2 projects. One project being a global one with the project ID 11011, and the other one being a national project implemented in Chad with the project ID 10998. We expect to see these projects being circulated for a second review before CEO approval. And as usual, we will also provide further comments on the work program in writing. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Sylvia. Now I would like to give the floor to the UK, followed by Australia. Ben, the floor is yours.
Many thanks, co-chair, and thanks to Gustavo for the presentation and also subsequent answers to questions raised by others. On that basis, I'll aim to be brief, but also just to flag that as a council, it's obviously important for us to scrutinize the work program carefully and agree with Japan. It's important for us not just to rubber stamp that work program. Also, just to say, as my first intervention, just to welcome Ambassador Faturi as co-chair, and also just to say that it's great to be back to be meeting in person again. We've already had some many valuable conversations in the margins last night and over breakfast, demonstrating why it's sometimes useful to have meetings in person, but also appreciate aiming to have effective hybrid meetings. So very much welcome the colleagues who are joining us online. Thanks for the update on the progress with the whole of the GEF GEF portfolio, including the good progress being made on impact programs on the NGI. Thanks to Japan for raising the importance of the risk appetite, which I think we should be returning again to under the STAP report. Thanks, Gustavo, for your explanations about the 95% spend and variability across focal areas. On co-financing, which was raised by US and Norway, maybe Gustavo, you did raise that. Sorry, I missed that. But I just also wanted to flag question marks about the fact that it's slightly low under this work program, and whether that's going to impact on the overall target being reached for the GEF 7. In terms of individual projects, we would like to see the FAO project 10990 for a second review in Nigeria. We welcome, as Jeremy said, the NGI project, and thanks to Gustavo for the comments on that. But again, it'd be very helpful to have a second review of that. That's 10937. Just finally to say that we very much support the work program and the decision. But like others, we'll be sending detailed comments and questions on the projects in writing after this council. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ben. We'll be happy to receive your comments and observations to the work program. So let me pass it over now to Australia, followed by Canada. Richard, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. Thank you very much for the presentation earlier on and the subsequent questions that were responded to by Gustavo. I found them very useful. Thank you very much. Overall, we applaud and accept the work program as presented. From our perspective, it has good coverage and it's a good way to conclude the GEF 7 period. We appreciate the focus on blue-green projects and the inclusion of Africa and as a priority, as well as the Asia-Pacific region. As others have pointed out, we would appreciate a stronger focus, particularly in the work plan document, on the extent of Indigenous consultations. I do recognise the more detailed response that Gustavo provided, but in the work plan document, there's actually very little reference to the Indigenous consultations and even less in terms of recognition of Indigenous involvement in project implementation and trying to get the value of both Indigenous knowledge and stewardship of those projects. So I think there should be greater recognition of that in terms of the way that the projects are canvassed in the work plan documents to give recognition of the importance of that element. And I think that goes to the heart of some of the comments that are coming through today. Just not seeing that as a profile and important in the work plan document, and that's very visible on the GEF website. I note that there's quite a lot of reference to both private sector and gender, and I greatly appreciate that. But I also reiterate the earlier comments that have been made about the importance of gender mainstreaming across all of the projects. Just in terms of the risk profile, it's already been mentioned by Japan and UK. I think it'd be useful to, and maybe we'll pick that up in the discussion under other business, recognition in the work plan of the extent of the innovation profile as opposed to the risk profile. But to what extent is there innovation we're seeing, and how is that looking in terms of the broader portfolio? I think it's less of an issue for GEF 7, but I think for GEF 8, it'd be really, I think, important to have a good understanding of how innovation is sitting under the broader portfolio going forward. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Australia. Now I got Canada, followed by the CSO network. Tom, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. Very short. We support this final GEF 7 work program. We will provide concrete suggestions before July 21st, because we have the opportunity to share all of the good projects with lots of experts across the Canadian government. Don't want it to go to waste. 3 points. One, We always like the inclusive nature of the GEF. For that reason, of the 48 beneficiaries, we really welcome that 20 LDCs and 6 SIDS will benefit from this work program. We also like that the GEF integrates, very strong integration when it comes to, for example, respect for labor standards, as Gabriela encouraged, and also indigenous peoples should be considered partners to fight the triple planetary crisis, as our dear US colleague mentioned. And naturally, whenever it comes to gender, I'm always on the side of Sweden, that let's not call it gender mainstreaming only. It should be gender integration in all projects, data, and so on and so forth. So one of the key things that we are always looking for is more explicit and concrete results in all projects, so that it's easy for us to see how we are of benefit to the people in the front lines of the planetary crises. The other thing that we really like about the GEF is it's an experimentation platform, so innovation is key. We read with lots of appreciation the very, very few words on the Selva Fund. So I would strongly encourage our dear Gustavo and others to share with us the structure of the SDG bond and how, for example, lots of our money is actually in the subsidiary funds, and how together as a global community, we can actually support important action across the 6 or so sub-funds that will be aggregated to float a global bond to invite investors in the market. Those are the kind of stuff that the GEF should communicate a little bit more, because financing nature, the success of COP15 in Montreal, the success of COP27 is highly dependent on new ways of thinking, new ways of doing innovative finance, and so on and so forth. So thank you very much.
Thanks to you, Tom, and thanks so much for bringing the expressions associated to experimentation, and innovation. This will take us to the conversation that we need to have in terms of risk management and looking into the future. Thank you, Tom. Now, I would like to give the floor to the CSO network. Maria, the floor is yours. You'll be followed by Belgium. Adelante, María.
Gracias, Carlos Manuel. Queremos agradecer desde la CSO Network la presentación y el excelente plan de trabajo que nos ha presentado Gustavo hoy. Lo que queremos resaltar, que no hay ninguno de los miembros del Consejo que no lo haya dicho, es la importancia de la participación activa de la sociedad civil a nivel de los proyectos. También de las comunidades locales y de los pueblos indígenas. Ahora, revisando desde qué lugar y desde cuándo, un aporte que queremos dar desde la red y desde la sociedad civil global, es que el momento para desarrollar la integración e incorporar a los actores es desde el mismo diseño del PIF. Cuando miramos en el PIF y vemos la parte 2 de la justificación de proyectos, vemos exactamente que los stakeholders están identificados como los pueblos indígenas, las comunidades locales, las organizaciones de sociedad civil, las entidades del sector privado, y se agrega en este punto 2, página 4 del PIF, que si estos actores no participaron en la preparatoria, se explique por qué. El punto acá es revisar cuál es la política de involucramiento de los distintos actores que forman parte de los proyectos y por qué en este momento es tan importante. Porque cuando participamos desde el comienzo, los proyectos son mucho más sólidos y realmente se pueden valorar. Los ejemplos abundan, pero ahora en el proceso del GEF 7, el proyecto de aguas internacionales que se está desarrollando en Uruguay y Brasil, ha incorporado desde el inicio una matriz de sus stakeholders. O sea, esto reforzado con la política de involucramiento, mirado y revisado para que esta política sea vinculante. O sea, lo que nos está faltando es que realmente esto esté medido y sea obligatorio. Que no sea solamente un punto más, como tanto se mencionó, lo mencionó Estados Unidos. Nosotros no somos un tic más dentro de un proyecto. Somos actores esenciales, pero esenciales porque somos contribuyentes al sistema. Entonces, visto esto, desde este momento, no después, sino en la formulación del proyecto mismo. Entonces, bienvenido el GEF 8, bienvenido que esto se incorpore desde ese lugar. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a vos, María. Now I will give the floor to the Belgian, followed by Spain. Corentin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. We welcome this last work program of the GEF 7. And we commend, for instance, the Global Umbrella Program to support the preparation of the national communications and the BTRs. And we encourage, indeed, the speedy disbursement of the financing to echo the concern expressed by Brazil. And we note with interest the high potential impact of the NGI project to mitigate very significant greenhouse gas emissions. But as you imagine, we are disappointed by the contribution of this work program to the core indicator 4 of the global environment benefits. Only half of this target will be achieved by the end of the GEF 7. It was already raised by other members, but this core indicator 4 and the core indicator 1 to a lesser extent are clearly the main shortcomings of the GEF 7, according to us. We take note of the explanation provided, but we remain surprised to read that it is partially due to slightly ambitious targets. The IPCC report, a special report on land, and the second edition of the Global Land Outlook show that the land situation is worsening in many parts of the world. So we wonder if these targets were really too ambitious. Anyway, such as suggested by Switzerland, I think, we would like to know what the Secretariat intends to do to convince the affected countries to invest much more in sustainable land management and land restoration, bearing in mind the full flexibility perspectives of the STAR. And finally, like others have also flagged, we note the high percentage of resources being programmed in the GEF 7. 93% is a good programming level. Still, we would be very interested to know what the Secretariat could do to make sure that this programming level is improved in the GEF 8. That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Corentin. Now, let me give the floor to Spain. Ramón, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias. Intervendré brevemente en español. Queremos felicitar al GEF por lograr este programa de trabajo final del GEF 7 y consideramos que deben aprovecharse las lecciones aprendidas en este periodo para avanzar en el siguiente periodo de GEF 8. Y igualmente que otros queríamos señalar la importancia de los resultados en la obtención de beneficios ambientales globales y en esa valoración del logro de los objetivos, la página 11 del programa de trabajo, pues igualmente nos gustaría saber y preguntar un poco cómo se va a avanzar en esos indicadores en los que no se ha conseguido el objetivo. En términos de cofinanciación, creemos que el programa de trabajo es muy claro. El sector privado tiene un porcentaje bajo, incluso otra categoría que sería un cajón desastre, como otros, tiene mayor porcentaje que el sector privado en la cofinanciación. Creemos que necesitamos impulsar este aspecto del sector privado, no solo eso, sino también el non-grant instrument y quizá el Private Sector Advisory Group, que acaba su tarea ahora, quizá sea necesario continuar y pensar un poco en nuevas funciones para impulsar la involucración del sector privado. Creemos que es necesario impulsar enfoques integrales, aprovechando las sinergias entre las diferentes áreas focales y valorando los resultados a través de los marcadores de Río. En este sentido, queríamos destacar un poco el papel de una agencia regional como SCAF, que ha aumentado de forma importante su porcentaje en este programa de trabajo. Presenta varios proyectos en un área muy vulnerable al cambio climático como es Latinoamérica y lo aborda con una perspectiva integral. Vemos proyectos que tienen en cuenta el análisis de ciclo de vida en edificios, aspectos de mitigación y adaptación en la gestión forestal y agrícola y una gestión sostenible de los recursos del agua, abordándoles de una perspectiva de cuencas hidrográficas, quiero decir, superando los límites administrativos o artificiales. Y en este sentido, simplemente enfatizar la necesidad de estos enfoques holísticos. Sobre proyectos concretos, Estados Unidos mencionó alguno, Alemania también, y quería señalarlos también, el de Venezuela, el proyecto 10.971. Creemos que es necesario asegurar la viabilidad del proyecto en el contexto actual socioeconómico y teniendo en cuenta la explotación actual que se está llevando a cabo de los recursos sobre el territorio. Y sobre el proyecto de cadenas de valor en pesquerías, el proyecto 11.011, nos parece un proyecto interesante en el sentido de que es necesario eliminar prácticas insostenibles de pesca en esas regiones, en las regiones objetivo del proyecto. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Ramón, por tu intervención. So this is the last one that I have in the list of speakers. So now I'll pass it over to Gustavo Fonseca so he can react to comments in response to questions from this last segment of speakers. Over to you, Gustavo.
Thank you, Carlos Moreno. Thanks for the remaining questions. If you allowed me, I'm not going to be repeating some of the comments that I've made earlier on in response to some of the questions that were then reiterated here, but we of course take note of the importance that you are all placing on certain topics. We heard a lot about the question of how do we ensure that we have proper target setting that doesn't that can reflect the reality. And again, we do the best we can by modeling these data, and we're going to get better as we move on. Now we'll have the entire GEF7 cycle to build from, but it's inevitable in a system in which the countries hold the purse on the investments and they can determine their priorities. And since we don't set targets country by country, we set targets on a global scale to find the final combination of targets and realize these targets is always a complicated equation. We try to stimulate business in a certain direction, but at the end of the day, we don't control every lever that would need to be used if we were to enforce certain aspects of this. So we are really country driven, and actually I must, whether you would agree with me or not, at the end of the day, the results that we've shown for GEF7 are remarkable, and greatly exceeding over half of the targets, and really almost meeting every one of them. And there are preferences and there are different priorities by certain countries. On the question that, for example, Corentin mentioned on land degradation and all that, I would point out that we have actually exceeded by at least 40 or 50% the target for land restored, which is a tremendous feat and something that, we are in the decade of ecosystem restoration, and restoration is not an easy deed, and that was done on behalf of the countries, and we hope that we can do more and more. France, I'll get to co-financing in a moment because it's been raised a few times. Concentration, we hear you. And we will continue to work on this and hopefully filling the necessary gaps. And we are seeing, a healthful trend. It's not quite there yet, but we'll get there, definitely. The question about biodiversity, definitely. I think the end result of the replenishment of GEF 8 points in that direction. We'll do the best we can to really realize these targets on biodiversity, which is highly needed. Third, food security. I must apologize for being remiss in our presentation and not highlighting the food security systems. It is the largest single investment that the GEF has in GEF 7. It's been with us for a while. It's a tremendous program. It involves many countries, and it's a transformative in nature, perhaps more than anything else we have. And thanks for calling our attention. We'll make sure to really, put the spotlight on the food security program because it's essential for us. Alimata, I didn't quite get your question. I think is related to NGI, but we can sit down with you and clarify, all the procedures and what it means to, being a candidate for an NGI investment in Cote d'Ivoire. So that's important. Co-financing, we do, as you all know, have a policy on co-financing. This policy was developed and approved by council, and we try to do our best job in reviewing every single project to weed out any possible double counting and making sure that the data is credible and all of that, and trying to segregate between different categories. If you recall, we introduced the typology of investment mobilized during the last replenishment to ensure that there was additionality and we're not just reflecting in-kind co-financing or recurrent expenses that come sometimes in the ambit of the co-financing space. And we're trying to do as best as we can. And then, the end result of all this effort is that we have exceeded the target for GEF 7. Now we are at 1.128. And on investment mobilized, we also exceeded. But to a question from a colleague from Bosnia, we don't apply that policy on a project by project basis. We apply the aspiration to the portfolio of the GEF as a whole. So we know that in certain cases and for certain focal areas, the ability to mobilize additional capital, additional co-financing is relatively limited. And we are, ready to examine these arguments. But the point is we need to make the GEF money, work as hard as it can, because the GEF doesn't fund 100% of the cost of green development, but we are there to work with the countries and piggyback on what they have in terms of priorities and try to make their development pathways greener. But we'll examine again. The co-financing issue has been a topic of interest, and we can take a look and do some more drilling down and see if it's something that we can refine going forward. Also, thanks for the reiteration on the question of including IPLCs, indigenous peoples and local communities in all aspects of planning and implementation. We intend to work with agencies to ensure that that happens and that there won't be any hiccups. I also noticed, Yoshiko, that I was remiss also. I forgot to address a couple of questions on the NGI that you brought up in the first round of questions, and I think you asked about the reasons for the cancellations of the two NGI projects, and let me address that. The agencies asked for cancellation of these projects not because of financial risks, but because they face, number one, the lack of time to meet the GEF Council requirements for the approval of a particular project that needed to come back within a particular time frame with some private sector investment mobilized, and they couldn't do that in time, even though eventually they managed to bring the money in, but it was not enough time for us to act on the council decision. Secondly, the other one was the NGI project on investment by the shipping industry. And what happened there was there were strategic priorities that shifted as a result of COVID-19. So the shipping industry really was quite affected by this. And the green shipping project was no longer deemed viable by the agency. Let's see what else. You also asked, Shiku, about how we assess financial risk consideration, for example, in the ambit of the Silver Fund and in general for the NGI. We rely, of course, a lot because we are sitting in the secretariat that does multiple things, but we rely a lot in the respective agencies' capacities to deal with these types of investments with blended finance, non-grant instruments, and also assessing the viability of the GEF investment. And in addition to that, we have constituted and have worked with for quite a long time an advisory group of financial experts that assess and then guide us and inform us on the soundness of these financial structures for the projects, the proposals that come to us, and eventually those that survive the scrutiny come to the council. In the case of the Silver Fund, which was a topic here today, the experience of the fund manager that has been employed and the risk mitigants built up in the financial structure were really considered to be quite satisfactory to justify the GEF investment. And then, piggybacking on Tom Bu's comment and the provocation about how can we make sure that we have more dissemination of these experiences because they are so important and have resulted in such impact for the GEF and it's bound to do more. We can do that, in a specially designed events. But in this case, the Silver Fund envisions the structuring of a Silver Fund the same way that a number of other impact funds have used that in the form part of an SDG bond program, which utilizes private capital and address the financial gap that exists in developing countries to deliver on SDGs. And the final structuring of this bond is still in the making, and sometimes certain negotiations within the investors are confidential at this point. But the intention is to issue it through an SPV, a special purpose vehicle, that will raise new capital and that will then lend to the individual funds. So in venture capitals, SPVs will pull the money from a group of investors and then invest together. So we hope that we can disseminate more of these very promising structures as we move forward. On gender, we hear again very clearly your calls for us to not only mainstream, but make sure that we have data disaggregated and that we are really on top of it. And we have actually produced in the core indicators disaggregated data for the entirety of GEF 7. So that should be something that we look forward to looking into. On the question of risk appetite, I call your attention to the paper that staff has developed and that will be presented and discussed. We spent a couple of hours yesterday with staff going over this particular question, and we plan to continue working with them on how we can work with the council in defining some of the parameters around risk appetite for the GEF and and, and manage expectations in regards to, how innovation may lead to higher risk taking and therefore some degree of failure in these attempts, and whether, the council will eventually accept, some tolerance for things that do not turn out to be successful in exchange for things that might be really breakthrough initiatives at the end. But we need to discuss all of these parameters with you, and we hope that within the next few months or we can bring something that's more germane to that question. Carlos Manuel, I think, for the most part, I addressed the points, and if there's anything else that I forgot.
Okay, Gustavo. Thank you so much, Gustavo. And with these, we exhausted the list of speakers. So, okay, yes, Rene, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, I mentioned something about the SAFAR. Perhaps what I would like to bring to your recollection is that in 1993, that's a very long time ago, the GEF had a beautiful project off the coast of Yemen on the coral reefs. And then we spent, I think, about $2.8 million on that project. I'm afraid that when this oil disaster will happen, and it's going to happen, that GEF might have to spend a little bit more on it. So also everybody around the table, there's an issue out there and we need to solve it.
Oh, thank you so much, Rene, for that. And let me tell you that I had a few conversations, not just with the operational focal point in Yemen, but also with our colleagues from the World Bank and UNDP as well. So, matter of fact, these next Friday, I have a conversation, a follow-up conversation within the staff of our secretariat with this very specific topic. We share your concerns. Definitely, no action to these circumstances will generate a super high cost, not just in terms of the GEF investment in the Red Sea, which are critically important, is a biodiversity, marine biodiversity hotspot, but also I think that the human impact in an area that is being threatened by conflict and insecurity is high. So thanks for bringing it to us. We will be able to explore options with our colleagues from the World Bank, UNDP, and others. And I will personally talk with you on what the GEF can be able to do. I strongly believe that we need to avoid a damage, a spill, an oil spill in this region. And if I need to have support, specific concrete support for the consulate, let everybody knows about it. So thank you so much. Gustavo, any additional comments on this topic?
No, I think, Rene is correct. The GEF way back when none of us were here, did have something called an emergency window or something like that, emergency grant facility. And a couple of oil spills were actually the subject of investment by this window, but it ceased to exist, and I have no idea why. But at this stage, we have our hands tied because resources are all locked into different pieces. Thank you.
Thank you, Gustavo. So as I was saying, having exhausted the list of speakers, I would like to invite Council to adopt the draft proposed decision, including document GF/C62/07 work program for the GEF Trust Fund. I don't see any objections to this proposal. Council approves the GEF7 work plan for the GEF Trust Fund. Thank you so much to everybody over here. So let me continue with our proposed agenda, with agenda item number 5, GEF8 integrated program's lead agency, terms of reference and selections of process. I would like to invite once more Gustavo Fonseca to present the document GF/C 62/05 on the consensus building process to identify lead agency for each of the integrated programs. Gustavo,
Yes.
here you got
I
it.
need the clicker.
Okay, here you got it. The floor is yours, Gustavo.
Thank you very much, Carlos Manuel, and apologies for taking the floor again. It's a pleasure to really present our thinking on the key aspects that we propose, we embrace for the lead agency selection process. Hopefully we can get some good support from all of you today. The GEF 8 integrated programs, it actually follows what we call in the ambit of the GEF, a programmatic approach modality. We have projects and we have a programmatic approach modality. And there are programmatic approaches that are not necessarily integrated programs, but in this case, we use this modality as defined in the project cycle, in which a program is a longer term and strategic arrangement of individual, but not yet interlinked projects that aim to achieve large scale impacts on the global environment. Programmatic approaches are potentially powerful tool to leverage more results from the GEF engagement. They facilitate the engagement on typically complex and evolving upstream drivers of change, and they aid in the generation and use of project learning, monitoring, and reporting. They contribute to regional cooperation and South-South exchanges, and finally, they allow for scaling up and promotes the institutional change as part of the program objectives. As we roll out the GEF 8 cycle, there are a lot of work that we need to do to get the 11 IPs that were included in the programming directions up and running, meaning get them designed and brought to council for approval. We have learned a lot during the last 2 replenishment cycles, and we also take into consideration the findings of OPS 7 that was produced by the Independent Evaluation Office. First, the selection of the lead agency would proceed over the course of the summer and early fall. We are envisioning that one agency will lead each integrated program. And in the case that are agencies that would like to propose co-leadership arrangements, there will still be a designated lead agency that would be accountable for submitting the programmatic framework document and run and implement the global or regional project. Any and all agencies are eligible to lead on any IPs, or at least to put its proposal forward. And the first role of the lead agency will be to prepare the programmatic framework document, which includes the coordination child project that it will lead. The lead agency will then be responsible for delivering the program level objectives. Finally, after the lead agency has been selected, there's an expectation that they will be heavily engaged with the child projects that agencies will implement across the entire framework of a programmatic, of an integrated program, including helping with the project design and further development. And this helps to ensure that the programmatic, that there is a programmatic nature and alignment of the entire set of child projects. The child projects are the actual investments in the individual countries that agree to participate in the integrated program and that contribute resources to it. The focus on the interlinkages between projects to achieve impactful outcomes requires that the program is led, again, by one agency, even when co-leadership arrangements are envisioned. In addition, in order to address the critical need to influence transformational change, In key economic systems targeted by HIP, the lead agency must ensure that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. This requires that the lead agency demonstrate strong capabilities on many fronts. And beyond a comparative advantage to coordinate the program, the agency is expected to work with a diverse set of stakeholders, including other GEF agencies. They need to commit and have the ability to track and record engagement with private sector to achieve the development goals and facilitate and to contribute significantly to co-financing acquisition through the program to their work with the private sector and with the other agencies implementing child projects. So the main roles of the lead agencies will be along these three fronts: on program development, administration, technical assistance, program coordination, and oversight. The first of these criteria is having recognized global leadership. This means that the IP is fully aligned with the priorities of an agency, with its global investment framework, as well as possessing a comparative advantage as a strategic partner, influencing stakeholders from both the public and from the private sector. The lead agency will also need to have the power to convene global leaders as well as stakeholders from all sectors relevant to a specific integrated program agenda. And this is critical to help foster productive and innovative dialogues, as well as creating new solutions and pathways for key transitions in the target systems. The lead agency must possess systems vision and credible track record and action demonstrating the execution of this vision, in addition to contributing to their own public resources as co-financing. The lead agency will be required to crowd in and mobilize meaningful investments and actions from private sources. And the lead agency must demonstrate capabilities to engage in meaningful relationships with private sector companies and financiers. And finally, the lead agency must have demonstrated track record in producing innovative knowledge that can further advance the program objectives and increase overall impact. One final message emerging from the replenishment negotiations is an encouragement of the regional development banks to actively engage at multiple levels on the delivery of GEF 8 integrated programs. At the start of GEF 8, all 18 agencies will be given the opportunity to express interest in taking a role as a lead agency for one or more IPs. The process will enable agencies to demonstrate their capabilities, as I mentioned earlier, to carry out the responsibilities associated with this role. And we plan to have this lead agency selection done simultaneously across all 11 IPs, because it takes a bit of time to get them all up and running and get all the countries in to demonstrate interest and then approving and starting project preparation. Prior to issuing a call for proposals, the GEF Secretariat will organize a session with all agencies to present and discuss the selection criteria, the expectations, and respond to any questions that they may have. And agencies are expected to use this criteria as guidance for their proposals, and they are free, of course, to use whatever format that they think would be appropriate to convey these qualities and their objectives. And finally, we will review the proposals with the participation of staff and make final decisions for recommendation to the council on lead agency selection, hopefully by our December 2022 council meeting, so that you can see the entire configuration of lead agencies across the spectrum of IPs. The project submitted by the agency will be evaluated by the Secretariat and the staff, as I mentioned, and we'll look into all these areas that I just mentioned here that I don't think I need to repeat. And one final point here before closing is, let me share a few reflections from our experience in GEF 6 with the pilots and GEF 7 with the impact programs. The slide here shows how the GEF resources were programmed by GEF across all of the programs. And two key trends, are worth noting. The first is that there's a wider diversity of agencies involved in both the GEF 6 and the GEF 7 programs, meaning less concentration than in the wider GEF portfolio. Secondly, multiple agencies programmed a significant share of the resources, and the proportional breakdown between the agencies is merely a reflection of the amounts programmed by the individual countries. So the message here is that integrated programs do in fact involve a large number of the GEF agencies. In other words, it has the power to activate a larger share of the GEF partnership. And this has helped to leverage a collaborative and collective strength of all the agencies that are available to the GEF and their partners to the GEF during the design and implementation phases. So this is another very, very important lesson that we learn. To conclude, the success of the integrated programs of GEF will largely depend on the rollout process and how fast we can do this. Because of this, much effort will be deployed in the first 12 to 18 months of the cycle. And we intend to start the process this summer, as I mentioned, with a formal call for lead agency proposals for all 11 IPs. The selection process will be done in time to present the results to you, to the council. And this will allow us to select a subset of the 11 IPs to start the program design phase and go through the country selection process and PFD design over the winter. We intend to submit a subset of IPs to the June 2023 council meeting and the remainder of the IPs in the December 2023 if they are ready for approval or for examination by all of you. With this, I thank you and turn it over to Carlos Manuel.
Gustavo, can we go to the previous slides because you mentioned 2023 and I'm seeing 2022.
No, that's right.
Okay.
Sorry.
So it is?
Yes. 2020. No, yes, that's correct.
2022?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, this is the selection process.
Yes, thanks.
Okay.
I was a little
No,
bit
the slide is correct, sorry.
surprised by that. Well, thanks,
All right.
thanks for that, Gustavo. And I want to recognize the work that Gustavo and his team has been doing around the clock since we finished the replenishment process to be able to be here and presenting this document for decision of council. As you can all understand, what we're doing here is operationalizing the decision of the replenishment with regards to the impact program. This is a big leap forward in terms of integration and impact for the GEF. So I want to thank Gustavo and once more and his team for the work that they've been doing so we can be able to have the opportunity to present this document and be able to have the discussion that I will very much look forward today. So thank you, Gustavo. And with this, having finished your explanation on the lead agency terms of reference and selection process, I would like to open the floor for questions and comments from the council. Adelante, Gabriela.
Happy to break the ice. Thank you.
Thank you. Followed by France, Clemens.
So thanks to the Secretariat for the document and thanks, Gustavo, for the presentation. We are not ready to adopt the paper and the decision right now. I think we need to work on this maybe overnight until tomorrow because we would like to see some change in the text. So just putting that out there. front up, maybe for the scheduling tomorrow, take that into consideration. And there's two main elements we would like to see changed in the lead agency selection process. One is you're speaking of a technical committee for the selection process within the GEF Secretariat, and we appreciate that based on the experience we had and concerns which were raised also in the governance group around agency selection during GEF 7. We would appreciate if there were not just GEF-SEC staff in this technical committee, but if we would, for example, also build on the expertise from staff and have at least one staff member in that technical committee to help increasing the transparency and broadening the understanding of the selection process. In addition, we would also have some suggested language for the decision to make it clear that it's a detailed report we're getting back at the next council with full transparency. So we see who has applied, who did get it in the end. So it's an open, transparent bidding process that really provides the transparency that we have heard is wanted also during GEF 7. So we really implement that. And then the second part is the notion of the co-lead agency. So we disagree that it should only be one lead agency. We actually feel we have to stay true. As you said, Carlos, this is a implementation of what we agreed in the replenishment. And there was common agreement that there should be the possibility for co-leads. We do recognize the risks that you're saying with regards to accountability, et cetera. So we're suggesting as an alternative to the text you have in paragraph 13, alternative language that enables a co-lead, but would request a concept note from the co-leads along with the submission for interest to be a lead agency from the two co-leads, where they clearly indicate which function in the Annex 1, which agency would be in charge of. So you have this accountability issue resolved. And staying with that, we would still stay true to what was decided in the context of the replenishment. Noting that this is an additional administrative hurdle if you want to go for a co-lead, because you have to provide a concept note in addition, but we feel you need this to really have this accountability issue resolved that you were mentioning yourself. And then just to pull it through in the Annex 2, there's in various levels, you say global expertise or regional in some, and in some cases it's just global. But you yourself at the beginning said it should be global or regional. So I think just to be consistent in the Annex 2, it should always, when there is a reference, say global or regional expertise, so that we don't front up already exclude certain agencies which have a very strong regional expertise, but maybe have so far not been active on a global scale. And happy to provide all these comments in writing so we can really work on the text also with all other council members. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Gabriela. France, Clemenza will be followed by Miguel from Chile. Clemenza, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le coprésident. Je vais m'exprimer en français. Nous souhaitons remercier le secrétariat pour la présentation de ce document au Conseil qui sera clé pour guider le déploiement des ressources pendant la période FEM 8 avec un processus transparent. Nous avons, comme mentionné avant moi par la Suisse, également des remarques substantielles et nous souhaiterions que le secrétariat puisse en tenir compte pour représenter une nouvelle version de ce document. Nous souhaitons rappeler que la réduction de la concentration des agences de mise en œuvre dans le portefeuille du FEM était l'une des 3 principales priorités de la France pour la période FEM 8. En particulier, en lien avec cela, nous nous réjouissons de l'adoption d'une cible aspirationnelle de 10% des financements approuvés mis en œuvre par le FIDA et les banques de développement régionales. Dans ce contexte, nous sommes particulièrement sensibles au sujet des modalités de choix des agences chefs de file, qui est un enjeu clé en lien avec les leviers pour agir sur la concentration des agences. Soulignant l'intérêt de ce type d'arrangement qui permet de s'appuyer sur les spécificités et la complémentarité des agences, nous regrettons que le secrétariat ne propose pas des mesures plus précises pour faciliter la définition d'arrangements avec plusieurs agences chefs de file. Cela permettrait effectivement de tirer parti de l'expertise, de la couverture géographique complémentaire de plusieurs agences. Nous souhaitons que le secrétariat soit proactif pour faciliter les échanges entre les agences afin que des consultations aient effectivement lieu pour étudier l'intérêt et la faisabilité d'arrangements avec plusieurs agences impliquées pour mener des IP selon le focus thématique de chaque IP. Nous souhaiterions que le rôle des agences impliquées dans ce type de modalité puisse être clarifié comme cela a été également demandé par la Suisse avant. Nous notons que le secrétariat ne propose pas de consulter des experts externes pour sélectionner les agences chefs de file et nous pensons que l'implication d'experts externes pourrait être intéressante pour enrichir ce processus. Et nous souhaiterions également qu'au moins le STAP puisse être impliqué dans ce processus. Nous souhaiterions également que soit explorée la possibilité d'introduire un plafond maximum d'IP pour lequel une même agence puisse être agence chef de file en cohérence avec l'objectif de ne pas favoriser la concentration des agences qui est donc une préoccupation importante pour nous. Toujours en lien avec l'enjeu de réduction de la concentration dans le portefeuille, nous souhaiterions également que soit explorée la possibilité d'introduire un plafond maximum de child project qui pourrait être soumis par les agences sélectionnées en tant que chef de file. Et si cela n'était pas retenu, nous souhaiterions au moins que si les agences chefs de file présentent des child projects, celles-ci donnent des éléments concrets concernant les démarches qui ont pu être entreprises avec les autres agences intervenant sur les mêmes thématiques et les mêmes géographies afin de justifier qu'aucune autre agence ne pouvait mettre en œuvre ce child project. Nous souhaitons également, comme cela a été également mentionné par la Suisse, que la liste des agences sélectionnées et celles qui ont soumis des propositions pour devenir agence chef de file soit communiquées au Conseil avec une justification du choix retenu pour les agences chefs de file. Et finalement, concernant la grille d'analyse présentée dans l'annexe 3 du document, un autre critère important pour nous et qui est actuellement absent de cette liste est celui des actions prévues par l'agence chef de file candidate pour favoriser la participation du plus grand nombre d'agences dans la présentation des child projects. Et enfin, un dernier point sur le critère de cofinancement, nous souhaiterions que davantage d'informations soient données pour ne pas que celui-ci soit un frein à la participation du plus grand nombre d'agences qui puissent fournir des candidatures pour être chef de file. Je vous remercie.
Thanks so much, Clemence. Now I will pass it over to Chile, Miguel, followed by Colombia.
Muchas gracias, Carlos Manuel. Buenas tardes, colegas. La circunscripción del Cono Sur, integrada por Argentina, Bolivia, Paraguay, Perú, Uruguay y Chile, apoya esta propuesta de decisión con los comentarios y sugerencias que hemos escuchado de Suiza y Francia. Manifestamos nuestro acuerdo sobre la posibilidad de que todas las agencias acreditadas ante el GEF puedan presentarse para operar como agencia líder, entendiendo que es consistente con el proceso de diversificar el portafolio de proyectos entre las agencias. Sin embargo, hacemos notar que hay que tener en cuenta que las agencias del GEF, por diversos motivos, no son comparables al momento que un país las elige para un proyecto y que no todas pueden calificar para ser agencias líderes de algún programa integrado, dada la existencia de agencias nacionales, de ámbito regional y otras de especialidad temática y técnica en particular. Finalmente, destacamos la importancia de contar con un proceso de selección y de reglas específicas de operación de los IP y hacemos un llamado para que el proceso de selección que se nos ha propuesto sea realizado con la mayor rapidez posible, considerando la complejidad de todo este proceso. Los tiempos de participación de todo el ciclo en un programa integrado son largos y esto se transforma en un factor importante a considerar por aquellos países que deseen participar en estos programas, particularmente aquellos que reciben una menor alocación de fondos STAR. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a vos, Miguel. Now I go over to Colombia, followed by the US. Laura, floor is yours.
Gracias, Carlos Manuel. On behalf of the constituency of Brazil, Colombia, and Ecuador, I would like to thank the Secretariat for presenting this document as it outlines the main principles of the selection of lead agencies for integrated programs under GEF 8. For us, as well as some colleagues have said, it's important the participation on this process and especially from the operational focal points actively in this process, seeing its exception, including the prerogative to express preference for certain lead agencies for each program. In the case also of existing IPs from GEF 6 and 7, we would like to request that approved lead agencies shall be allowed to renew their role as lead agencies. This would prevent discontinuity of national projects and allow continuation of those IPs. Under Amazon Sustainable Landscape IP, for example, we would like to retain the World Bank as a leading agency for the GEF 8 period. For all other new IPs, we suggest that one OFP from recipient countries could be appointed by each constituency or region to be involved in the selection process of the Secretariat. In this regard, we would like to propose the following language to be included at the end of the paragraph 11 in the document GF/C62/05. The lead and the paragraph reads, the lead agency selection process will be done simultaneously for the 11 IPs, with full participation of operational focal points, full stop. In any case, in the context of the IPs, countries should always retain their ability to choose their national agencies in this process. Also, we understand that it is important that the selection of the leading agencies is expeditious and efficient. We have examples of previous IPs that took too long to select their lead agencies, which in turn led to extensive delays in the implementation of projects. Of course, we also want to have these agencies for October 2022, as Gustavo has said. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Now let me go over to US, followed by Japan. Rob, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Carlos Manuel, and thank you, Gustavo, for the presentation. Overall, we're supportive of the clear and transparent process and timeline for lead agency selection laid out in this document. And we feel that it is an improvement, as you indicated, over the process in GEF 7. That said, we appreciate Switzerland's comments about the selection committee and including staff expertise, and also about transparency and the proposed changes that Switzerland suggested for the decision. We also, we thought the accommodation for co-leadership arrangements in paragraph 13 are sensible, but appreciate Switzerland's comments with respect to that too, and look forward to considering additional language with respect to that. We also appreciate the coordination child project will be designed alongside the program framework document, and think that could help the council offer better feedback on the program framework document ahead of developing the child projects. And we found the roles and responsibilities and assessment questions in annexes 2 or 3 fit for purpose as written. We do have a number of questions though. So I'm just gonna ask a number, maybe 5 or 6 questions now. First, we support the concept in paragraph 9 that the lead agency must demonstrate access to a broad range of key decision makers from relevant ministries in a considerable number of recipient countries, as this would support domestic policy coherence where appropriate. But what evidence will be required for these relationships? And could this limit agency participation in the IPs, including in the regional development banks? Second, in Annex 1, paragraph 1, monitoring and reporting, we note that the lead agency will develop a final evaluation for the whole program. Will lead agencies also be asked to develop a midterm evaluation for the IPs? This seems important given the significant amount of programming and resources represented by these IPs, and also in light of the request to the Secretariat in the decision for agenda item 4 to organize a midterm review to assess portfolio performance under full flexibility. Third, also in Annex 1, paragraph 2, If disputes arise in the country inclusion process, how will they be adjudicated? And would there be a role for the council? Fourth, if a co-lead agency situation does arise, can we confirm the secondary agency will also be held to full account to all GEF policies, including fiduciary and environment and social safeguards? Finally, during the replenishment negotiations, there was considerable discussion regarding both aspirational share targets for the regional multilateral development banks and IFAD, as well as aspirational ceilings for any given agency of no more than 30% of approved amounts during GEF 8. Yet taken together, the criteria laid out here for lead agency selection may have considerable potential to exacerbate existing concentration issues. We think it may be helpful to have information on the potential impacts of lead agency selection for the IPs incorporated into the associated briefing note for the council member meeting in December. That's it. Thanks so much.
Thanks to you, Rob. Now let me go over to Japan, followed by the UK. Yoshiko.
Thank you for giving me the floor. We thank the Secretary for preparing this report. It's very informative. We broadly agree with Swiss proposal, and we also concur with what the questions that the US had proposed. While we're in broad agreement with the proposals raised in this report, we do think there are some issues that need to be ironed out on ways to secure transparency and accountability on the final IP agency selection process, and the lack of clarity on how the proposed selection process affects country selection and agency share at the overall IP portfolio level, and questions as to the reconciliation of selecting agencies that satisfy all the proposed criteria with the objective of reducing agency concentration. For example, we think that it would be difficult for most agencies to satisfy all the criteria to generate a disproportionate amount of co-funding while satisfying the specialization and expertise criteria. In our view, it's most important for an agency to satisfy the expertise element first, to satisfy donor demand for better results and reporting, for us to secure more funding, and unless presence of co-leads and executing agencies can be guaranteed to supplement this deficiency if it exists. As such, we propose that the process reflect the following. The criteria should be weighted, perhaps, in favor of IP thematic or project relevance. We would be very happy to work further on the Swiss proposal. We think that it sounds good as it stands, maybe perhaps with the incorporation of what the US had raised. And also just to cite that we think that it's necessary to review the roles and responsibilities of the co-leads and executing agencies in that regard in the IP context. Maybe perhaps introducing possible standard templates for the MOU or clarification procedures for any dispute settlements that may arise from the arrangement. Specifically on Annex 2, we think that in the sustainable forest management related IPs, including Amazon Congo ecosystem restoration IPs, we'd be interested and request that the International Tropical Timber Organization be involved in this expert panel or be considered as an advisory role or executing agency for member states should they agree to do so in light of the synergies with its mandate reporting and data provision capability. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Yoshiko. And let me pass it over to the UK, followed by St. Kitts and Nevis. Ben, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Carlos Manuel. Also, thanks to Gustavo for the presentation and all the work from your team to take forward the work on the integrated programs for GEF 8. And great to get these moving, as others have said. We welcome the process for selecting the lead agency, and it's good to see the incremental improvements in the process. I think it's worth just highlighting here that ultimately what we're trying to do here is to take forward the integrated program approach, and with the objective of seeing the success of those integrated programs over the GEF 8 period, and to deliver what we expect to see is considerable global environmental benefits that they will deliver. As such, I think that what this debate is about, and this paper is about getting the best or the most appropriate agency or agencies to be the lead agencies for doing that. And that they bring in the right expertise and experience to deliver those programs, that they're engaging with countries and they're engaging with international expertise. as OPS7 has said, it's about trying to make sure that these are delivering more than the sum of the parts. And I think one of the objectives has been set out in the paper is to ensure that those lead agencies can monitor and deliver a program level outcomes, which I think was one of the weaknesses as identified by OPS7. And I think to get success of this is not about, it's certainly not, we shouldn't be hindering the country ownership. And in some ways, I think my understanding is that while we have sympathy and recognize the ongoing issues on concentration, our understanding, but by Gustavo and GEF Secretariat to respond, is that being a lead agency doesn't necessarily correspond to the overall volume of the GEF 8 funding being utilized. To a certain extent, this is maybe more about the implementation of those child projects. Also, I think that, again, for Gustavo to maybe clarify, we're talking about 30% maybe of the GEF 8 resources, another 70% which isn't covered by this. So I think from our point of view, the focus about this is about looking at getting the right agencies to lead these programs to deliver what we hope will be very successful programs over this period. We'll be very happy to engage with other committee members today and tomorrow to look at any changed language, but I agree with Colombia that it's important to get the lead agencies agreed to move forward and deliver this expeditiously. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Ben, for your intervention. Let me now move over to St. Kitts and Nevis, Laverne. You've got the floor. She will be followed by Denmark. Laverne, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. The Caribbean constituency again commends our esteemed CEO and the GEF Secretariat for the continued hard work that has been undertaken to expand the integrated programs, which now include the Blue and Green Islands Initiative, which is large ocean state specific. In recognizing this accomplishment, the constituency continues to have some concerns as the focus of these initiatives have been found to present a challenge for the membership due to the specific focus in both species and region. The terms of reference for the selection of lead agencies for the IPs provides a transparent process which GEF member countries and the GEF agencies can clearly understand the methodology and timeline that will guide the way forward for agency selection. The constituency has noted that recipient countries will be able to determine which GEF agency is the lead, for want of a better expression on the initiative formulated from the country perspective. However, we would want the GEF Secretariat to ensure an appropriate mechanism is developed to foster increased communication and information sharing between the global lead and those at the country level. Members have noted past instances where there have been a disconnect between the global and the country lead, which, as we are aware, can delay the implementation of an initiative. Please be assured that the membership will continue to explore opportunities to enable our participation in the programs as they are rolled out on the GEF 8. We are indeed appreciative that no guidelines have been developed requiring participation in the IPs, which leaves countries free to determine the best approach to addressing country priorities for utilization of the STAR resources. Due to our limited experience in regards to the IPs, we are seeking some clarity in regards to agency fees. We would want to know how these are calculated, where the fees are paid in regards to the lead agency, and from the country perspective, once we have identified our agency on ground for our initiatives, where those funds for the agency fees are also allocated. Thank you for your time.
Thanks so much, Laverne. Now, let me move over to Denmark, followed by Spain. Emil, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Our constituency would also like to thank the Secretariat for preparing the documents and to Gustavo for the presentation. With regards to the selection process, we support the suggestion made by Switzerland and others to include staff expertise in the selection committee. We're also considerate of the GEF Secretariat's rationale to having a single lead agency for each IP due to the operational complexities and also the accountability issues related to having co-leads. Nevertheless, like others, we would like to request more clarity regarding the roles and responsibilities of the co-leads, and we have a couple of questions in this regard. First of all, will any guidelines for the potential co-leads role be published in advance to give time for agencies to discuss possible arrangements as they prepare their proposals? And secondly, we would like to know how the regional MDBs could be involved as lead agencies, since most of the IPs are in fact global. And we would also like to know whether the Secretariat would encourage co-leads in cases where proposals are received from multiple agencies and where it could add value and substance to the IP by having two or more agencies complementing each other through a co-lead arrangement, or if co-leads will only be considered in the case that this is already specified in the proposal. And finally, we would just like to know what happens if no agency proposes to be a lead for an IP. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Emily. Now we'll go over to Spain, followed by Canada. Ramon, you got the floor.
Gracias. Queremos compartir un poco la necesidad que se ha expresado de hacer más efectivo el proceso de selección, ¿va? Y creemos que el GEF, un poco en la línea que comentaba Francia, debería incluir algunas salvaguardias en ese proceso para evitar la concentración de agencias. Creemos que el proceso de selección de las agencias líderes es fundamental, es importante y es el primer paso para lograr un programa exitoso. Y el GEF debe estar involucrado, la Secretaría, y no solo esperar a que las agencias presenten las propuestas. Un poco en la línea que comentaba Dinamarca, el coliderazgo, tal como está redactado, es posible solamente si dos agencias están interesadas y llegan a un acuerdo sobre ello. Pero creemos que el GEF debería ser más proactivo y fomentar este tipo de acuerdos, uniendo diferentes perspectivas y buscar la coordinación y enfoques integrales. El documento marco de programa que se deberá elaborar para cada IP será más sólido si distintos organismos aportan sus conocimientos, su experiencia, su background, su trayectoria. Incluso consideramos positivo que el equipo técnico que va a evaluar esos proyectos sea capaz de proponer posibles acuerdos de coliderazgo tras revisar las propuestas presentadas. Por lo tanto, proponemos, es una sugerencia, añadir algo al calendario. A esa fecha límite del 30 de octubre de 2022 sería interesante abrir un plazo para que las agencias discutan posibles acuerdos propuestos por el equipo técnico de evaluación. Por último, un apunte pequeño sobre aunque no cuenta con un gran presupuesto, ya hemos citado en varias ocasiones que consideramos muy relevante los objetivos y los resultados del programa Net Zero Nature Positive Accelerator. Y respecto al anexo 2, con consideraciones específicas para el liderazgo a la hora de evaluar la agencia que lidere este programa, creemos necesario incluir una referencia a un enfoque hacia la innovación, que no lo hemos visto, y una estrecha colaboración con la academia. Creemos que estas cuestiones son relevantes para avanzar de forma acelerada en esos vínculos entre naturaleza y clima. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Ramon. Let me now go over to Canada, followed by Niger. Tom, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel. I'll be very quick. As you know, Canada, like Ben, always have strongly supported the incremental improvements and the mainstreaming of the integrated programs as part of GEF 8. The integrated programs, in order for it to deliver the promise of integration results for everyone, getting the right lead agency or co-leads, as some of us want, is essential. The lead, based on the criteria, should advance innovation and impact. And of course, because it's integrated programs, integration results across many different global environmental benefits like climate change, biodiversity, and pollution. But the one thing that attracted us to the integrated programs is inclusive partnerships. And so there's lots of references in the document about the private sector. And as we discussed during the work program, indigenous people are guardians of nature, and they should be fully integrated in all criteria. The other one that I still remember, our dear Swedish colleague, gender, women, should also be there. So as you look at Annex 2 and Annex 3 in the criteria, as well as the assessment grid, you may want to relook at appropriate mentions of not only private sector, but indigenous people, women, local communities, and youth. So thank you.
Thanks, Tom, for your intervention. And now let me pass it over to Niger, followed by Sweden. Dan, the floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ma circonscription félicite les femmes pour cette proposition de document et nous souhaitons que ce processus soit accéléré autant que possible. Nous appuyons la proposition d'implication du staff et au-delà, nous souhaiterons que pour des propositions régionales, qu'on implique des institutions techniques. Par exemple, au niveau de ma circonscription, j'ai fait allusion aux SILS, à l'agrimètre, qui peuvent aider en tout cas à bien finaliser les propositions, à réussir la mise en œuvre. Alors, il faudrait aussi examiner le cas où la proposition de l'agence LEAD heurte un dispositif qui est déjà préétabli au niveau national ou régional. Alors, je vous donne un peu comme exemple. Vous savez, dans le cadre de la Grande Muraille Verte, il y a déjà un accélérateur qui est mis en place où vous avez autant beaucoup d'agences de femmes qui sont dans cette coalition et beaucoup de partenaires aussi nationaux et régionaux. Alors là, je pense qu'il va falloir impliquer à fond les entités nationales et régionales. C'est le cas aussi pour le plan d'investissement climat du Sahel, pour lequel on a un partenariat et où certains pays ont déjà défini des agences dites qui doivent les accompagner dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre de leur CDN révisé. Alors, toutes ces questions nous amènent en tout cas à réfléchir, vraiment voir tous les cas de figure possibles de façon que le leadership du pays soit réaffirmé et qu'on évite un peu certains désagréments qui peuvent être en porte-à-faux avec la volonté des gouvernements. Je vous remercie.
Thanks so much, Dan. Now I will pass it over to Sweden, followed by Australia. Karin, you got the floor, please.
Thank you, and thank you to the Secretariat for preparing the document. And we think it's a really good document to work from. And I fully support the statements made by the UK and Canada. And also specifically, I mean, the Danish statement as well, but also specifically regarding the co-leads arrangements that we think should be elaborated on a bit more in the documents. We can also engage in discussion around language as proposed by Switzerland, and also especially around the inclusion of staff in the selection process. We think that would be very good. And I mean, it all boils down to finding the most suitable agencies and in a transparent process. And regarding transparency, it's really is about transparency towards implementing agencies and in the end towards the rights holders in the recipient countries. And I think that there could be a little bit more in this format in that respect. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Karin. Now let me turn it over to Australia. followed by the CSO network. Richard, you got the floor, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Secretariat for the proposal that's been put forward. We would support many of the comments that have already been made in discussion today. Some, I think, very useful comments. Just picking up on a few of those. First of all, support the comments that have been made by Switzerland in terms of specific suggestions, and we're happy to engage in the development of that text. Agree with the comments from Canada and also Sweden in relation to making sure that we capture the characteristics of what we're looking for from that coordination role. One of the things that I think comes out in the discussion about the lead and co-leads is, in my mind, it's almost a framing of a consortium approach where there's no single standard model, but what we're looking for is the proposal to actually set out an approach for the way it would work most effectively, and we're looking for the characteristics of how that would work in each of the instances. And I think they are sufficiently different that we don't want to just have a single model of a single lead as an approach that needs to be applied across the board. So some flexibility there I think is useful, but at the same time we need to be sufficiently clear about the outputs and the outcomes and the results we're looking for so that we get that through this process. So I think there's a bit of a balancing act there. We need to be sufficiently flexible, but also sufficiently clear about how we expect that to operate. One of the things I recognize the timing pressure for the process to move forward to ensure that we get the integrated programs underway. But I also recognize that there's some degree of integration across the integrated programs we want to capture as part of this process. And I'm just a little bit worried about doing it all at once, because some of the partners will be coming forward with multiple proposals, and whether or not we should be thinking about staggering the process so that where there is going to be overlap, we've got clarity about how that overlap would work, or at least consideration for how that would be captured and considered as part of the process. If we are concerned about having too much concentration, how do we then deal with that? We might have one agency coming, or one MDB coming forward with managing multiple integrated programs. And if that's not the desired result, how do you then backwards engineer that subsequent selection process? So to me, the solution would be, if you had adequate time, and I'm not sure if that's possible, to maybe do 2 sets of evaluations and stagger it so you don't understand what the implications of one would be on the other and how that will be managed in the process. But I'll just sort of leave that as an open question, because I'm not sure how that would work in practice and how you then recalibrate for the decisions that have been made across the board. In my mind, I don't know how you'd actually work through the solutions to that. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard, for your comments and for your proposal on how we can proceed today. Let me now move it over to the CSO network, followed by Germany.
Thank you, Chair. The GEF CSO network have gone through the agenda on business plan and corporate budget. It is a very informative and a good agenda, and we are very grateful for that. However, the agenda is silent on allocation of funds for the network. It is our belief that
Excuse me. We haven't got to that agenda item. That's the next, no, two. We got STAR, and then we'll go to the corporate budget. So we are done on the agenda item related to the IP lead agency selection. So I'll let you know when we get there, so you can do your intervention. Okay. Thanks for your question.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I opened the wrong one. Thank you very much, and excuse me.
Okay, you can proceed. Thanks. Okay. We'll continue with Germany, followed by Solomon Islands. Silvia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I think I can be very brief. We want to echo the points made by Switzerland, Australia, Sweden, and our colleagues from the UK. We believe it is a good basis that we have in this document, but we also see room for further improvement, especially with regards to the issues of co-leads. I agree with colleagues that we have to balance transparency and accountability here, and looking forward to a common way forward here. Furthermore, I would also be interested to know the exact chair that is actually programmed for the coordination platform projects. And I think it is key to know that maybe there is not that much money at play, and we overestimate the effects of concentration here. And I would be happy if the Secretariat could elaborate on that. Furthermore, I want to echo Tom on the aspects of gender mainstreaming. I think gender and also civil society inclusion should be key selection criteria for IP leads. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. Now let me pass it over to the Solomon Islands, followed by Belgium. Pauline, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Carlos. Just, I think my question is basically looking at the way forward. We have, I think there's a lot of rich proposals being made, and there is also a proposal of revisiting this by tomorrow. I'm just trying to see how best we can do that, but in terms of managing all these, I think this is where probably I'm seeking from you, co-chair, on this going forward. We certainly, I think we have this one shot in terms of trying as much as possible to get it right from the beginning. But I'm just also trying to also be realistic with things, whether we should have in place some I think it's the timelines that this is supposed to roll out. I'm also mindful of, but we'll be guided on how we can, if it's possible, it can be done tomorrow. It will be good. If it's possible, it might need to come back on the 23rd, I think. Then I will be guided by you on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Colleen, for your intervention and your interest in helping and even guiding us on way forwards. Definitely, it's clear here to the co-chairs that this is a topic that needs to be further worked today and tomorrow. I think that after the 16 interventions, we've been able to capture 4 or 5 different topics that needs to be worked. I got one more person on the list of speakers, and then I'll pass it over to Gustavo so he can 2 more speakers. So he can react to some of the very specific comments and questions, and we both will propose a way forward with regards to this agenda item. Thanks, Colin. So I got Belgium, followed by the Netherlands. So, Corentin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We take note of this document, and like France and others, we wonder if this selection process could not be an interesting venue to address the concentration risk. We are very mindful of the country's right to choose the agencies they want to work with. And we acknowledge that this selection process should be fully transparent and based on clear competence criteria. At the same time, we would like as well to have a minimum variety of GEF agencies assuming this role. So a right balance between the two concerns could be found, according to us. And this is why we are wondering if we could not consider putting a cap on the number of IPs for which an agency could have the lead, such as proposed by France and Spain, I think. Apart from this idea, we would like to know what the Secretariat could propose to incentivize the diversity of agencies, assuming the lead function of an IP. And like many others have also raised, we interpret from the document that there is no real incentives for co-leadership. Yeah, so we are a bit surprised to see that there is no real incentive for regional agencies to lead an IP. And finally, we think it could be interesting to hear what the regional agencies think of the suggested selection process. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much to you, Corentin. I got Netherlands. Rene, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Many things have been said. Let me first underline that we're very enthusiastic about the integrated programs. At the same time, we support the suggestions that have been done by among others, Switzerland. And in addition, I'd also like to mention that our constituency remains vigilant about the risk management and fiduciary standards of the GEF implementing agencies. And I'd also like to thank the GEF Secretariat for its fine collaboration and constructive role in the handling of the UNDP SNL project case. And we also like to thank the Secretariat for increasing transparency concerning the UNDP implemented projects and improving the Council members' possibility to monitor them, as was decided in the previous Council meeting. And we look forward to UNDP's updated self-assessment this June, and the following updated self-assessment by the end of June 2023. Our constituency will keep taking risk management very seriously. GEF's implementing agencies and the new lead agencies of the integrated programs need to have appropriate risk management reporting, monitoring, and audit systems in place. Thank you.
Thanks, Rene. With this, we have exhausted the list of speakers, and I'll pass it over to Gustavo so he can react to the comments, to the proposals, and he will indicate us ways forwards with regards to this agenda item.
Thank you, Carlos Manuel, and thanks for all the comments that were received, and we will work with all of you who have demonstrated some interest in refining what we have before you, today and tomorrow, and try to get to the point where we can move on with this, because again, time is of the essence, and I would like to call on you that, based on an experience that we had with 2 cycles of integrated programs, that it's important that we do it all at once, that we try to do the entire landscape all at once, because we will be able to see through the possibilities much more effectively than if we divide up the job or stagger the job. And like to also point to one comment that the UK Ben made. I think our interest, the collective interest, to make these programs succeed, right? They succeed in the terms of what they were proposed to deliver, which is more integration, more impact, more systemic approaches to solving global problems that require systemic solutions, and not necessarily to solve other internal issues, even though we hear you loud and clear that you would like to see these programs exacerbate any trends related to concentration of resources in certain agencies. I try to assuage you of that fear by showing that we haven't confronted that problem. in the past, and it's very unlikely that we'll confront this this issue in the future. We are keenly aware that you do not wish to do that, and therefore we'll work very actively, and we are committed to not allowing that to take place. But let me also highlight that we are talking about 30% of GEF-8 resources. It's a very precious, share of the overall program, but it's a relatively small one, in which we all have placed a lot of confidence that we would deliver more results per unit of investment than we have through the regular pipeline. And by the way, this is what we observed in GEF-7, looking at how the IPs have delivered resources and value for money versus what happened with individual projects. So from where we sit and with the experience that we've accumulated and with the work of the IEO, with the extensive consultations with the agencies, with yourselves, with staff, we believe that we have a very promising framework ahead of us, and we need to give it the necessary flexibility that it will eventually deliver on what you're all expecting. The process that we've suggested here, that build on these criteria and build on the comparative advantage of different agencies, and also having a very transparent process. And by the way, we agree 100%. Actually, in my presentation, I mentioned that staff would be part of the selection process, so there's no dispute there, and we have already designed that into the system. But I don't think we need to be too fearful of what lead agencies will do. In my experience, being a lead agency, it's an extra burden. In other words, we almost have to recruit lead agencies as opposed to prevent them from being over dominant, because the only thing different that they do is that they coordinate a global or a regional component of a programmatic framework document and make sure that things are moving the right direction, that they are engaging with all of the child project implementing agencies, and that program has a coherence around it. So if you were to just look at the resources and look at the child project space, which by the way amounts to 89% of all the resources, the global programs only amount to 11%. I think maybe it was Victoria that asked this question. Again, it's a difficult proposition, because you have to really work hard with the other agencies to ensure that they are doing the right thing, et cetera, as opposed to just implementing child projects in individual countries that are in turn selected by the countries using the country ownership and the country selection criteria. So I think that the more that we can avoid, having at this stage in the process, caps on number of applications or any restriction, would allow us to see where the demand is coming from, who's coming forth, willing to collaborate with the GEF as a partner agency to deliver on these different programs, and then we can put forth a credible, transparent process that we can report back to all of you on the results. Having said that, of course, we are in your hands in terms of what improvements or additions you would like to introduce in the proposed document. One of them has been mentioned multiple times here, is this issue of co-leadership. And just to extend a little bit on this point, again, we are in your hands on this. But again, based on our experience, if you spread accountability too much, you get none of it, or it gets to become, a very difficult proposition, becomes a blame game. Where's that information? Who's responsible? And a lot of time is wasted in that internal conflict. Not that it can't be done, it could be done, but we've seen enough of these cases to at least alert us that, okay, co-leadership arrangements can work, but we would like to suggest that we have someone within the day, the buck stops with that entity as opposed to with multiple entities. But again, we are at in your hands on this. If you think and you can come up with a suggestion in which co-leadership arrangements could work to deliver what we need from the regional or global programs. And by the way, the question about whether it's regional or global, this is because certain IPs are global in nature. Others are regional in nature. The Amazon IP is regional. The Congo Basin IP is regional. There's no way that it can be global. But others like sustainable cities and others might be much more global in nature than the others. So, this is where we are at this stage. And I think we need some clarity going forward. We can work with all of you who have an interest in the subject on the sidelines and come back with something that addresses your concerns as well as hopefully reflect what we've learned so far in terms of the delivery of these programs, because at the end of the day, it's going to be not how much they decrease concentration, it's going to be how much they do really deliver on their programs. But by the way, they are not going to be increasing concentration. That's a given. And one final point, and we heard this from a few of you, we could enjoy some leeway in how the Secretariat and those involved look at this problem and try to come up with the best configuration possible that addresses your concerns, that addresses your needs at the same time, that ensures that the best agency, the best proposals, the best commitments are included in the final design. The other point is that the child projects can only be done after you have the lead agency, because that's by definition, we don't know what countries are going to work with, what agencies have been for what IP. So we need to define this quickly because they will have an important role in stimulating the proper countries to become part of these programs that are very important for us. With this, I'll stop, Carlos Manuel.
Thanks, Gustavo. I'm curious to know if there's any reaction or comments from what Gustavo just mentioned in any of the council members. Yes, Gabriela, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Gustavo, for your response to what has been said from the floor. I think the best way forward is maybe that we have a small drafting huddle at the end of this session to see what we can incorporate, taking into account the operational challenges and all of that. I think nobody has the intention to provide any additional operational hurdles. At the same time, I think at least for us, it is really important that we stay true to what was decided as part of the very sensitive political balanced agreement in the context of the replenishment. And the co-lead element was a very important part for some around the table in that regard. So we have to embed it somehow, and it's difficult for us to approve something which would de facto exclude that. So we have to find a workaround there. That's why this concept node idea, which, as you said, yeah, I recognize it takes quite some time, especially between the two co-lead agencies to agree on who takes on which responsibility in the annex referenced in Annex 1. But we have to provide, in order to stay true to the agreement and the replenishment, we have to provide for that option. And yeah, so there, I think we also indulge on your flexibility that we make this workable. Thank you.
We will do exactly that, Gabriela. Thank you for your conversation, for your recommendation. By the end of today's sessions, we will invite any council members that want to join us in a working group. And we will proceed as you have recommended. Gustavo, any?
No, I mean, maybe, Gabriela, you can you can take care of this one for us and work with whoever you think it's interested in this, and then we can look at some concrete text that would reflect you know, so instead of trying to recreate this discussion, I think we've advanced quite a lot, and having a proposal from you would be great.
Okay. We will do that. Thank you so much. So with this, I would like to go to our next agenda item, which is, oh, excuse me, sorry. Yes, Colombia, please.
Gracias, Carlos Manuel. No me voy a demorar. Solo quisiera apoyar lo que Gabriela de Suiza acaba de mencionar y, como siempre hemos planteado desde el punto de vista de los puntos focales operativos, algunas reflexiones acá. Solo pensemos para los programas de impacto existentes en los que ya tenemos una agencia con la que venimos trabajando. ¿Qué pasaría si tuviéramos una agencia distinta a la actual? Tendríamos que estar los países en dos comités directivos distintos, porque tenemos una agencia de GEF 7 y una agencia de GEF 8, dado que en algunos casos los proyectos o programas tendrán coincidencia en el tiempo. Entonces, creo que la invitación que nos hacen de unirnos a un grupo de reflexión más tarde la aceptaremos para dialogar sobre esto y ajustar los términos de referencia. Muchas gracias.
Mucho gusto, Laura. Thanks for your comments. So with this, I will conclude based on the understanding that we'll have a further conversation later today, this agenda item. Thanks for your proactive contributions and observation on this very important agenda item. And with this, I will go to our next agenda item, which is number 4, updating the system for transparent allocation of resources. I would like to invite Francois Clot to present the document GEF/C 62/04, updating the system of transparent allocation of resources that explain the changes to the STAR, introduced as a result of the GEF replenishment negotiations. Francois, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I'm introducing the document titled Updating the Systems for Transparent Allocation of Resources. Participants to the 8th replenishment meeting of the GEF Trust Fund recognize the key role that the GEF System for Transparent Allocation of Resources, STAR, will play in helping countries achieve their global commitments in the next decades. Participants further agreed to increase share of the funds allocated to small island development states, SEEDs, and to less developed countries, LDC, in the GEF STAR. Having considered the Secretariat's analysis of STAR in the context of the 8th replenishment negotiations, participants requested the Secretariat to include the following provisions in its proposal to Council for updating STAR, which is what we have done. So first, a proposal for recipient countries to have full flexibility in the use of their GEF 8 STAR allocation. Second, a harmonization of the SEEDS floor with the LDC floors and a raising of these aggregate floors to USD 8 million, as well as a raising of the floors for non-SEEDs and non-LDCs to USD 5 million. Third, a lowering of the focal area ceilings to 6%. Fourth, an increase in the weight of the GDP per capita indexed to -0.16. Fifth, the creation of a competitive window in STAR amounting to 8% of the STAR allocation of the 5 top STAR recipient countries, excluding SEEDs and LDCs. The thematic focus of this window would be to encourage country-driven investments that enhance domestic policy coherence while reflecting the national policy landscape and aligning with other national GEF priorities. Pursuant to the GEF 8 policy recommendation, which have just been approved earlier today, this document presents for Council consideration First, the STAR policy, which is Annex 1, that will replace and supersede all relevant previous council decisions regarding STAR. And to enhance transparency and to support the effective implementation of the proposed policy, it also includes STAR guidelines contained in Annex 1B, which provide further details on procedural steps and practices. The operational details of the competitive window are articulated in the operational guidelines in Annex 1C. And the Secretariat proposes that the STAR policy that you have before you would come into effect on July 1st and be applied in the calculation of initial STAR country allocations for GEF 8. If approved, this would allow the Secretariat to disseminate the indicative GEF 8 STAR country allocation to council members, alternates, and country focal points, and to make them publicly available on the GEF website on July 1st, 2022. Thank you very much, and looking forward to your reactions and comments.
Thank you, Francois, for presenting document GEF/C.62/04 on updating the system for transparent allocation of resources. I open the floor for any comments or interventions, clarification. I recognize Canada. You have the floor, Canada.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Just wanted to intervene very quickly. Thank you to colleagues and everyone else for agreeing on two very important updates for GEF 8. One is providing more support to SIDS and LDCs. And two, the expansion of the use of the real markers to include biodiversity and land degradation in order for us to be able to measure the results in a more robust way. So those are the two. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Canada. I give the floor to Rajesh of India to be followed by Norway. Rajesh, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Co-Chair. Just one line. We are really pleased that leadership of Carlos in arriving at consensus on this particular window. And this was not an easy task, we know, and we appreciate their very close engagement with all stakeholders in carrying it through with consensus. Our only request is that this newly created competitive window under STAR, GEF may please continue to actively engage with the top 5 recipient countries before finalizing the details. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajesh. I now give the floor to Norway to be followed by Sylvia of Germany. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'd like to thank the Secretariat for the STAR document, including the updated policy and guidelines. Our constituency agrees that the new policy is in line with the decisions taken during the replenishment negotiations. We have 3 very short but specific questions on the competitive window and its operationalization. First of all, why is the call for proposals for the competitive window so late, November 2023? Secondly, is there any focal area requirement for the competitive window aside from the 3 Rio Conventions focal areas? And then finally, how will the projects from the competitive window relate to the core indicators and targets? How will results be measured and reported on? Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. I give the floor to Sylvia of Germany. You have the floor, Sylvia.
Thank you, Chair. Germany supports the outlined updates to the GEF 8-star system. In this context, we would like to express our gratitude for the open and constructive discussion on the proposals during the 8th replenishment negotiations by the GEF Secretariat and Council members. Allowing countries full flexibility in allocating their star resources to the 3-star focal areas represents a profound change for the way GEF is assigning funding. Therefore, Germany would appreciate the planned midterm review by the GEF SEC to provide early insights under full flexibility. Germany furthermore welcomes the competitive window, but would however like to join Norway in the points just made. And we would also be happy to better understand how the detailed implementation and selection process will take place, and how projects will be selected by the GEF Secretariat. We consider the new competitive window as a pilot model to further raise the level of ambitions in order to achieve greater results, so that global environmental benefits remain the cornerstone of the GEF in years to come. Finally, Germany welcomes the planned measures to improve the financial support for SIDS and LDCs, and looks forward to an even stronger focus on vulnerable countries in the next GEF 9 cycle and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. I give the floor to Renato of Brazil, to be followed by Colin of Solomon Islands. Renato, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. On behalf of my constituency, I would like to thank the Secretariat and those that were involved in the process of negotiating the new star formula for GEF 8. We know that this topic was one of the most contentious under the GEF 8 and led to extensive negotiations. We strongly believe that in a unique role played by GEF in the global financial architecture, acting as an important focal areas and serving as a financial mechanism for several multilateral environmental agreements, providing means of implementation for multilateral commitments in the environmental areas is fundamental if you are to tackle effectively complex challenge to the environment. STAR remains the main source of grant investment for recipient countries and is the core of the GEF structure and its relationship with recipient countries. In this regard, we always believe that STAR must be balanced and focus on results and reliable and verifiable indicators that contribute to environmental agreements commitments. In this regard, I would like to commend the maintenance of the GDP per capita as one of the components of the STAR formula. This index is better positioned to fully capture the impact of COVID-19 pandemic that seriously affect our region. However, we notice the interest of some countries to introduce contentious language, such as the concept of vulnerability in the heart of GEF 8 policy directions, with the aim of preventing some developing countries from accessing certain GEF financial modalities and terms. On this matter, while not opposing the consensus, we would like to comment the following. GEF shall continue to treat all developing countries, all developed recipient countries equally, and in this regard, must not introduce new category of countries or to provide for any differentiation between developing countries. We do not favor an introduction of the concept of vulnerability in the GEF on the grounds that this concept is not based on in any environmental agreements that GEF act as a financial mechanism or on any decision of the COPs or guidance given by the COPs. We agree that future replenishment negotiations should revisit these issues in order to assure predictable and transparent resources for inclusivity without reductions in funding for some countries, as GEF's resources are complementary to national investments. And finally, under the competitive window, I would like to support what my colleague from India has said. We finally agreed to use 8% of the STAR allocation to the top 5 GEF STAR recipient countries. We look forward to getting specifics on the operational details, including the 5 top STAR recipient countries, which is going to be published on 1st of July, but we know the usual suspect for this, but for the sake of transparency, we ask the Secretariat for more information, including on the matrix of criteria to be used and on the selection of the committee of external experts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Renato, for articulating your constituency's position on this particular agenda item. I give the floor to Colin of Solomon Islands to be followed by Clemens of France. Colin, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. And just on behalf of the constituency, just would like to make three points. First is to welcome the STAR document. Secondly is to thank everyone for the consensus reached in terms of the attention paid to the ocean countries, the small island developing states and the least developed countries in terms of the increased allocation and the flexibility. Third is a request. Within 9 days, should we agree to this STAR document, 9 days, this will become, operational. I'm just making a request if consideration could be given for our constituency to really have some sort of a technical workshop in terms of trying to fully utilize what is available in the 8th cycle. With that, I thank you, Chair. I yield back the floor to you.
Thank you, Colin. On your request, well, the Secretariat is in listening mode, and I'm sure they've taken note of that. I give the floor to Clemens of France to be followed by Noemi of Mexico. Clarence, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Co-président. Nous remercions le secrétariat pour ce document et Françoise pour sa présentation. La France soutient fortement le travail du secrétariat pendant la période FEM 8 pour permettre l'inclusion d'un indice de vulnérabilité dans la formule de calcul des allocations STAR pour la période FEM 9. Nous souhaitons aussi insister sur l'importance de l'organisation d'une revue à mi-parcours en complément d'un reporting régulier sur l'utilisation des ressources STAR. Et ce pour évaluer l'atteinte des objectifs d'allocation par aire focale au niveau du portefeuille du FEM, ainsi que pour identifier des mesures correctives le cas échéant. Nous souhaitons également noter quelques points d'attention sur les informations fournies sur la fenêtre compétitive. En lien avec les mesures prises pour réduire effectivement la concentration des agences dans le portefeuille sur FEM 8, nous notons un enjeu très important de favoriser la participation de toutes les agences à cette fenêtre compétitive, y compris les ONG internationales et les banques régionales de développement. Il sera clé de s'appuyer sur les expertises des différentes agences pour atteindre les objectifs associés à cette fenêtre. Nous souhaiterions que les critères de sélection ainsi que la composition du comité externe consultatif de sélection soient présentés au Conseil, idéalement lors du Conseil de juin 2023, avant le lancement de l'appel à projets pour cette fenêtre. Et nous serons attentifs à ces éléments. Enfin, et c'est un point qui a déjà été mentionné par l'Allemagne, en s'appuyant sur l'expertise et l'expérience acquise pendant FEM 8, nous pensons que la fenêtre compétitive pourrait grandir par la suite. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Clemens, for that, for your intervention. And I now give the floor to Noemi of Mexico to be followed by Alimata of Cote d'Ivoire. Naomi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I will speak in Spanish. Agradecemos al GEF el reporte sobre las modificaciones a la fórmula STAR. En cuanto a los cambios establecidos, consideramos que la flexibilidad total en el uso de recursos de STAR permitirá tener impactos mucho más significativos, así como una asignación de recursos de manera más eficiente. No obstante, también es importante dar seguimiento y asegurar la distribución de recursos a través de todas las áreas focales. Sobre la ventana competitiva, apoyamos lo ya mencionado por Brasil y de igual manera, para la siguiente reunión del Consejo, nos gustaría proponer una sesión exclusiva para discutir los detalles de este nuevo mecanismo. en tanto que contar con todos los detalles de la aplicación sin duda beneficiará la pronta preparación de proyectos para proponerlos a consideración de todos ustedes. Finalmente, consideramos esencial mantener los lineamientos de trabajo del GEF consistentes con los mecanismos a los que sirve y por ende, también como ya lo mencionó Brasil, no generar diferencias o subgrupos de países en desarrollo al incluir componentes que no se incluyen en las convenciones, tal y como la vulnerabilidad. En este sentido, invitamos a todos a trabajar de la mano y escuchando las voces de todos en las siguientes reposiciones. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Noemi, for your intervention. I give the floor to Alimata of Côte d'Ivoire to be followed by Jian Wei of China.
Bien, merci, Président. Nous remercions Françoise pour la clarté de sa présentation, ainsi que le secrétariat du FEM qui a permis de rendre flexibles ces allocations pour tous les pays. Cette nouvelle donne va nous permettre d'orienter efficacement nos ressources vers nos priorités. Nous avons pris note des formules de calcul. Cependant, nos mandants ont hâte de connaître les montants de ces allocations ou souhaiteraient connaître la période de leur disponibilité au vu des catastrophes qui ont lieu en ce moment dans toute l'Afrique de l'Ouest avec les inondations qui commettent beaucoup de dégâts. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Côte d'Ivoire. I give the floor to Jian Wei of China to be followed by Lavin of St. Kitts. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I have two comments. First, we support the updated STAR based on the consensus of our previous negotiation. We expect these measures will help direct the GEF resources to where they are most needed and most efficiently used. And second, on the competitive window, I subscribe to the point and comments made by our Indian and Brazilian colleagues. Full consultation with the countries and further clarification on the selection criteria and procedure is indeed necessary. In this regard, we urge the Secretariat to take an agile and prudent approach in implementing the competitive window, in particular on policy coherence. As stated in the document, we agreed that the policy coherence should reflect the national policy landscape. It should be pursued in a way tailored into country context that aspire long-term policy reform towards environmental goals. Therefore, it should be given an adequate weight in the project selection process, serving as an incentive rather than a rigid policy criteria or conditionality for the use of allocation. I'll stop here. Thank you, and back to you.
Thank you, Jian Wei. And I now give the floor to Lavin of St. Kitts, who's joining us virtually. You have the floor, Lavin.
Thank you, Co-Chair. The Caribbean constituency remains confident in the non-inclusion of the vulnerability index as part of the weighting for the disbursement of resources under the STAR during this negotiation is not the end of the discussion. We again thank the donors who continue to recognize the inherent vulnerabilities of our countries as large ocean states and remain on the front line of the ravages of climate change and at risk of becoming climate refugees. We welcome further research and open dialogue among and between the donor recipient countries to bring greater understanding and consensus so the vulnerability index can play a part in the calculation of a future STAR methodology. The Caribbean constituency welcomes the raising of the floor from 4 million to 8 million, which indeed provides the potential for increased investment that derive greater global environmental benefits. However, members await with optimism the outcome of the country allocations. The rise in the GDP per capita index, although beneficial to our member Haiti, which is a least developed country, and the recent updates to country data would continue to perpetuate an image that does not take into account the real environmental challenges that exist on ground. We have always been a people who believe in collaboration And if COVID-19 has taught us anything, it is that we remain a people of creativity and innovation. Therefore, we will utilize the flexibility that all large ocean states have been provided on the GEF 8 to widen and scale up our activities, including our support for our small grants programs to enhance the profile of the GEF as a key party in environmental and resilience building. Thank you.
Thank you, Levin, for your intervention. So now give the floor to Yoshimoto of Japan to be followed by Maria of Argentina.
Thank you, Chair. Just over the, I appreciate over the such a change of the our after allocation of the modality. One of the point of the change of the GDP ratio and the priority type of the LDC and the sheet I've mentioned of the Tom earlier. We can keep over this momentum to the priority of the LDC and the sheet. We'd like to, in order to keep a momentum, we'd like to start with the further consideration of the consideration of the commercial resource and utilization, and also financial accessibility from a market based on the vulnerability of the status. I just want to request of the this of the point, and one of the to accelerate the review of the STAR, we'd like to request last paragraph of the decision text to specify the timing by which the recommendation from OPS 7 are made available to council member to review of the evaluation of the STAR. Then one of the points, second one is another point of the data issue. To better of the reflect of the most recent of real life, we request of the STAR calculation data used not of the latest available data of the June 2021, which is over the year ago, and then but latest available data of this of the meeting of the in 2022, if possible. This especially of the because of the some data is that collected of the last year go back to 2017, which is from the pre-pandemic period. It is better to update of the such a data based on the current situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Yoshimoto. I now give the floor to Maria of Argentina to be followed by Epica of USA. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor copresidente, por la palabra. En primer lugar, en representación de la circunscripción Cono Sur, me gustaría agradecer a la Secretaría por la elaboración de este documento y principalmente a François por su presentación. Dicho esto, y respecto a este asunto de la agenda, la circunscripción Cono Sur apoya el mantenimiento del sistema de asignación transparente de recursos y que se haya establecido como principio la totalidad, flexibilidad de traspaso de fondos entre las áreas focales, brindando una previsibilidad y libertad de planificación a los países en desarrollo para implementar acciones que consideran prioritarias para el logro de beneficios ambientales globales. Asimismo, la circunscripción Cono Sur acompaña el consenso en la aprobación de la decisión recomendada. Sin embargo, con relación al párrafo en el proyecto de decisión que solicita a la Secretaría que continúe explorando opciones para considerar la vulnerabilidad en STAR para el GEF 9, la circunscripción Cono Sur recuerda y destaca que ninguna convención internacional ha solicitado específicamente al GEF que incluyera un índice de vulnerabilidad, o que lo tuviera en cuenta en la asignación de sus recursos. No olvidemos que todos los países de la región latinoamericana hacen importantes aportes a los beneficios ambientales globales, ya que contamos con grandes extensiones de territorio, climas y diversidad de ecorregiones, por lo que los cambios en el sistema de asignación transparente de recursos no puede afectar negativamente las asignaciones finales de los países en desarrollo. En línea con lo mencionado, la circunscripción Cono Sur considera que el GEF deberá continuar tratando a todos los países en desarrollo por igual y en este sentido no debe introducir nuevas categorías de países ni prever ninguna diferenciación o graduación entre los países para acceder a sus recursos financieros. Conceptos como países de bajos, medios y altos ingresos o países vulnerables no forman parte de ningún acuerdo multilateral sobre el medio ambiente para el cual el GEF actúa como mecanismo financiero. Las únicas diferenciaciones dispuestas son entre países desarrollados y en desarrollos, sin referencia a sus ingresos o a su vulnerabilidad. Por ello, y en línea a lo mencionado por las circunscripciones lideradas por Brasil y México, no apoyamos ninguna propuesta que busque definir la vulnerabilidad o países vulnerables, una definición que no existe bajo ninguno de los acuerdos ambientales en los cuales el GEF actúa como mecanismo financiero.
Thank you, Argentina, for highlighting your constituency's position on some of the pertinent points covered under this particular agenda item. I give the floor to Epica of the United States of America, to be followed by Ben of the United Kingdom. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to start off by saying that, like other chairs who spoke before me, we very much recognize the substantial efforts of the Secretariat to facilitate negotiations and an agreement on this very complicated issue. So we commend you for all of the work that you all put into that. And we also appreciate the efforts of the Secretariat to operationalize the GEF 8 STAR policy, and we welcome the policy, its guidelines, and the operational details of the competitive window. We particularly welcome the decision text that requests the Secretariat to monitor the use of STAR resources relative to portfolio level targets on focal area financing and global environmental benefit results, and to report on this progress in the semi-annual corporate scorecard. And we welcome the request that the Secretariat organize a midterm review to assess portfolio performance under full flexibility and to identify potential measures if portfolio level focal area financing is not progressing in a way that will meet the agreed performance targets. But we overall think that going to full flexibility across the areas is a good, at the country level, is an experiment that should bear fruit, and we're looking forward to seeing how it works. We also would like to better understand the relationship between the midterm review of flexibility and the potential or the need for midterm reviews to be conducted for some of the integrated programs. And with regard to the IEO, we are very pleased that the IEO will include an evaluation of STAR as part of OPS 7 to inform the negotiations on the 9th replenishment of GEF 9. And in particular, we'd like to just ensure that this evaluation will include an examination of the competitive window and how that has worked. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Epica. So our next speaker will be Ben of the UK, to be followed by Gabriella of Switzerland. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Co-Chair. I'll be very, very brief because a lot of the points have already been made. Just to say very much welcome the STAR document and the consensus which was reached during the GEF 8 replenishment discussions and the work of the GEF 8 Secretariat to facilitate that. We welcome the midterm review, which is being proposed to ensure the full flexibility doesn't distort the portfolio and put in jeopardy the ability to deliver results, and obviously making sure that that midterm review is usable by the Council to act on any recommendations from that. And we also support Germany and Norway, and comments and questions being made on the competitive window, just to reflect that this is a very important tool, obviously, going forward, and to pilot that for the future. Many thanks.
Thank you, Ben. I give the floor to Gabriella. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. And thanks to Francoise for the presentation and the Secretariat for the documents. Let me congratulate you of striking the balance of this delicate political compromise and actually implementing what was agreed. So I think the document reflects that very well. And just in response to some comments which were made with regards to vulnerability, there are references to vulnerability and vulnerable countries and the special circumstances of SITs and LDCs all across the MEAs that the GEF serves as a financial mechanism. So yeah, we would just want to recall that across the table, that there is a recognition of that. We recognize the balance we have taken for this replenishment, and that's what's in the paper. And we fully stand to that compromise, but I think it serves mentioning that the vulnerability is mentioned across the MEA. So it's not that it's something completely new or different or not mentioned in the context of decisions. And the star allocation is not an eligibility question, but it's actually a question of distribution. So another aspect, which I think is important to consider when we discuss the star. And then with regards to the competitive window, we can support the suggestion, I think it was from Mexico, that we have an in-depth conversation about that at the next GEF Council meeting to see how it really works and all the details, etc. We have one question. Why do you only plan to issue the call for proposal in November 2023, which is more than a year ahead of us? Could you not issue the call earlier and ensure a longer period of time between the opening of the call and its closing to allow for parties to engage with the GEF agencies and submit well thought through proposals? Since we think it's probably better for them to give them more space, because the assessment criteria will only be published along the call for proposals. So effective design of the projects cannot be initiated before you open the call for proposals. That's why we thought maybe giving the countries a bit more time to plan for that might help. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriella. Next on my list is Sana of the CSO Network, to be followed by Richard of Australia. Sana, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The GEF CSO Network, having reviewed document GEF C6204, refers to system for transparent allocation of resources, makes the following comments and recommendation. The GEF CSO Network would like to thank the GEF 8 replenishment teams for the many comprehensive changes in the star allocation program. Adjustment to the floor and ceiling allocation for seats and LCD countries, and full flexibility in the use of their GEF 8 star allocations allows the utilizing of resources across the 3 focal areas without restriction and will add value to the projects. Added to this, the creation of a competitive window in star amounting to 8% of the star allocation of the 5 top star reception countries can help to engender interest. We are pleased that the GEF has expressed concern within countries for the following when monitoring and evaluating, such as, first one, seeing the need for controlling land degradation, combating desertification, and connecting to livelihood needs, as well as monitoring the quality of environmental management and willingness from policies and frameworks is essential and good indicator. We hope that the GEF 8 star allocations and changes will encourage country-driven investments that enhance domestic policy coherence while reflecting the national policy landscape and aligning with other national GEF programming. This expansion will therefore ensure that the objective from the process of project it can be mentioned in guidelines or added in the eligibility of countries. Finally, the guidelines are very useful and complete document. However, we propose that a flowchart that illustrate the guidelines would make it easier for users. Thank you.
Thank you, Sana, for registering the views of the CSO network on this very important agenda item of our council. I give the floor to Richard of Australia to be followed by Corentin of Belgium. Richard, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I think there's agree with the range of views that have already been expressed in the discussion. Most importantly, to welcome the outcomes of negotiations as reflected in the document here. Just to note and highlight and welcome the proposed approach for the review, midterm review, and the use of the scorecard, as well as the IEO evaluation of the use of STAR. And I think that as a package sounds very sensible. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Now I give the floor to Corentin of Belgium.
Thank
You
you,
have the floor.
Mr. Co-Chair. I'll try to be brief. So we welcome this update of the STAR and the fact that it will make more resource available for the LDCs. And we particularly appreciate the guidelines for the competitive windows and the fact that it should contribute to promote domestic policy coherence. For instance, by reducing the perverse incentives conflicting with nature conservation efforts. In general, the update outlines the document. This update is in line with the GEF 8 policy recommendation that were negotiated. However, unless we are mistaken, we don't really recall having agreed on a ceiling structure of 9 million per country for the competitive window. So we wonder if such a ceiling would not limit too much the potential of the competitive window. So could you elaborate why you would like to introduce such a ceiling? Concerning the timeline, we also wonder if we could not start this process a bit earlier. And finally, we really encourage the Secretariat to pursue its work to replace the GDP by a vulnerability index that was discussed during the GEF 8 negotiations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Belgium. I think that's I don't see any more hands, and that was the 19th speaker on this particular agenda item. So it underscores the importance of the item. But I will invite Francois to respond as necessary to some of the suggestions and even some of the proposals put forward. Francois, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. And let me first start by thanking you all for the general expression of support and most importantly, the spirit of compromise and convergence that has brought us to a point where we have a document which is receiving substantial support. It's been a long process and we had many discussions on this, and we have particularly appreciated in the last phase of the replenishment the efforts that were brought to bear by all parties to get us to something that has sufficient acceptance here. So this is really the first observation. There were lots of comments. Let me react to the points that had elements of questions beyond this appreciation. India asked a question or formulated as a request actually for us to continue to actively engage recipient countries in the development of the competitive window, and that is very much the intent. We think some consultation has happened, enough to get us to where we are, but more is needed to get to the next step, and we'll be certainly delighted to engage in that. Norway asked 3 specific questions, so let me address them. The first one was joined in by Switzerland. In fact, why November 2023 for the call for proposals? It's the whole issue of timing. in our thinking, there were two considerations here. One is the fact that there's actually quite a lot of work front-loaded in the first year of replenishment, particularly around the moving to operations with the IPs. And we felt that since it's a relatively small proportion of STAR that is involved, there would be benefit to some spacing there. So that was one consideration. But a second important one is that, as you may recall, we have committed on the request to bring to Council in June 2023 an option paper on enhancing policy coherence. And this is a substantial piece of work that will require, in fact, a lot of consultation, including with the same countries as the one considered under the competitive window. And our thinking was that there would be great benefit actually to have the call for proposal downstream from that discussion, so that some of the elements of details that you pointed out are not yet included in this document and will be included in the call for proposal, the composition of the selection committee, the selection criteria, whatever selection matrix we use for the actual selection, and the approach retained to bring forward policy coherence in the context of the national policy landscape, as we've said, which is, you know, a challenge and something worthy of a lot of thinking, would have the benefit of this option paper. So that's the reason why we have proposed those dates. But of course, we stand to hear your views on that. The second question Norway had was about, are there specific focal area requirements for this window? And the answer is, well, it's part of STAR, so it should remain focused on the three focal areas that STAR comprises, right? In that sense, yes, but no, within that concept, there's no specific requirement at this point, right? So the idea here is to benefit from a lot of innovation and suggestions coming from countries and agencies alike without constraining it, right? You had a third question from Norway concerning the use of core indicators and targets in the competitive window. And let me say on this one that the competitive window would not be an exception to anything that we always do in the GEF, right? So the results framework will apply and in the exact same approach as we have all across the GEF portfolio. And in fact, we also have clarified that if a good project is not selected in this competitive window, which we expect to be very innovative and very competitive, it could of course be presented by the same country, if eligible, along the lines of the GEF program to another approach, because the idea is not here to limit the opportunities of good projects, right? But rather the reverse. So that's an additional element of response here. A number of you have expressed an interest for the proposed midterm review. And yes, Germany among others, but you were numerous to bring it up. Yes, the idea is that we can all benefit from a midterm review. It would be, we will be monitoring, we'll be tracking the use of flexibility by countries. We will bring this data at every scorecard every 6 months. And in addition, we'll work on a midterm review. And we also, of course, welcome the early contribution of IEO to help us learn from the competitive window and other dimensions of STAR implementation, as it is an area that I think is really important to all of you and on which we want to share as much information as possible. Turning to the vulnerability concept, and of course, this was a long conversation among us in the process of getting to the current consensus in GEF 8. And I think today the statements that we heard reflect that there is quite a spectrum of views here. And I think the pointer that was adopted in the replenishment package that suggests that further conversation will be conducted on this with adequate analysis and so on is something which is already decided. But where that may take us in terms of consensus, as we discussed, is obviously a next step that remains to be seen. So I think these comments, the diversity of comments, reflect the richness of views that we have here. I won't repeat some of the positions that have been expressed for or against the measure of vulnerability, but yes, we stand ready to expect and to have a lively discussion on this as we move forward. And GEF 9 will be there to make that happen. There was a comment or a request actually by Solomon Island suggesting that a technical workshop to help countries approach implementation in GEF 8 in such a way that they make full utilization of their STAR resources. And I would add of all other opportunities that the GEF offers, because you can spend your all-star allocation and you still have perhaps for some countries LDCF money available or chemical and waste or in international waters resources available. So yes, we are fully committed to that. We consider it as a very important part of our responsibility to help any country that needs help with that. And so it's of course the vocation of the country support program, but it's also something on which we can call us at any point, including at the country level, because we are all aligned around this objective. So this is a very willingness in answer to your questions. Now, France had a request to make sure that in the spirit, which is widespread across GEF 8, to avoid concentration, there should be full clarity in approaching implementation here to make sure that all agencies are actively encouraged to participate in the competitive window, including the large NGOs and the RDBs. And yes, that's exactly the idea. This is also why it may be a good idea actually to stick to the calendar proposed at this point, because it means we will have ample time till then to make sure that everybody is aware that the discussions that need to happen with the countries concerned happen, and that we can take it forward in the full information of all agencies and countries concerned, right? So that's exactly the idea, and we'll be vigilant on that and engaging. France also questioned the criteria of selection to be presented, and let me bring this together with all questions that came about on the further processes of defining the key elements that will constitute the call for proposals. Yes, this is of course very important. That's why we decided that it was not worth sort of speculating on how we may take it at this point, when a lot of consultation has still to happen. But as suggested by a number of you, there is a possibility and there is time, in fact, in that implementation timeline to revisit bringing this to council if that's a request, right? So all the elements that are still to be decided and which need to be part of the call for proposal, selection committee, selection criteria, selection matrix and evaluation, etc. I think perhaps after the option paper on enhancing policy coherence is available, we could also have a discussion on that. So in principle, there's an opportunity here. Côte d'Ivoire, Alimata underlined the urgency of knowing what's happening, given, of course, the financial needs that a number of countries are facing and that are looking at the GEF envelope as an opportunity to act fast on available resources. We fully understand that. The numbers will be known for the STAR allocation on the 1st of July. They will be public at that point. And we are working hard actually to make sure that we are in operational mode as soon as possible after that, so that countries who want to plan with agencies getting into projects are able to do so. There was a remark from China underlying the importance of making sure that the national policy context or landscape is fully taken into consideration in the discussion on policy coherence. And it matches some of the concerns expressed by India. This is exactly the intent, right? moving on policy coherence is different in every context, right? And as much as the idea of the competitive window is to bring incrementality to that, right? In the right direction, in a direction that diminishes in negative investments, etc., and increases the coherence, it has to be appreciated in the context of what the country is trying to do. So we're in full agreement with you on that point. There was a question from Japan on a data issue. I understand there was support for the accelerated IO review, and there was a question about data issues. The approach we have on data is indeed, as you highlighted, to use the latest available data as much as feasible. So this is the principle under which we're operating. And I would expect that what we have done is exactly that. Now, sometimes we have trade-offs where there are data gaps, which are too important for more recent data, and we have to appreciate that trade-off. So we're happy to discuss more in follow-up with you if there is a point where you have an observation to make on this. Thanks very much again for many of the points that Argentina, the USA brought, which are aligned with what, in the UK, with what I have already acknowledged here. And finally, on Switzerland, I think we have answered the question about the timing of November 2023, and we otherwise acknowledge your comment and observation on vulnerability, as we have and acknowledge all of them across the table. So finally, there was one question coming from Belgium on, and that's a fair point, on the ceiling structure of $9 million that is mentioned in the current document, and which I think you're right, was not part of our earlier discussion. The spirit that is behind selecting that ceiling is to make sure, and it was something difficult to balance, but to make sure that every country participating into the competition window would have potentially an incentive to participate creatively, because it could materialize a star allocation larger than what it already has, right? So the idea was to keep that incentive alive, right? So that we would have sort of a balanced picture of positive incentive for all countries, and that's what the number, that is what the number comes from. It was also, and I think that was discussed during our replenishment discussion, there was also a concern, and that's the reason for having a ceiling, that even a good project or a spectacular project should not essentially claim a very large proportion of the incentive window, because there is here the hope that several countries can, in fact, get a share of this by offering the best of what they have to propose in the direction of policy coherence. The objective here, these are the countries that have the highest capacity and that can help the whole GEF partnership come up with these creative ideas. So we want many of those ideas. And so the need for a ceiling was sort of a compromise and a balance between these two objectives. Having a positive incentive, making sure that everybody, making sure that a majority of countries, of the 5 countries, can engage positively in that window. So I think I've covered the questions, but if I didn't, please come back. And thanks again for the huge effort that has brought us together around that very technical and yet very challenging agenda.
Thank you, Francois. I think we've had, colleagues and friends, I think we've had a very rich and colorful discussion, which basically underscores the importance of this particular agenda item. Questions were asked, clarifications were sought, and even positions were highlighted and stated. And my takeaway from this is that the Secretariat, your Secretariat, is very receptive and very accommodating in terms of the issues that have been raised. So I hope that that has given everyone a level of comfort and confidence, so that you will be willing for us to adopt the draft decision as included in the document. GEF/C.62/04. I see no objection. The decision is adopted. Well, our next agenda item is agenda item 8. This is the financial year 23 corporate budget and business plan. To speak on this agenda item, I invite Mr. Peter Lalas to present document GEF/C.62/08/Rev21. GEF Business Plan and Corporate Budget for financial year 23. You have the floor, Peter.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and hello, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce the GEF Business Plan and Corporate Budget for FY23. This document presents the combined FY23 budget request for the projected administrative expenses of the Secretariat, staff, and the trustee. The FY23 budget request reflects the core priority to have a strong and fast start in implementing the ambitious GEF 8 programming and policy agenda that we've been talking about this all day today, beginning a few days from today. To meet this ambition, the request includes initial needed steps to enhance capacity within the GEF Secretariat to enable the effective and efficient delivery of GEF 8 starting on day one. These steps to enhance capacity are needed for two main reasons. First, the GEF 8 replenishment provides for a significant increase in funding for projects and programs and sets major new priorities and demands to meet the urgent challenge and ambition of the GEF 8 agenda. The higher volume and demands require higher capacity for delivery to keep up with the needs of a growing fund. Secondly, GEF Secretariat staff have essentially been at zero growth over the past two replenishment cycles, despite increasing demand on their services, and is really at maximum capacity. To meet the expected requirements of the significantly more ambitious GEF 8 agenda, we need to enhance capacity and redouble our efforts. As explained in the document, the Secretariat proposes to take a careful step-by-step approach to addressing these needs for additional capacity. For this coming transition year of FY23, the Secretariat would enhance capacity through additional short and extended term consultant support in priority work areas. This will enable the Secretariat to hit the ground running with the additional needed capacity in the beginning stage of GEF 8. This approach is projected to keep the Secretariat well within the four-year GEF 7 administrative budget envelope of $103.5 million, building on savings generated in the past two fiscal years, as I've mentioned before. The request also is below the per year average of the GEF 8 administrative budget agreed at the replenishment of $127 million, which begins in fiscal year FY24, as explained a bit more in the budget document. At the council meeting next year, with the benefit of experience gained in FY23, the Secretariat will then present its request for a revamped budget, building on these transition steps in this upcoming fiscal year and fitting to the delivery of the ambitious GEF 8 replenishment. This request will be fully aligned to the administrative budget envelope agreed by the replenishment for GEF 8, again, as agreed by the replenishment. This step-by-step approach will support delivery of the integrated programs and other programming needs, implementation of the private sector engagement strategy, enhancing GEF's blended finance program, addressing convention-related needs and priorities, raising GEF's visibility, and enhanced fiduciary and oversight functions, among other priorities as described more fully in the business plan section of the budget proposal. As in past years, the FY23 budget also reflects a strong focus on efficiency and savings. It includes efficiency factors for travel and consultants adopted across the World Bank. It reflects the Secretariat's commitment to maximize opportunities to use digital connections, learning from these past 2 years to enhance efficiencies and save costs, especially relating to travel. And that it also reflects the fact that we've had some significant underruns in FY22 due again to the prolonged impacts of COVID-19 generating the savings that are mentioned in the document. The document before you also presents the budget requests for STAP, the trustee, the CBIT Trust Fund, and the Nagoya Protocol Implementation Trust Fund. The recommended council decision is set out on page 2 of the council paper. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter, for giving us a peek into the GEF business plan and corporate budget for financial year 23. The floor is now open for questions and comments. I give the floor to Rene of Netherlands.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We can be very brief. We can support the corporate budget for fiscal year 2023. And of course, notwithstanding the projected effects of the ongoing COVID pandemic, we feel it's important to keep focusing on empowering the operational focal points. Thank you.
Thank you, Netherlands. I give the floor to Norway, to be followed by Gabriel of Switzerland. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you. Our constituent would like to thank the Secretariat and the trustee for the business plan and corporate budget for fiscal year 23. We note the increase in the budget for FY23 and the use of consultants before looking into increasing staff resources in FY24. We would be interested if you could share some insight into what additional resources you're contemplating for fiscal year 24 and onwards. We are very pleased to read that you are planning on greening your workplace. Our constituency expects our partners to reduce the emissions and other negative environmental effects of their own operations. The World Bank's commitment to Paris alignment also includes a building block 6 on aligning internal activities to ensure that internal operations, including facilities and other internal policies, are in line with the objectives of the Paris Agreement. We therefore fully support GEF's plan to green its workplace in line with this building block. We'd also urge GEF to focus its efforts on the activities that have the largest emissions and other negative environmental impact. Since approaches to internal sustainability often are easily transferable between organizations, we would also strongly encourage exchange and collaboration with other actors, both institutions that are involved in the joint MDB work on Paris alignment and other organizations such as GCF and accredited entities. GEF's work should build on existing best practice, and any tools and trainings developed should be shared with others. Finally, on a related topic, we would encourage you to look into the possibility of ensuring smart travel, i.e. combining several meetings and field visits during the same trip and not losing some of the good habits with using digital tools, which we all acquired during the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you, Alf. So I give the floor to Gabriel to be followed by Karin of Sweden. Gabriel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And thanks to Secretary for the preparation of the documents. We understand and support the suggested increase for FY23. And you indicate that you will primarily invest in short-term and long-term consultant contracts. And how are you foreseeing the transition from a strong consultant support to a stronger overall staff body from FY24 onwards? And we assume that the current budget for the GEF Council includes 2 in-person council meetings. And what would be the potential savings if we could conduct 1 council meeting per year in a physical format instead of 2? So having like 1 virtual, 1 in person. And do you see a potential for cost reduction related to the office lease, taking into account the enhanced digital work environment and reduction of physical presence in the office in terms of reducing the overall square meters, taking that into account? And then there's a question, why do you keep programming funding for the Rio +20 special initiative in FY23? Will you cover travel costs to attend the HLPF, for example, with that line? Or what exactly are you planning to cover under this? And would it not be more transparent if we would just budget all travel costs under the regular travel budget instead of maintaining this special bucket of funding? Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela, for those questions. Give the floor to Karen to be followed by Abigail of USA. Karen, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation of the budget. We think that the budget seems balanced with regards to the needs to meet the expected requirements of the significantly more ambitious GEF 8 agenda. So we can approve the budget as presented. Sweden also supports the new line item to provide additional basic support for civil society engagement in the work of the GEF. The relationship with civil society and the CSO network is important and need to be properly funded. We also support the comment by Norway regarding the GEF's plan to green its workplace. I think that's very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. I give the floor to Abigail of USA to be followed by Leonard of Brazil.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We are happy to support this budget. We're pleased that it's within the overall GEF 7 budget envelope. We also support the Secretariat's efforts to ensure a strong start to GEF 8 by adding resources as needed. In addition to the launching GEF 8, we understand that this year also will include activities that are exceptional, including the quadrennial assessment of compliance by GEF agencies with GEF policies. So there is a heavy workload for the Secretariat. And we are comfortable with your proposal to use consultants during this transition year while you assess the long-term staffing needs for GEF 8, and then come back to Council next year with any proposed staffing increases for GEF 8. We think that this is a prudent approach and it makes sense. Lastly, we appreciate the continued work of the Secretariat trustee and the staff to pursue cost efficiencies where possible, including the use of virtual meetings after travel disruptions end. However, I think we want to emphasize that we should use virtual meetings when they make sense and they don't compromise the quality of the conversations and negotiations that need to happen. So thank you for presenting this budget.
Thank you, Abigail, for your support to the budget. And now give the floor to Leonard of Brazil to be followed by Sylvia of Germany.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. We are happy to support this proposed budget and business plan. I'd just like to take this opportunity to ask for clarification for the inclusion of a new line for extended term consultants, the ETCs of $0.929 million, which makes variable costs considerably higher than past years. Out of the 1.30 million increase on variable costs, the ETCs accounts for 71% of this increase. So we read the explanation justification on the paper for this increase, but we would like to have more clarification on the need of hiring these consultants as opposed to the Secretariat itself taking care of these new challenges brought by GEF 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard, for those questions. I give the floor to Sylvia of Germany to be followed by Ramon of Spain. Sylvia, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Germany welcomes the detailed presentation of the administrative budget for the financial year 23 and would also like to thank the Secretariat, the staff, and the trustee for its effort during the current financial year, despite the challenges that were posed by COVID. We generally welcome the budget, but yet would like to echo the remarks just made by our Brazilian colleague and invite the GEF to elaborate a bit more on the envisaged increase of consultant costs. Maybe a bit more technical question. As Germany is also council member to the climate investment funds, we have noted that the World Bank plans to increase its personnel cost recovery fees, leading to a substantial increase in the overall administrative cost of the CIFs. We would therefore like to know if this increase is also foreseen for the upcoming GEF 8 cycle and what kind of impact this will have on the already agreed administrative budget in case this should apply to the GEF. However, if that is too technical right now, we're also happy to have a bilateral discussion with the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia, for those questions. And now I give the floor to Ramon of Spain to be followed by Tom of Canada. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for the presentation. Just a brief question. The recommended council decision approves a corporate budget for the Just Fund, but I think the salary rate increase for the fiscal year 23 is not already fixed by the World Bank. So the document reflects an expectation for a 5% increase, but this figure can change. Is this correct? When do you expect to have a concrete figure? How are these changes going to affect the decision text? Thank you.
Thank you, Ramon. I give the floor to Tom.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter, for the presentation. The budget we can support. It shows fiscal restraint, budgetary prudence. Just 3 quick points. Support Norway's point about Paris alignment and greening operations. Related to that, Gabriella's question about, one virtual, one in person, as to reduce our footprint. Finally, just like Sweden, we support the new line item to provide additional support for civil society engagement because we are a very strong supporter of inclusive partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Tom being the last speaker, I'll give the floor to Peter to respond to some of the questions and further clarifications that were sought by members. Thank you.
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much, Co-Chair, and thanks everyone for the interventions, the questions and the observations, and also for the support. We hold on one second. We really appreciate it. Let me just go through the questions. I heard from Renee, the Netherlands support, and also highlighting the critical point of empowerment of operational focal points. Indeed, we mentioned that in the business plan, and we very much have that as a priority for the work going ahead. From Norway, what additional measures are planned for FY24 in terms of the step-by-step approach, if I have the question right? So what we'll do is in FY23, we've put together in this requested budget what we project are the needs through short and extended term consultants to meet the demand of GEF 8 delivery starting on day 1. It's possible to hire consultants more rapidly, and it will also give us the time in FY23 to make sure we sort of see the landscape, and so we're fully informed if we make a request in a year's time from now for additional staff members. If we do that, staff positions, we mentioned in the document that that would most likely lead, of course, to a corresponding reduction in the consultant line costs. And so we're just trying to do it step by step. We know the priority areas that we need for the consultants. This has been a bottom-up exercise we've had within the Secretariat from our programming office, our policy office, and our communications office, and our front office. So this is where these numbers come from, and we will learn from the experience in FY23 to make sure it's a solid proposal within the GEF 8 budget envelope. Appreciate the remarks on supporting greening the workplace. Yes, we're very keen on this as well. We want to walk the talk at the GEF, and also the I think the mention of the importance of cooperation with other financing mechanisms, this has been discussed also in the replenishment, it's in the business plan, and this is of course a priority. We have to make sure that there is complementary and efficiency to reach to the higher results together. And thanks also, I think this was from Norway, let's learn from good practices in the pandemic. We can combine missions, we can go digital when it makes sense. Yes, in fact, we're definitely going to take on board as best we can these both efficiencies and lessons, and I would say opportunities from digital connections, because we found that digital platforms sometimes allow a higher level of participation in certain types of events. Switzerland, Gabriela, this question of how transition from the STC, ETC to staff, I was just explaining maybe a little bit of that. We want to take FY23 to bring in the additional short-term and extended-term consultants to take the time to assess what the real needs are for GEF 8, learning from this experience, and then we'll come back to you with what we think is appropriate going ahead under the GEF 8 budget envelope. The council meetings budgeted, you see it's 700,000, which is what we've been at for a while now, but we keep it flat because there are savings through digital connections. And in fact, in the past couple of years, we've had almost complete underruns because they've been virtual. It's not zero cost when the council meeting is virtual. There are costs for translation, there are interpretation, and there are certain other costs that need to be met in the making the virtual modality work. But what we have budgeted in the past is $350,000 per council meeting. In the past, when we didn't have in-person meetings, most of that was an underrun, and it stays in it goes back into the GEF Trust Fund, not in the admin trust fund. So we'll follow the same practice, and you know, we'll see exactly what the costs are. They're going to be less than 350,000, but they won't be zero. On the office space question, yes, and we mentioned in the paper, we're doing the anticipated update of the GEF, the lease, or the lease extension under our lease arrangements. We are in fact doing our best to project what will be the, you know, the future work modality. We're following the World Bank rules, which is we're going into tier 0. There's going to be some flexibility in terms of being there every day and possible opportunities for telecommuting, but there's also going to be a return to the office. What we're doing basically is negotiating the current 2 floors that we have. We could have gone to additional space on the 6th floor because we're probably going to be with new ETCs, STCs, but we're not doing that because that's a way we can create some efficiency and savings to, you know, handle, to sort of build in this kind of flexibility that is still being determined. On the Rio +20 special initiative, yes, that's been there for a while. It is used selectively, mainly by our programming office to follow up on, you know, Rio-related initiatives. You might have noticed that the other special initiatives in that annex, we have now zeroed out. So we are very conscious of not letting the special initiatives go on indefinitely. And so we take your point. I'll check in with the teams on that to make sure we use it efficiently and don't let it linger beyond where it needs to. From Sweden, Karen, thank you for mentioning the balance in the proposal and the support for the new line on the civil society, which, as we explained in the document, arose out of discussions we've had with civil society over quite some time and in the replenishment, and it's related also to a recommendation from the Independent Evaluation Office. And thanks again for supporting the greening workplace. So we'll do our best on that. We really want to. From the United States, Abby, let's see. Yes, thank you for, I mean, in fact, as you mentioned, we have one of the reasons for the higher consultant cost is this third-party review of the compliance of the GEF partner agencies with the core GEF policies. We've done part of that, especially with the accelerated review of UNDP so far, but it will take time and effort and labor and money. And so we're actually in the bidding process right now. We want to keep to the time schedule, and it's budgeted in the updated time frame. Let's see, and we will come back, I think I mentioned this earlier, in FY24 to see how the experience with the short and extended term consultants helps us inform us in terms of what our capacity needs are longer term for GEF 8. From Brazil, the question about why is there a new line for extended term consultants and it looks like a lot of money. Yeah, in fact, that's part of the budget request that we have identified a real capacity need in order to deliver the higher demands and priorities of the GEF 8 agenda. And because we're stretched at capacity right now, this is the way we've identified to create the necessary capacity to deliver. We put it as a separate line because that's the standard budgeting practice across the World Bank. You have the short-term consultants and the extended-term consultants. Just to say that the way it looks, we've mapped it out in a bottom-up process internally. We'll have a couple of ETCs for at least part of the year on the programming side. So these will reinforce our efforts on the biodiversity focal area, and in the international waters focal area, we have a staff departure in international waters, so we also need to backfill during the vacancy. On the policy side, Francoise is the director. We have one staff going on an externally funded development assignment, and so we're going to have an ETC cover that. It's for the country support and country engagement work, and then we will need some additional support, ETC support, for continuing some donor-funded programming by one of our staff who would otherwise be finishing that term. It will help us a lot. She's involved in the knowledge work, and the knowledge strategy is one of the priorities. And the communications team also has some specific needs for ETCs. And I hope that the short-term consultant needs are explained in the document. This is our suggested path, that we put a reliance on additional support from consultants, and then we come back to you next year to see how that all works out so we can look at the longer-term GEF 8 budget. Let me see, Germany. Germany asked about the SIFs and the question about, is there something coming on an indirect charge that might apply to the GEF? You might have noticed there's a footnote in the document that mentions that we are in a dialogue with the World Bank actually about the cost, the amount that we pay for administrative support services provided by the World Bank, because the GEF instrument specifies, of course, they're our host institution, and that the World Bank provides administrative support to the GEF. And so we're having a dialogue about that. We currently, as you can see in the budget document, pay directly for costs that or for services that we receive from the World Bank. And so there's a line in the table 2 on cross support, which covers legal support. We have our legal counsel here, actually, budget support, some support from the ethics office, that we also pay directly for our office space and for our IT costs. And these would otherwise be included in an indirect charge, but the GEF pays for them directly. And we have our own, we've discussed this with the World Bank, and it's part of the trust fund reform process, a sui generis governance system at the GEF. So we handle many of these other things on our own. Nevertheless, we want to make sure we're paying fairly. And so we're going to have a discussion about that, and we'll report on the outcomes of that. We'll see what comes up. It could mean some increased costs. I can't really say at this point to what extent those might be. We're in the middle of that discussion. The principle is, let's pay fairly for what's actually provided. I think the last 2 comments. One was from Ramon. Thank you, Ramon, from Spain, about the SRI and the structural salary costs increase for staff. Yes, this is decided each year by the World Bank board, and it governs the GEF Secretariat staff because we are contractually World Bank staff, at least by contract. It is, I mean, we always put in a footnote to the budget paper that this is subject to, any further decisions by the World Bank. And actually, this did happen a couple of years ago, if I remember well, when with COVID, there was an additional increment that was provided, and we had to come to you and explain, okay, it was a little more than we had actually expected. So let me just say the caveat is there, but it's our understanding that this is the expected increase in salary for the next fiscal year. And so we're budgeting in that way. And thank you from Australia for the support for the Greening the Workplace initiative and for the support to the civil society, the increased support. As I mentioned, these are new elements that we're glad to have in the budget proposal.
Thank you, Tom, for that very comprehensive response to the questions that were asked by 9 of our council members. And I don't see any violent objections to Peter's answers. So do I take it that our council is ready and willing to adopt the draft decision included in document Jeff/C.62/08.rev.01. I can see nods. Jeff has a corporate budget now. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear co-chair, I would like to give my thanks to all the council members and participants for their endurance for the long day. We wanted to have an in-person session, and here we got this marathon session. So I would like to thank you all for your endurance and your support throughout the whole day. Bear with me. We got just one more agenda item, and then we'll have a small treat to all of you. We'll be celebrating something relevant and important. So with this, let me bring to your attention our last agenda item, which is number 15, the GEF Private Sector Advisory Group Summary Report. I would like to ask Gustavo Fonseca to present document GFC 62/11 on the consensus building process to identify, the update report on the private sector engagement strategy. Over to you, Gustavo.
Thanks, Carlos Manuel. This should not hopefully be a complicated item, because it was not originally envisioned as a decision document. That was a report to the council on the work of the private sector engagement strategy. But we had to come to you for a decision because it involves the private sector advisory group and a prior decision that it would end at the end of GEF 7. So the constitution of the private sector advisory group, we call SAG, was determined at the 54 GEF Council meeting and was impaneled and convened during 2019 according to the terms of reference approved by the council and the assembly in the council in Da Nang, Vietnam in 2018. The original intent with the private sector advisory group was to provide recommendations on the formulation of the GEF private sector engagement strategy. And at the 57th council meeting, the council invited the private sector advisory group to continue to dispensing its duty until the end of the GEF 7 replenishment cycle. Now that the original TORs and extended term of the SAG have come to a conclusion at the end of GEF 7, the GEF Secretariat seeks to continue private sector advisory contributions through the GEF 8 period, but under a new structure. And if the council agrees, the private sector advisory group, as currently composed, would cease to exist. Instead, experts covering a range of sectors will be convened in a much more flexible way through an informal private sector advisory network in support of GEF 8's deliverables, in particularly addressing specific issues and guidance related to optimizing private sector contribution to generation of global environmental benefits. The network would also be available to the GEF partnership at large and support the work of staff, the GEF IO, CSO network, and agencies in their work with the private sector. Overall, it will be critical to ensure a broad representation of private sector expertise, including from the Global South and from MSMEs. It will likewise be crucial to consider a balanced composition in terms of gender and geographical coverage. Network contributors will be identified by the GEF Secretariat, staff, agencies, and the CSO network, and the countries themselves. A database of network members is being managed by the GEF Secretariat as a single point of contact for efficient communications and to ensure that it's regularly updated and refreshed. The database would be organized according to theme, region, industry sector, and will record advisors' areas of expertise, availability, and history of contributions. There are no budget implications for the private sector advisory network beyond existing administrative arrangements. With this, I turn it over to you, Carlos Manuel.
Thank you so much, Gustavo, and thanks to you and your team for the work that we've been doing in implementing the private sector engagement strategy. I would like to open the floor to see if there are any questions, comments, or interventions by council members. Yes, Ben, you got the floor. Thanks.
Thanks, Carlos Manuel. Just, sorry, I'm getting a bit of feedback on that. I was getting that. Firstly, it's useful to have that document. I guess our questions here relate to how the lessons from the PSAG are going to be captured. It's unclear from this document that there would be any sense to do any sort of evaluation or review of how that has worked. Also, while the PSAG was agreed for GEF 7, I guess the key question is what is needed now under GEF 8 to ensure the momentum behind the private sector engagement strategy and to continue momentum in the right direction on that. I guess the question is there's a certain amount of concern that having an informal network with no budget and no clear means to interact with that private sector engagement strategy or private sector activities seem to be just that, a little bit too informal. So maybe it'd be useful to just clarify how you intend to see that, as you describe, a database moves forward and is used effectively to implement the private sector engagement strategy. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ben. Do we have Germany asking for the floor? Thanks, Sylvia. Floor is yours.
Germany welcomes the PSAG summary report, which provides an insightful overview of the group's evolving mandate and contributions to the GEF partnership. We fully appreciate the broadening of the PSAG mandate from the private sector engagement strategy formulation to the role of an advisory platform for tailored consultations. Germany recognizes the importance of focusing on micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises when it comes to private sector engagement due to their critical economical role in developing countries. As far as GEF 8 private sector consultations are concerned, Germany recommends ensuring that all vulnerable groups are considered beyond a gender basis, such as the youth, disabled, and indigenous groups. Including these marginalized groups will not just lead to a more participatory and sustainable cooperation with the private sector, but also to higher economic benefits, as these groups best know the local circumstances and needs for a successful cooperation. Thank you.
I got Japan, Yoshiko, please.
Thank you for giving me the floor. We'd also like to thank the contributions made by the private sector advisory group thus far, and it was a pleasure to participate in the associate working group over the years. We note the growing importance of private sector representation in work programs going forward in GEF 8, and as such, just kind of building on what Ben from the UK had discussed about, well, what will be the lessons to be captured in a review or what is needed now. Indeed, in paragraph 20 of the document, says the work at the PSAG will be replaced by a broader but informal private sector advisory network that will be constituted with representatives from key sectors relevant to GEF 8 IPs. And so for that reason, we'd like to have clarity on the type of process and transparency measures in building this new replacement body. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yoshiko. Now let me turn the floor to Brazil. Renato, please.
Thank you, Carlos. The constituency of Colombia, Brazil, and Ecuador appreciates the important work performed by the private sector advisory group. We expect that the informal group will continue its working, including a broad representation from donor and recipient countries, as well as medium and small enterprise to advise GEF Secretariat on issues related to private sector. In this sense, we'd like to know from the Secretariat and how do you plan to integrate private sector strategy with non-grant instrument projects, and how do you plan to allow the participation of private sector and also the financial sector into the GEF 8 activities? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Renato? Clémence, France, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Coprésident. Nous remercions le secrétariat pour ce document. Nous souhaiterions avoir davantage d'informations concernant la façon dont le réseau d'acteurs continuera à interagir et notamment, si c'est prévu et le cas échéant, la fréquence des réunions de celui-ci. Nous nous demandons aussi si certains secteurs qui pourraient être clés, et spécialement pour la mise en œuvre sur la période FEM 8, seront spécialement concernés et consultés dans ce cadre. Nous souhaiterions également que le reporting annuel sur la mise en œuvre de la Private Sector Engagement Strategy inclue des éléments de reporting sur les activités de ce réseau d'acteurs informels. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much. Abigail, US, please.
Thank you very much. First off, we very much appreciate the PSAG's work over the past several years to support enhancements to the GEF's private sector engagement, particularly through its role in informing the development of the GEF private sector engagement strategy. We believe that deeper and more sustained collaboration with the private sector has the potential to make important contributions to the success of the GEF's mission. And we think that their work has really demonstrated the importance